pun berakhir. Kami telah bersedia untuk meneruskan perjuangan.
Tiada siapa yang boleh menghalang kami, kepulangan Sang Raja, untuk menuntut balik kegemilangan.
Former teammates.
Kini menjadi saingan. Who will be better?
Untuk pencapaian yang lebih tinggi. Kelahiran era yang baru untuk gagah menerus ke hadapan.
Pride of the nation. Defended by us.
Battlefield baru telah pun bermula.
Kali ini 2022 PMPL MY MYSGPH Fall 20 Julai 2022 redONE.
Binabal ang iyong nakikita na nga namin. PMPL MY na by RSGEEK. Tuloy mo pa.
Group, meron pang 5. Pero Mika OP, alam na alam kung nasan si Iftar. Ba't ka nagpapanggap na bato? Ikaw pa yan na. Huwag lang mananakdown, HYVE. Take care. Kanina pa kayo bumabaril. Siguro konti na lang, pero si Mika OP ay bumaba na nga, mga kaibigan. Kasi nga gumagalaw na ang blue zone. One courtesy of Snipe. And right now, boom!
Now, paano kayo makakapagkap ng ating mga GEEK mantikap at harapan na nga ito, ulo to ulo, head to head. Sino kaya ang magwawagi sa ating GEEK pagkataka sa SMG? But yun na nga, HomeBois, paripan to
PUBG Mobile version 2.1 new game mode Ancient Secret Arise. Hey there fellow PUBG Mobile players, PUBG Mobile version 2.1 introduces the all-new Ancient Secret Arise themed mode. In this video, I'd like to walk you through some of the features of this update. Ancient Secret Arise. The new game mode is launched in Erangel, Miramar, and Livik. You can select the 3 maps in ranked mode and switch between the classic and themed versions. Ancient Secret Arise introduces new gameplay and unique cutscenes. On Spawn Island in Erangel and Miramar, players will be greeted with a spectacular scene of swirling golden sand, as well as a mysterious and breathtaking sand apparition. After the match begins, a sandstorm zone will appear on the battleground. Tap the minimap to locate it. Players stand a chance of stumbling upon the new Scarab Charm item when searching for supplies in the sandstorm zone. When a player is eliminated, a Scarab Charm can be used to return to the battleground. The Scarab Charm uses a recall tower attempt when activated. By taking advantage of a Scarab Charm, you'll be able to quickly return to the battleground and exact your revenge after being eliminated. They also allow you to be more aggressive early in the game, or launch preemptive strikes to get the upper hand. But keep in mind, Scarab Charms can only be activated within a certain time after the match starts. The item itself also only lasts a certain duration. You can check the remaining time by opening your backpack. Most importantly, during each match, each player can only pick up 1 Scarab Charm. The new version introduces a new feature, the Emperor Temples. Tap the minimap to view the 2 temple locations, time of activation, and travel paths. After the countdown ends, the Sand Giants carry the respective Emperor Temples along designated routes across the map. At the same time, the paths of the Giants will light up, forming quicksand paths. Approach a quicksand path to get more details about the Emperor Temple. Before the Sand Giant reaches the quicksand path, the stone slates along the path are inactive, and players cannot step on the slates to be transported to the temple. As the Sand Giant approaches the quicksand path, the slates will light up and become activated. Players can then step on the slate and be carried slowly up the quicksand path into the Emperor Temple. The Emperor Temple contains the Pharaoh's ceiling slates. Players can follow the golden path on the courtyard floor to advance into the temple and locate all 4 secret slates. Stepping on all 4 slates activates a door deep within the temple. Players can then advance to the heart of the temple and take a lift to the top floor, where they will face the Pharaoh's final trial, the Ancient Secret Guardian. Defeat the Ancient Secret Guardian to get awesome rewards that will help you achieve ultimate victory. Before the Ancient Secret Guardian is awakened, players can move freely between the temple and the battleground. However, players will not be able to enter the temple once the Guardian is away. Remember to time your entry into the temple to not miss out on the spoils. Other than the Emperor Temple, there are numerous Scarab Ruins and Jackal Ruins to be found across the battleground. Players can distinguish between the ruins based on the icons on the minimap and by the statues at the entrances. Solve the ruin puzzles to obtain the treasure chest within. In the Jackal Ruins, you'll see a stone pillar engraved with different symbols and levers on either side. Interacting with the left lever rotates the two bottom blocks of the pillar counterclockwise. Interacting with the right lever rotates the two top blocks of the pillar counterclockwise. Players must interact with the two levers until the symbols on all sides of the pillar are aligned to solve the ruin puzzle. When interacting with the levers, players can first focus on just one of the levers to rotate the blocks until two of the three symbols are aligned. Then, interact with the other one to control the already aligned blocks and match them with the third symbol to solve the puzzle. In the Scarab Ruins, players are required to destroy 4 scarabs hidden in the ruins. The scarabs could be scaling a wall or in the air. One of the scarabs can even conceal itself. In order to find them, besides closely scanning your screen, you can also detect their presence by the sound they make. The louder the sound, the closer they are. When a scarab is near your right, the sound will be concentrated on the right speaker. Conversely, if it's to your left, the sound will be concentrated on the left. When you are behind a scarab, the sound it makes will be louder than when you are in front. Use these sounds to your advantage to easily find the scarabs. While solving the puzzles, mummy warriors and guardian beasts lurking in the ruins will try to stop you. The mummy warriors are mobs with powerful melee attacks. They will often attack players in groups. When facing them, use their slow attack speed to your advantage and keep your distance. Wait for the right time to launch your attack. Compared to the mummy warriors, the guardian beasts are more difficult to deal with. Their large wings allow them to move swiftly in the air and dodge most attacks. They will dive and attack players while they are reloading. When you encounter them, use the ruined terrain to your advantage. Find cover from the guardian beasts' dive attacks and pick them off one by one with the sustained firepower of high-capacity weapons. Defeating mummy warriors and guardian beasts will also drop bonus items. Players will also have a chance to get a new item called Primordial Water after solving ruin puzzles or defeating ruin enemies, which can recover all your health and energy. Having Primordial Water in your arsenal as your mid-match boost or a secret weapon in the final circle will surely increase your odds of victory. Lots of scorpion crates have been added to this themed mode. Defeat the golden scorpions guarding the gates and claim the valuable supplies within. Scavenging has just got a whole lot easier. The new Desert Merchant is also a good place to get supplies. Save up on shop tokens to buy combat supplies from the merchant. Not only are there random item discounts, you can also avoid having to compete with other players in advanced supply zones. That's all for this video. If you want to know more about PUBG Mobile's new game mode, please follow our official PUBG Mobile account. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Hi everyone, this is Blackpink.
We're so excited to be back in PUBG Mobile with tons of great surprises for all of you.
By the way, first ever Blackpink in-game concert will be held exclusively in PUBG Mobile starting on 22nd July. Don't forget to support us through the in-game events to unlock the exclusive Blackpink rewards and more.
Follow PUBG Mobile social for more information. 네, 너무 기쁘네요.
Come and meet us in the game. See you soon!
See you there, please!
GT Neo 3. Neo Speed awakens. Ryumi, dare to leap.
PUBG Mobile 2.1 White Paper Full Overview. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.1 is now available. After several months of hard work, we've added more fun and interesting content to the existing gameplay. At the same time, Ancient Secret Arise, which everyone has been looking forward to, has returned. Are you ready? In this video, we will be introducing the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you like them. Themed gameplay, Ancient Secret Arise. In this new version, Ancient Secret Arise has returned with improvements. It'll be launching in Erangel, Miramar, and Livik. Players can choose any of these maps in ranked mode to experience its varied content and unique performances. On Spawn Island, players will be greeted with a spectacular sense of swirling golden sand, as well as a mysterious and breathtaking sand apparition. After the match starts, the Sandstorm Zone will appear at a random place on the map. In the Sandstorm Zone, players will be able to pick up lots of supplies and a mysterious Scarab Charm. Any player who has a Scarab Charm will be able to return to the battleground after getting defeated for a set period of time. However, please note that a Recall Tower attempt will be used after activating a Scarab Charm to return to the battleground, and each player can only pick up one Scarab Charm in each match. Players can also pass through the Quicksand Path to enter the Emperor Temple. Compared to the previous Nimbus Islands of various modes, the Emperor Temple has more supplies and a much larger area. At the same time, the Sand Giant will move around the battlefield with the Ancient Secret on its back, which creates more possibilities on the battleground. Remember to watch the route on the minimap carefully so that you can jump back into the play zone if the Sand Giant leaves the play zone. The Pharaoh has prepared many trials in the depths of the Emperor Temple. Pass these trials and you will receive extra spoils. Remember, before activating the Pharaoh, it is possible for players to move freely between the Ancient Secret and the map. However, once the Pharaoh has been activated, players will no longer be able to hop onto the Ancient Secret. Other than the Emperor Temple, there are several Scarab Ruins and Jackal Ruins spread throughout the battleground. Players can go to these ruins and solve their puzzles to get crate rewards. One thing to be aware of, there are also Mummy Warriors and Guardian Beasts lurking in these ruins, so be careful at all times. Other than regular weapons and equipment, players also have a chance to get a new item called Primordial Water, which can recover all your health and energy. Lots of Scorpion crates have been added to this themed mode. Defeat the Golden Scorpions guarding the crates, and you will be able to get the valuable supplies hidden within. The new Desert Merchant is also a good place to get supplies. Save up shop tokens to buy combat supplies from the merchant, and there's even the chance of getting random discounts on items. Basic experience improvements. Besides the new mode, we've also made firearm improvements. We've slightly reduced the damage drop-off of the Uzi and Vector, slightly increased the hip-fire spread of the UMP-45, and slightly nerfed the effects of the laser sight attachment. We also raised the base damage of the Thompson SMG. At the same time, we've slightly increased its bullet speed. As for the PP-19 Bison, we've slightly increased its rate of fire to improve weapon efficiency. In the case of assault rifles, we raised the limb damage of the AKM and slightly improved its aim assist. We've also reduced the recoil of the Scar L and slightly increased the base damage and damage drop-off at longer distance of other weapons. This version also introduced the AMR, a powerful sniper rifle that can deal damage to enemies through vehicles and deal massive damage to vehicles. It takes exclusive 50 caliber rounds that are capable of striking players in vehicles. Season updates. Cycle 3 will officially start after the major version update. The C3S7 set, C3S7 parachute, and other legendary outfits will be added to the Season Rewards pack. In the new season, we've also added a season bonus point card and rating protection card that can only be used during the season to help everyone climb the ranks even faster. Individual training grounds, sound location training. In the new version, we've added a sound location training system to the training grounds. Players can use this to train their ability to locate enemies by listening to gunshot sounds and footstep sounds, which will help players become more aware of their surroundings during a match. Other updates. Other than the updates mentioned above, the PUBG Mobile x Blackpink collaboration has prepared a virtual concert for everyone. Let's all have lots of fun in the game this summer. That's all for this video. We hope that version 2.1 will give everyone a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time.
Neo Speed awakens. Ryumi, dare to leap.
PUBG Mobile 2.1 White Paper Full Overview. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.1 is now available. After several months of hard work, we've added more fun and interesting content to the existing gameplay. At the same time, Ancient Secret Arise, which everyone has been looking forward to, has returned. Are you ready? In this video, we will be introducing the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you like them. Themed gameplay, Ancient Secret Arise. In this new version, Ancient Secret Arise has returned with improvements. It'll be launching in Erangel, Miramar, and Livik. Players can choose any of these maps in ranked mode to experience its varied content and unique performances. On Spawn Island, players will be greeted with a spectacular sense of swirling golden sand, as well as a mysterious and breathtaking sand apparition. After the match starts, the Sandstorm Zone will appear at a random place on the map. In the Sandstorm Zone, players will be able to pick up lots of supplies and the mysterious Scarab Charm. Any player who has a Scarab Charm will be able to return to the battleground after getting defeated for a set period of time. However, please note that a Recall Tower attempt will be used after activating a Scarab Charm to return to the battleground, and each player can only pick up one Scarab Charm in each match. Players can also pass through the Quicksand Path to enter the Emperor Temple. Compared to the previous Nimbus Islands of various modes, the Emperor Temple has more supplies and a much larger area. At the same time, the Sand Giant will move around the battlefield with the Ancient Secret on its back, which creates more possibilities on the battleground. Remember to watch the route on the minimap carefully so that you can jump back into the play zone if the Sand Giant leaves the play zone. The Pharaoh has prepared many trials in the depths of the Emperor Temple. Pass these trials and you will receive extra spoils. Remember, before activating the Pharaoh, it is possible for players to move freely between the Ancient Secret and the map. However, once the Pharaoh has been activated, players will no longer be able to hop onto the Ancient Secret. Other than the Emperor Temple, there are several Scarab Ruins and Jackal Ruins spread throughout the battleground. Players can go to these ruins and solve their puzzles to get crate rewards. One thing to be aware of, there are also Mummy Warriors and Guardian Beasts lurking in these ruins, so be careful at all times. Other than regular weapons and equipment, players also have a chance to get a new item called Primordial Water, which can recover all your health and energy. Lots of Scorpion crates have been added to this themed mode. Defeat the Golden Scorpions guarding the crates, and you will be able to get the valuable supplies hidden within. The new Desert Merchant is also a good place to get supplies. Save up shop tokens to buy combat supplies from the merchant, and there's even the chance of getting random discounts on items. Basic experience improvements. Besides the new mode, we've also made firearm improvements. We've slightly reduced the damage drop-off of the Uzi and Vector, slightly increased the hip-fire spread of the UMP-45, and slightly nerfed the effects of the laser sight attachment. We also raised the base damage of the Thompson SMG. At the same time, we've slightly increased its bullet speed. As for the PP-19 Bison, we've slightly increased its rate of fire to improve weapon efficiency. In the case of assault rifles, we raised the limb damage of the AKM and slightly improved its aim assist. We've also reduced the recoil of the Scar L and slightly increased the base damage and damage drop-off at longer distance of other weapons. This version also introduced the AMR, a powerful sniper rifle that can deal damage to enemies through vehicles and deal massive damage to vehicles. It takes exclusive 50 caliber rounds that are capable of striking players in vehicles. Season updates. Cycle 3 will officially start after the major version update. The C3S7 set, C3S7 parachute, and other legendary outfits will be added to the season rewards pack. In the new season, we've also added a season bonus point card and rating protection card that can only be used during the season to help everyone climb the ranks even faster. Individual training grounds, sound location training. In the new version, we've added a sound location training system to the training grounds. Players can use this to train their ability to locate enemies by listening to gunshot sounds and footstep sounds, which will help players become more aware of their surroundings during a match. Other updates. Other than the updates mentioned above, the PUBG Mobile x Blackpink collaboration has prepared a virtual concert for everyone. Let's all have lots of fun in the game this summer. That's all for this video. We hope that version 2.1 will give everyone a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time.
Sejauh mana Unlimited boleh pergi? Selamat datang ke The Unlimited Theory. Jamal suka main game. Jadi, kami nak tengok berapa lama dia boleh main game dengan plan Unlimited Yoodo.
Weh, satu game lagi? Bila nak habis?
Yoodo Unlimited. Ubah soal segalanya, tiada batasan.
Welcome to the Friday run of the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. It's your boy here, Contra, and also Keith to join along as your casters for the entirety of the evening. And let's see who will be the one to take home all the glory by the end of our Friday. So, Keith, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling very happy because, for one reason, it is TGIF Friday, although we'll be spending the time here. But secondly, a little bit sad because it's our last day.
It's our last day.
Contra and myself, this is our last day here on the desk before we pass you over to the fantastic duo that is Choo Choo and Sir Cloud. But hey, it's been quite the run, 1 week plus. It's a lot of airtime, that is. And frankly, it's getting pretty tired as well. So, blessing and a curse at the same time.
But then again, the week will run right through. There's still many more matches to go because this show will continue on. And speaking of which, of course, we got to thank all you guys. And on top of that, we have to thank our partners for making all of this possible. First and foremost, of course, we'd like to thank our official smartphone partners. And that is Realme with the GT Neo 3. Neo Speed Awakens.
Yes, go check these phones right now. It's probably the last time, throughout the whole day, that you're going to hear us say it. Go check it out. Dual chipset, MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G. I don't even need the notes anymore. It's all ingrained in my head.
Throw it away.
Yeah, throw it away. Okay, we've got a display dedicated chipset here, which brings you power efficiency, an immersive gaming experience, and I guess a seamless gameplay.
True.
Yeah, that is true. And if you've already gotten yourself a phone, I guess my guy right here had to sneeze. That's why he was holding the thought in. You sign up as well for Yoodo here to give yourself a little bit of an edge out there in the market, because while everyone's concerned about paying their bills while they grind in the hours, you can put in the hours without the extra cost.
That's right. And of course, you could basically play PUBG Mobile for absolutely free of charge. You don't have to worry about all these heathen charges out there by the end of your month and you see this bill rolling out there. No, it's not going to ever happen when you switch to Yoodo today. So make sure you scan that QR code. It's going to happen in between games as well. If you miss that chance, so for us to, of course, welcome you guys who are brand new to the league, this is the schedule as well as the format for the country league itself.
Yes, just to run you through, since this is week number 3, we are going towards the end of the country league. 5 matches a day, another 5 on the play today, but come Sunday, top 12 will get to play an extra map to get in the extra points. That is happening in Livik. And the top 16 will advance towards the country finals, in which they will play 6 matches a day, and the top 7 will make it, or at least have a chance towards the C Championship, with the top 4 obviously qualifying, and then the rest of that has a chance to play in through the C play-ins.
That's right, and this is the point system that we've been using for the entirety of the year, where the winner chicken dinner will reward the first place team with 15 points, 12 points for second place, as you see the number, -2 all the way down into 7th place. 8 to 12 will be walk away with only a single point, meanwhile 13 to 16 will walk away with none. And there's only going to be elimination points to add up to the points that they can get in the round. And they're all fighting for that whopping $150,000 US.
150,000! If you had that cash, what would you do?
I'll buy myself a car.
Well, Koenigsegg, I'll tell you more about that.
I'm not sure if it's enough to buy a Koenigsegg, to be honest.
But it will be enough for these players here, especially with the currency exchange. This is the bonus point in which at the end of the week, based on their rankings in the overall, they will get remunerated with 20 points at number 1 and tapers down all the way to a single-digit point at number 1, at number 20 here actually. What am I saying? 1 point at number 20. Clear enough. And we will get onto the league bonus. That one's happening based on the overall league stage, and it carries on to the country finals and give you a little bit of edge. So GEEK Fam right now looking fairly strong with the head start that they have built.
That's right. Each group has their own superstars. Here in Group A, we've seen Bosskurr this week really rolling up a storm alongside with Team Secret as well. Meanwhile, we have Group B with GEEK Fam definitely being the boss of the entirety of the showdown throughout the weeks. Meanwhile, in Group C, we have Tabah NSEA that has been able to hold their own. Same goes to RSG climbing up the ladders. Meanwhile, in Group D, definitely Genexus is the prime contender against GEEK Fam for those PMGC points. And last but not least, Group E, we have 7-9. But there we have head-to-head between two members of Bosskurr that's been popping off throughout the show.
Yeah, insane stuff. This week 3 has been nothing but a Bosskurr show here. Showing up big time, especially with these names on board. Aboy and Asfar, they have been pulling in the numbers, and we can see right now, I think Bosskurr had 2 chicken dinners in day number 1. Day number 2, they have 2 of their own, I think, or somewhat similar. I think it was just good games, but it felt like they had 2 chicken dinners, at least with the accumulation of points.
Yeah.
Now comes day number 3. Are they going to continue steamrolling the entire competition, or will they finally run out of gas?
As much as we see those 2 names on the head-to-head, another player that we also have to look out for is Zigzag, because he's definitely the one that has been able to hold them all together with a lot of long-range shots and a lot of important pickups in order for them to win those team fights from far range. And Asfar basically goes into clean up shop, going up close range most of the time. And Aboy, he's basically a jack of all trades, and he definitely mastered a couple things.
Yeah, jack of all trades and master at some too. That's how you know this is the recipe for destruction. However though, just like how mastery goes, it takes a while for them to actually get their full grasp on the subject or topic. And that's why maybe only in week 3 we're seeing the Bosskurr coming out the way they did.
And of course, we still have GEEK Fam here, who's also never left the block of being top 1 and top 2 in the radius. But with Bosskurr's performance, they are being pushed down and they find themselves a brand new competitor. So this race for week 3 is between them as well as Bosskurr. Meanwhile, Genexus needs to step up in order to at least claim back some points.
Yeah, very dangerous now for Genexus, actually threading in pretty, what's the word here? Shallow waters, I think, because look at them. They were on a strong start. Comes week number 2. They overtook GEEK Fam in the PMGC points. Right now, that gap is being built with match after match, especially yesterday where they did not really have a great game at all.
Yeah, that is what it seems to be. Meanwhile, if we look at the bonus rankings accumulated for the past 2 weeks, GEEK Fam is still number 1. Meanwhile, 7-9 is trailing behind with 5 points of difference, tied in with Dingoz. Whereas, as for Genexus, they climb into the 4th spot, just 1 point above Team Secret, and Tabah NSEA is also tied with Team Secret to make up the top 5, top 6. However, with Bosskurr now coming in hot, I believe if they do snap that 20-pointer, they could easily be right above GEEK Fam if they do it well enough.
Yeah, top 3, top 5, still very possible for Bosskurr, thanks to consistency alone. But let's take a look at the weekly ranking so far. Team Bosskurr ahead of the pack, 20 points, 21 to be exact. But hey, let's just round things off because we're bad at math. GEEK Fam coming in at 123. 4 rivals almost joining the triple-digit club here at 91. 7-9 at 82, right next to NC, Axis, and Team Secret. Like you said, 4 to 7 still very interchangeable, and that means that they are not safe right now. Genexus finds themselves in 10th place, not really the start they're hoping for.
Yeah, and we're also seeing VIP, DVD holding up just fine now within the top 8 and top 9. Whereas as for Team Hawk, at least they're in the safe spot for now with 55 points. But Yoodo Alliance, MAB, SMG, they're also chasing in. MUGEN currently at 17. And who they have to beat? That's Dingoz here. which I would say there's still a lot of work to be done as we take a look at the league bonus rankings. I think this is where it's the most important. Now, Genexus is just 1 point shy of Genexus, but then, sorry, GEEK fan, excuse me. And same could be said about Sem9. So this was for the previous week, if we recall, and there's a lot of things that they really have to factor in to add up to those points in order to make to the top 16, because SMG barely making the cut, Farang, HYVE, HomeBois, as well as MUGEN now currently in the red. What must they do to get out of that rut?
I can only say one thing, but it's easier said than done. Play a better game, I guess. I don't know, man. There are pros out there, and I guess at this point you might as well just try everything you haven't yet already, which is exactly what Crit VIP is coming in with week number 3, starting to be the aggressors instead of, you know, someone who holds compound very well. And same can be said with MUGEN, who's trying new tactics. However, they're still down in the bottom, so I guess not much can be said there. But this is the teams to focus on as we get into the first map of the day. That's happening over in Sanhok. GEEK Fam, Bosskurr, SMG, and Axis consistently having the better average in this map. And so here they are up across the board. I know Axis snuck their way there just because they like to play the healing game.
Yeah, on top of the healing game, I believe that they've also tried multiple avenues when it comes down to sending some players in to take up fights. So we'll see whether or not can SMG actually get a chicken dinner in this round itself. But I do have a very different prediction for this matchup here. I'll talk about it in a while. We start off with Sanhok, move over to 2 matches of Angle before we close off the night with double Miramar. So this is how it's going to run on the weekdays, but on the weekend, on Sunday night, there will be an extra round of Livik to be played out.
Livik. Love it or hate it, well, that's up for you to decide here. Personally, I think it's a bit too slow, despite how small the map is. Everyone's just playing a bit more hesitant, but towards the last few circles, actually after 3 circles in, things gets faster. So honestly, I like it, but it feels like kind of an arcade game at that point. Now, things that you should know here in PUBG Mobile, great stuff. Starting things off, it is the Royal Pass M13 Mecha Sanctum set out for you to grind in the game itself. Just purchase the pass, start your hours, grind it, put them in, because you know what they say, good things don't come easy, and well, you're gonna have to make some sacrifice, and that is socially, if you're gonna try and get this awesome
I don't feel like there's any sacrifice. It's a win-win condition, right? Like, you're already playing the game, might as well get something out of it. So yeah, you can also get yourself the brand new collaboration between PUBG Mobile as well as Koenigsegg, and you can go vroom vroom with this hypercars out here, and it is the Koenigsegg Jesko as well as Gamera that you could get in the game itself. The Koenigsegg 1 has arrived at PUBG Mobile, and of course, it's waiting for you to unlock those car keys.
I mean, yeah, it is. They are waiting for you, but, you know, it goes down again. You're going to have to make sacrifices to get those cars. But right now, this is something that's worth dying for. It is the new axe suit that's coming. I actually don't know if it's worth dying for you, because we don't really know, but you have to follow PUBG Mobile if you want to. Right, this is the tease. This is the part in which you probably don't like me teasing things, but hey, I have no info about it too. But it looks awesome on the posters, and so you could probably imagine the product to match up with the hype and marketing.
That's right. And I mean, there's a lot of ancient power that you could basically behold and just be bestowed on when you basically equip yourself with the X suit. So now, I believe it's about time we go for predictions.
Yes, I will bestow my chicken dinner on the...
Oh,
my God. Okay. You copied me this time around.
No.
You came in late.
I only allowed you to say it first.
No, you came in late today. I was here before you were. They got my predictions earlier.
I mean, Bosskurr is looking really good. Yeah. So I don't think that there's any excuse for them to drop the ball out of nowhere, heading to the weekend, and Sanhok is definitely their map to take. They take really strong fights. They don't hang around the circle that much, and I think that this game plan's working out.
Yeah, whatever you said, because I mean, you supported the team that I did, and on average, Sanhok is Bosskurr's best map, I would say. Although that is kind of a far stretch or a blanket statement to say, because there's not many Sanhok map in a day to actually create a pool of statistics, right?
That's true.
But with the given information, I think Bosskurr on Sanhok is scary, and based on what we saw for the past 2 days now, this team is just taking fights like nobody else's business, and they're coming out on top of those fights, which is the more important part of the equation. So I think Bosskurr might just start things off with another chicken dinner.
Yeah, it feels like they're the aboriginals of Sanhok themselves. Like they know every nook and cranny. They know when exactly to move into the high hills or high and low ground. Like, positioning is key inside of Sanhok, and therefore I think Bosskurr could basically nail this one in the back, but who's to say that other teams won't be able to snatch it away, right? And you know, for once in the season, we finally align our thoughts together. Like, a couple of other seasons, we're like, nah, this team, that team.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. But I still can't get over the fact that they're aboriginals right now, which means that makes every other teams out there the intruder, or what is it? Visitors, unwanted visitors, illegal aliens. I guess
tourists.
Geek fam.
Tourists.
Geek fam, UI.
Some of them are just
alien.
tourists. They're just here for a while and then they get out of the map.
Oh yeah, because the one who gets chicken dinner stays in. Yeah,
right.
You're right. Yeah, that makes sense.
And nobody else is welcome for dinner.
But you know, I like the whole idea of UI from Bigatron Red aliens becoming illegal aliens. Yeah, well, we'll bypass that one because in 10 seconds the flight shall commence. So if you haven't taken your break into the washroom, your time to do it is right now. Get yourself refreshed. In front of you, drinks, food, whatever you may be. But time is a go as we're flying over onto Sanhok.
Well, I'm not too sure if I want to go to the washroom right now, but I can. We got a match here to cast here on the Friday night. And of course, thank you for joining us. You guys could be anywhere out there, but you guys are staying along. So let this be a great game, I hope, as we have this flight coming in from the northern side as it cuts through Khao Tatmok all the way into Ban Thai. So Temnai, they will get their drop into the Alpha Islands. They can take over Hatin if they want to, as Team Secret will be moving into the direct Alpha camp. And we see HomeBois also having a little bit of a similar thought to basically take a playbook out of Semnai. The way that they've been dropping is sending one member up those hills. 6 on the south side, but inside of the camp, it's MAB versus Team Hawk. And well, oh well, the Battle Royale gets more exciting from here.
Yeah, no wonder. Yeah, 2 teams over in boot camp because Genexus isn't playing, and now these 2 have to settle the scores. Obviously, historically, MAB comes out the better fighters. Team Hawk, they're great at holding compounds though, and right now, with 2 of these teams occupying the compounds first, which side is it going to go? We'll have to see this one play out. Damn Cutie spraying forward already, dealing some sort of damage onto MAB. Nothing too lethal as of yet, but they're all in the same compound. Team Hawk has sent 1 member to come in with the cover fire from flank side.
They spot Damn Cutie out. Maki quickly pulls out the UMP. Doesn't seem he have much resources to work with, but he has just about enough with a weapon in hand, a helmet as well as the vest. Though he could basically use a better helmet though. Now he finds a little bit more resources on the lower side of the camp, as that allows him ample space to rotate about than to be stuck by the corner wall. Finds another DBS that could be put into good use, but he opts not to. So UMP as well as the Thompson is what he's working with. And you can see that MAB kind of respectful of their grounds here, just holding back the rest of Team Hawk. And both sides still on the horseshoe of the camp. Well, that's what I like to call it. So, Camper just running around. It's going to be a little bit of difficulty for Team Hawk as they are just by the edges here. On the top floor, trying to spot C2K out. And Maki tries to prime a little bit of Molotov to see whether he can get them burnt out. Still very early to feel burnt out, though.
Yeah, but Iftar has got an idea. He's been scouting this window for the longest of time, and I think Kemper was just willy-nilly passing by the area a number of times. So he has a clue, but can he do anything with it? At this point, Team Hawk do not have the info, since everyone's just well behind doors. I'm sure they knew where Iftar was because he was giving out some suppressive fire, but look at that. MAB They're the ones operating with some sort of knowledge here, and already in position is Maki. On the flank side, does not see them though, because they're all crouching. And, well, they're gonna hold this stalemate for a couple while longer.
I feel like eventually we'll have to call it a truce if they can't end it in within another 2 minutes. Because they're all sharing the spoils, which they don't enjoy sharing the loots from. And Seed, he's not going to let them compromise this era camper coming really close at the edges of the wall. Doesn't seem like either sides have any grenades to toss at the moment. That could easily start off the ignition of the fight. Meanwhile, the standstill will continue until this pickoff comes in from C2K. Oh, Zully, he's got the nades.
He's got one, and I think it's going to go waste here. Iftar dodged that one in time. And so now everyone is left with 0 utilities, except Calamity. He's cooking one up. But do they know the area of Team Hawk? They do not have much for sure. So if it does go into a 4v4 battle with guns, then this is as fair as things get in terms of trading mechanically.
It's so close, though. Knowing for the fact that Zully might possibly be on top of the roof, but he's just by the staircases. Not going to land any sort of damages all across. It's quite the classic bootcamp scenario that you get, except for the fact that public players, they're a little bit more rowdy. They'll just run out in the open, just come charging at him. So that's going to be a standstill. So we move forward to another team. So let's see what HYVE International can come up with when they do lock horns with the rest of 4 rivals. Oh, casualty here as MAB, they will get an eye for an eye. 2 members being knocked out from the side of both teams. And that's another shot of the DBS. Out of nowhere, Team Hawk crosses through. And MAB wins it all the trade. Iftar with the first blood and all 4 points garnered. Iftar will save the day.
Like I said, man, historically, MAB usually comes out on top. Team Hawk, they're maybe good at holding the compounds, but right now, the compound was already breached from the get-go, and it goes down to the technicalities of things and the mechanics of individual players, and that will go to the side of MAB. Meanwhile, Bosskurr, though, boy, the star player, take it out real soon. Zigzag trades one, refragged that, but now HomeBois, they're at the bottom of the pack here, trying to inch in with whatever points they can try and get. He's low. He's going to go in with the swing. Actually takes him down. Can he maybe clutch this thing out against the rest of the members? But he will not. HomeBois will be left unpunished here as they go in with the pickup. Or I say that because Bosskurr now makes a rotation in, spots him out through the window. Did not clip though. So Bosskurr still pretty healthy to take on this compound fight. Trix is there. They're going in as duos. Bosskurr, crossfires, but not catching on to anyone just yet.
And more of these members are coming right in. They're going to be coming out there with a big grenade being lobbed into the shack. And Trix, he needs to provide backup instantly. Zigzag's still alive. He's just going to be limping for now. Asper getting clipped by that Molotov, and this is where they're going to unleash the nade. That's going to clip a little bit of damage. It seems like it's not. Holding right back. Asper knows that he's cooking one up. HomeBois, they're winning this trade, though. A lot of damage being done.
I thought it was denied at the points, but still HomeBois secured that too, despite a friendly fire of nade. But that nade was perfect. Ayman instead, the one falling down, and HomeBois suddenly bottom of the pack, going against the top of the table right now. But it's a 1-man left standing here.
GEEK fam now walks to the crosshair of HYVE International. 4th row, immediately goes in for a pickup. And that's going to be 2 members down. Vigor assisting perfectly, knocking down 2 of the top fraggers of GEEK fam. There's still Micah on the lower side. And GEEK fam, they get demolished by HYVE International. All 4 points in the back for the Philippines.
Oh my God, HYVE just absolutely stepping up their game here.
What's going on in this match?
I know. All the top teams dropping like flies. If Bosskurr would bow out, GEEK fam's going to be happy about that because then no one at the top echelon is actually creating gaps further than it needs to already be. 20 points different. Maybe now about 20, 23. But still, the game is pretty much in the favor of Bosskurr at number 1. We have now, this is the chance for 4 rivals to actually come in with points of their own and maybe creep into and take over the top tier dogs.
Oh, here comes 4 rivals crashing in as if it wasn't enough for HomeBois. Oh boy. And it couldn't get any worse, but he makes the better trade overall, dropping that grenade right outskirts. Happy trying to throw one back.
Oh
now
my
Crate's
god.
coming in. There's still a member on top of the kill. Jumper trying to assist. Tom so low, but he can't do anything about it. He gets the knock against Appy though. 1 versus 4, and he does it.
And he's going to heal himself back up to 100% with no pushes coming out here. Oh, immediately Tom exposed himself. Jumper now has to get out of his comfort zone. They have to run him down, and they will, and go pick up the rest of the members here before they get clipped down by Bosskurr as far in the area. He is a sole survivor here. I'm not sure if he actually wants to approach this with aggression.
And it's still astonishing how these sort of interference comes in, and even 4Rivals being put a dent in those sort of skirmishes. They did walk away with 3-pointers though. Now looking like the best team possible to take the chicken dinner away. Bosskurr having a prediction hope still alive at the very least, with only Asper left. Now back to MAB. After finishing that fight in boot camp, they're looking for more. They spot out Boki, quickly going out with a knock. Calamity with making it quick work. And it seems like the drama is not finished yet for 4Rivals. As for when does he choose to chime in?
Well, he has to choose his moments really, really perfectly here, because any sort of a misplay or bad judgment could cost Bosskurr an entire ranking points, in which he is still very, very much in position to claim for himself. So if I was him, I'd probably let 4Rivals just run loose, but there's a chance that 4Rivals might just break into his current compound here. And he'll be forced to address them nonetheless. But let's take a look at the circle now, closing towards Paradise Resort. Well, it wouldn't be such a paradise no more if all the bloodbath is going to taint the walls of this historical location.
Yeah, Dingoz just being the receptionist inside of Paradise Resort. Meanwhile, everybody's coming in from the back door instead. So I'm not too certain whether or not can they actually contest against teams like Tabah NSEA, who's looking dominant inside of Sanhok as well. So far, if HYVE International, MAB could basically crush all these teams over, I think that there's highly likely a chance that even Tabah NSEA, a top team like that, will falter.
Yeah, Tabah NSEA, they've had dominant runs yesterday though. We saw, I mean, it was a Sosnovka circle in which they capitalized and played it perfectly, trying to push uphill against RSG, and actually won that push. And right now, if they were looking to break into a top 1 position, it's still very doable. So far, 81 points. The difference isn't that ridiculous, especially with 4 games to play today and about 8 over the weekend, potentially even 5. No, 8, 9 over the weekend.
So many.
with Livik coming in, right? So this is why we're here. We're not doing the math. But hey, you know who is doing the math over at Yoodo? I don't know. Why don't you scan and find out? But one thing's for sure, they might have gotten the equation wrong, because you're getting away with free data just to play PUBG Mobile.
Free data. You heard us right. I mean, that's not robbery. It's charity. I mean, they're just so generous with everything, and even PUBG Mobile is with a lot of giveaways throughout, the finals usually. So make sure you follow PUBGMobile.esports.my to receive the latest updates. You can also follow PUBG Mobile Esports SG as well as the Philippines. That's on Instagram. There's also TikTok, as they are our official live stream partners. So let's take a look at Farang still, as they have not left this compound. RSG, coming in from the hills, will have a little bit more of a blockade. So it's going to be pretty tough for them to cross over into the northern side of the map. Meanwhile, Circle is still within grasp. So RSG, honestly, ain't too worried. Especially now they've been doing a lot of switches into the roster. This time around, it's going to be Kim that won't be playing inside this map. Ranger is still in. Oh, Mince. Trying to mince them all up.
Yeah, mince meat. They will become here, but actually not. They made their way across the map. Crit VIP, though, tanking the blue for a pretty long time now. Surely they've probably given the meds on the way of Insomnus, and this is why RSG had to stop Farang Guerilla. They addressed the threat here, And RSG, they're not one to cower away. They will turn their attentions and choose to fight. They woke up today and chose violence.
That's true. And Farang, they're just trying to get these aim line towards Luke. At least with all that information available, Farang could still fight through, but now that RSG is ahead of them, they're trying to do a reverse Uno card. And Farang eventually has to leave that vicinity. How are they supposed to do that?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this tactic play out. NC against Axis yesterday in Miramar. NC bypassed the likes of Axis, ended up gatekeeping Axis, and Axis just found themselves in a terrible position, getting shredded down. And so I think maybe they recognize the position they're in. Farang will choose to find a different entry if that is the case here. They could still swing towards south. It's pretty much open there, but it's a long travel. Not yet in the blue, so I think they can tank it for the time being. But where is Crit VIP, who is in the blue?
Still in the blue, probably on the west end corner of the map. So that's going to take quite a while for them to make it in, or are they even in this matchup? I didn't even see them.
That's my point, right?
Throughout the rest of the game.
They're
just being very sneaky right now. As you can see, Crit VIP is now currently in the blue as they are highlighted in green. And if they're not, it's red. Just for common knowledge, if it's not common enough.
I mean, color association isn't a common
What
thing.
if they're colorblind, though?
Exactly, so...
Then I gotta find, like, if this is a tetra or... There's many different types of colorblind, you know?
Well, we don't have the time in the day for now. You guys, if you want to increase your knowledge, do so. Find out the varying degrees of color blindness. Right now, we will be looking at the color green
by the way.
instead. With Dingoz, who has red on the emblem, in case you have no idea. Just trying to be inclusive here.
Yeah, and there's one thing that we can't do here in the studio, which is to wear green.
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel jealous. Like, I can't wear a Four Rivals jersey into the studio. I can't wear some of these jerseys into the studio, in fact. And of course, we're not trying to be biased or anything. No, there are hot favorites in the tournament. So Blanks, now still lurking, waiting for the next team to ambush. And they have basically marked down players of GEEK Fam. It's so good, we have to look at it again, because HYVE International, they basically have this perfect setup, possibly have planned it through today, and the stars have aligned. This could be a really good matchup for HYVE International to close off with a chicken dinner, I hope.
That'll be actually a good news. That'll be their second chicken dinner, and they're making at least a mark for the Filipino squad here. Yeah, they're always good to make history, be it small or on a global scale. History is history.
That's right, and I'm also waiting for the first chicken dinner coming out of MUGEN. Meanwhile, they're definitely not playing inside of the standout matchup. But upcoming games, yes indeed. I hope that we'll get to see it, as Team Secret takes it really slowly from the northwestern corner of the map. Meanwhile, not accompanied by anyone out there. Not too sure if they're feeling all too lonely, but hey, if you're feeling lonely, just come join us here on this live stream. We'll talk to you.
Will you? You're just giving them false hope, right? not that they'd be interested to talk to.
Right.
That's why we're putting it out there. We know you're not gonna take up on that offer. Big brains plays.
Maybe you're just speaking for yourself. Anyway,
no, I'm pretty sure.
Finally, we see Crit VIP here on our screen, but maybe
not for long.
Thankfully, they still survive out of that spray. Olio did a little bit of damage to XAMZ, and they're still driving forward, now into the crosshairs of potentially SMG.
Well, I mean, going up against SMG, I guess it's the best case of scenario. They are a team who is still trying to figure out in terms of consistency, although we know that they were strong before. I'm talking about right now, they're not looking that like they're in their best form, and so Crit VIP can count their blessing if they're going to take a fight against SMG, rather than Dingoz, who's right now going to come in from the northern side.
Oh.
And that's going to be far too much of a task to handle here. But we did see Creed VIP coming in with more aggression in week 3. Maybe, just maybe, they can keep them at whole.
And Creed VIP, with the 3 members still inside of the play area, they're about to ambush Dingoz, as you said. So here comes the big nade. Tossed in by Fredo. Alerts Flax is like, yep, you will eventually have to leave the grasses. So rush. He's just calm. No rush intended. Oh, this is a big one though. Just passes by the head of Flax. Doesn't seem like he was even worried about that. Goodness gracious.
I mean, he's flexible. He'll be okay. He'll adapt to the situation here. I don't know, that was a bad transition right there.
There's a reason why that
please
you guys are
come
coming
over
in tomorrow.
Take over.
Take over, please. I can't stand this guy no longer. Vigor now gets a pickup. Meanwhile, Eisen gets a shot as well. First blood for Team Secret for their opening match. As NC loses 1 member out there, Maki also getting shot by HYVE International. And that's also going to be Seed. This fight continues on, and HYVE International goes on the streak. 5 dominating streak, and they take out the rest of MAB. Wait, there's still 1 more left, I think.
Forget about 5. They got 7 kills in the bag right now. It's a little bit iffy with the nominations here, but hey, Dingoz now going up against Sem9. Sem9 who has got the top spot, but he took Adips down, and right now Dingoz going in fairly aggressive. Gets punished though. A bit too far forward, but Putra's right there. Just the timing. If only he went in for the actual peak, that could have been Putra on his last legs here, but now they will reset themselves. Sem9 only losing 1 member so far, and still have 3 more to shoot back. But meanwhile, Yoodo Alliance Helton goes up against XMZ from Crit VIP.
Yeah, Millie goes in for a turn, seems like. And what I like about Paradise Resort is that it looks exactly like a maze while there are still so many fights going through. Dingoz finds one through the top of the roof. Sem9 now having members depleted, but Depp will cover fire, gets 1 member back. And Depp just hugging by the corner, and it doesn't seem like he has much left to offer. That grenade comes right through, but Ate doesn't care. There's nowhere to hide for Sem9.
Yeah, wiped out clean. It is Sem9, the Tigers over here in Paradise. At least they fell down in Paradise, so that's not the worst way to go down.
Is there a pina colada to go alongside with it?
Maybe, maybe. If you get the reference, then you know you know. Otherwise, we're not going to explain it here. It's a kid's game, but
It's a kid's game, though. There's so many of all these players. You're almost reaching the 30s.
They're shooting paintballs at each other.
Okay.
So that qualifies it to the kids game. But Dingoz right now has still not out of the fire just yet. Have to push into circle. SMG currently the only one, and they could look to gatekeep the rest of the teams from Paradise from pushing away in. Crit VIP, only 2 members left. Playing a passive game again. But man, that stunt coming out from Dingoz, definitely A1.
That definitely is a donut spin that we did not expect inside of Sanok. Now they're stuck behind the rock in the hard place, though, with Drax looking upon them. RG bows out 11 plays, only 1 elimination points, while 4 rivals still trying to stop teams coming inwards, and that's going to be Yoodo Alliance being hauled back. Happy on top of the hill. Somehow you get there with the buggy, and now with another few members of 4 rivals putting in the points in, they are matching up to HYVE International now with their own 7 points. But Shinzi goes down. SMG, they're the ones that will have to draw blood here if they want to defend this compound.
Like I said, they've got the easier task here. They were already within circle, just needed to gatekeep all the entire traffic from Paradise, at least the eastern side, and they're going to be able to do so, especially with this compound here. But they might be upset that if the teams coming in from the northern end can make their way and sneak their way across. I believe that is Team Secret.
Yeah, and to my surprise, Crit VIP, having Insomnus not being able to heal up, gets taken down in between all those scuffles on the outskirts. Now, within that circle, though, it has to be SMG to basically huck right in. Edo10 getting spotted out. Vigor tries to go in for the revive as Team Secret comes in with a long-range tap. They're playing slowly, and they can actually infiltrate into the corners of SMG.
HYVE 9 kills.
Best performance thus far for HYVE.
Yeah, best performance. I mean, if they can end it up with a chicken dinner, that will make things even better. 4Rivals has got 10 of their own. It's insane. This team, again, just seemingly popping off when it matters the most. And right now, it's looking like their game here as Dingoz now gets taken out by 4Rivals. Sticky situation. 2 members already eliminated. Not yet, actually. Down on their knees, not eliminated. But at this point, this close to the circle, that is HYVE instead. 1 member, Vigor, gets blown up on the back end. And 4Rivals has only 3 to play with. 2 active, 1 more on his knees.
Yeah, they just have to play a little bit passive, but Edo10 doesn't plan to stop from here. He's fine. He's finding himself eye shots, just proning on his knees, while Fredo knows that there's still 1 HYVE member out there on the run, but Jump Burrow will secure it.
12 kills for the Rivals themselves. And now HYVE down at 5th place, 10 eliminations, still very respectable though. Meanwhile, SMG, again, with the impenetrable fortress that they have occupied, will be able to shoot down the competition before they're pressured out of it. And it looks like they might have to leave this compound sooner than later. But it is Team Secret now who gatekeep them from entry.
Big nades coming out of SMG. They've been holding these stocks for the longest of time. Team Secret now tries to clip them with the Molotov. Goes a little bit far wide. Izing got the DBS ready. Perfect for its compound fight. 4Rivals finding it difficult to make an entry though. But as long as Team Secret as well as SMG are fully occupied, they stand a really good chance here to basically cut right through. So let's see if he can basically pin anyone down. Jumper coming from the back. Drax might have spotted him out. Damage being done.
Yeah, but he spotted out Drax too, so now the location has been revealed and they know,
by the
windows! He actually gets that one out. Fast reaction coming out from 4Rivals, and this is why nobody rivals them in terms of firepower here, but SMG, they got the numbers. Firepower can only do so much, but right now you're pressured in the zone and you're going in. Jumper tries to spray through this ledge. He will go down instead here, but 4Rivals, they're not giving up the hunt. Pumburu, he's right up there, facing up SMG face front, and Team Secret coming in from the side, flanking the likes of SMG.
And there goes most of the members of SMG. Now it's only Yoodo Alliance as well. Team Secret fights their way through, and eventually will close out with the chicken dinner with only a member out of Yoodo, just healing by the outskirts. It's only 1 final pack, so Olayo will just spray up in the air, and this is as best as it could get. So let's see that dance as he helps celebrate Team Secret's success.
Witness me, they said, Olayo, as he sprays a can of silver over his teeth and take 1 L for the entire team, but still a big victory overall, securing that 2nd place. Team Secret, on the other hand, finding themselves with another chicken dinner after yesterday's chicken dinner in, I believe it was Erangel, not too sure. And then they came in the next day, the next map came in at 0 eliminations at 16th place. This time around, redeemed again. And congratulations, Team Secret.
Congratulations, Team Secret. It's been a long time coming, and they've been waiting for this moment here inside of Sana, making it their first chicken dinner for this week itself. And actually, they
have another chicken dinner yesterday, but this one, the first one in Sana.
Okay, first one in Sana. That's all that we can get out of that. So hopefully more to come out of Team Secret here as they're still chasing into the top. So all this work from the northern end, you saw, taking that slow approach has been worthwhile for the team.
Worthwhile indeed, man. And just when the hopes were a bit wavered here, they come in strong, reinstate that hope to once again see the all-seeing eye play in at such a pristine level. And they still have a chance. Remember, country finals is the top 16 who will get to play, and the top 7 move on to C. And they're looking like they're starting to rev their engines up to make it there.
And of course, we start off with quite the fight inside of boot camp there. MAB crashes through against the members of Team HYVE, who was supposedly one of the kings of boot camp. And then there goes this, HomeBois having that fight against 2 to 3 teams in that one compound. But HYVE International, this was their pop-up moment, and they basically rally up the storm, taking down GEEK fam, and also MAB in the process.
Yeah, they had a great start though, MAB and Team HYVE. It was neck and neck, but unfortunately, no victor to come out from that one. Meanwhile, HYVE best run they've had so far. Look at how they clean up the rest of MAB. Coming from the B line as well. HYVE was just perfectly positioned there to take in that fight.
Yeah, we definitely want to see a lot more of this in the upcoming rounds coming out of the Filipino representatives. And Farang Guerilla, though they were basically trying to gatekeep teams from moving inwards, they were also being played by other teams when they tried to push forward, especially by 4Rivals. And VIP doesn't seem like they had any chance to even move in. And all thanks to 4Rivals that was so resilient throughout the match, making it to the top 3 at the very least.
4Rivals is definitely insane. The biggest winner here, coming out at, I think, 3rd place, but 14 eliminations might just put them at #1 in terms of the total points accumulated in this one Sanhok map. Let's take a look soon enough on how much that points is going to be. I believe maybe 24.
24 is possible.
Wait, no, they're 3rd place, so it's not 10 points, right? Wait, it is 10 points.
It is 10 points.
On top of the 14 eliminations, that should put them at 24. Looking higher than they would with Team Secret.
Well, it's still a really huge win for the team overall, and Team Secret now please claws their way back up. It's been a little bit shaky for the team, but we know that they've always had that championship mentality that they will definitely fight tooth and nail for every single point, especially this being one of the final weeks here in the league. We need to emphasize that teams out there that are still fighting to make it to the top 16, like HYVE International, they're now basically making a breakthrough.
Yeah, that is the definite goal for those down in the bottom or second draft, just to make it in the top 16. Why? Because they will have a chance yet again comes the country final. Things will be resetted, and sure, some people are going to start with bonus points to lead the pack, but that is not so significant. Rather than not qualifying in at all, right? I'll deal with the additional bonus points some other team has got ahead of me. I'll make the difference, but first, give me the chance into the country final.
Yeah, and they're basically paving their way, and we definitely hope to see HYVE International and even perhaps MUGEN, or should I even say HomeBois? I feel like HomeBois, other than the first week, you know, past week, it doesn't seem like they were even online. Third week, kind of the same story.
I think, yeah, since week #1, I think they're hype. They haven't been on a good note. I would say that much, right? Because we don't really know what's happening with the team, or maybe they're trying some new strategy a little bit too late to experiment here in the tournament. But there's also a million different factors when it comes to PUBG Mobile. However, that is me going on an optimism standpoint. But if I'm being pessimistic, if you're consistently down at bottom, then something must be consistently wrong.
Yeah, and I feel like it's probably an internal conflict that's plaguing them right now, because we know that they've been playing so many seasons now. We understand what they really have to offer, and it's not like these players are considered washed up, you know, like Trix is a good shot caller. I would say the same about Iron Pro, where they have what it takes to basically frag out, but they're doing neither of it. So that begs the question, like, what really is the core of the problem?
Yeah, and they're also like core teams in this region, right? If you're talking about like last season where we had, last 2 seasons where we had someone like NSP Astra from the community team who's first time in PMPL, and that was the result they get. I understand, but this is HomeBois, and we all know they've got what it takes.
Yep, and overall, it's 4Rivals, like you said, here in the top of the match rankings, as they are the #1 team without the chicken dinner, and only 1 point short is Team Secret, which they got 6 frags, and HYVE International on #3. I believe that a lot of all the PH fans are proud of their performance here, making into the top 3, of course, with Yoodo Alliance as well as SMG, both tied, and I could, of course, cut SMG some slack because they did last very long in this fight.
Yeah, I think the biggest winner right now has to be Yoodo Alliance, because they've already lost the 2 members so earlier on. Because of 1 member who played the healing game, you could argue and say that that 1 member just gave them 12 placement points.
That's true. Yeah. And of course, it's going to be Jumper there, which we saw the fight that he brought out, even though he was in the blue zone. He pinned down at least a good 2 members out there, and he secured about 3.9 MVP points. That's a whole lot of points out there, with 822 damage being done and doing a contribution, points of 32%.
Yeah, definitely good to see his face up across the board again. I mean, I think it was just like week number 2, we were questioning the momentum of 4 Rivals, especially from week number 1, but here they are, slowly making their way back up to the top, and as we speak, stalemate, but joins in the triple digits. It is 4 Rivals with 113 of the total points. Bosskurr and GEEK Fam will somewhat maintain their status quo because they were both out a little fairly earlier than they'd expect. So 148 and 123 is the goal to beat. 4 Rivals looking very bright in taking over.
That's right. On top of that, for the Team Secret, they are on the 4th place and they are also going to be a huge contender here. But you can see just right below them, NC as well as N9 could also give chase in the upcoming rounds. For VIP, though they have a rough run inside this match, they're still top 8 though. While HYVE International pushes forward, now on 17th, just needing to close the gap against Dingoz as well as Team SMG.
And that is it, my friend. Watching from home, this is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall, and we have just wrapped up our Sanhok match here, which means later on we're gonna get into an Erangel game. This is the results up front. Whether you like it or not, it's not something we can have a say on. But of course, let's take a look at how that chicken dinner was instead earned by the likes of Team Secret.
And this definitely wasn't any sort of an easy feat at all for Team Secret because they have to be very patient to cut across that bridge to get towards the corners of Paradise Resort. So we'll see the rest of their members scattered throughout to loop inwards into the map. So how they did so is that they have a few members cutting into the bootcamp area. And after that, they thought, okay, there's a lot of teams around here. It's too huge of a risk. So they took the top end of the bridge, cuts through, and being unspotted by the rest of Sem9. That is the key component here. Like, they avoided those fights until it was necessary. Meanwhile, everybody else was on to the main peninsula. Many of these fights actually take place on the outskirts as well as Paradise Resort, which we saw everyone just gets depleted. Except for 4 Rivals, they were on the center, and they basically fought hard to get to where they need to be.
Yeah, and that's why the kill count difference is apparent all across the board here, but it is Paradise Resort where a lot of them met their fate trying to fight things out. I believe Dingoz versus Sem9, that was a pretty nice and intense battle that was going on. Eventually, they had to push onto the likes of SMG. SMG already in position well within this circle and holding a compound as well. So they held a lot of those teams back, leaving Dingoz there in a tough situation. But as the circle closed onto them, it became a 3-way stalemate with obviously advantage going to the side of SMG. But eventually the circle closes away the compound and SMG has to run out guns blazing with no covers.
Yeah, and that's where Team Secret got that sort of advantage by closing in as well, hugging to those walls. And then they also have 4 Rivals to thank for because they have been able to knock down some members of SMG, or else this could have actually been an SMG chicken dinner too.
Yeah, because they were split, right? SMG still had all 4 members, but 2 of them was dealing with 4 Rivals. It was Jumper and Bamburu on one side, and then you got the members of Team Secret. So that essentially negates whatever manpower you have, because four players, if 2 guarding 1 team, that makes you a 2-man squad. And in a fair 2-man squad fight, I guess the better team comes out on top.
That's right. And of course, with that being said, we got to also thank our official smartphone partners, GT Neo 3. They come up here with the dual chipset, one for the display itself, and of course it also packs a punch because you have the latest technology with the Dimensity 8100 5G chipset. So make sure you check this one out. And on top of that, you guys love cameras. It comes equipped with a Sony camera on that phone, and you know how good they are.
You can, but don't take our words for it. You're gonna call us preachers. You might as well try it out for size, right? And in fact, why don't you try switching over to Yoodo as well? Trust me, it'll be the best thing ever just because of this one feature, customizable data plan. You get to choose where and how you spend your data, and I think just giving you that power of choice essentially gives you the best bang for your buck because you know where every single megabytes will be headed towards.
Well, I don't know where exactly I spend all my megabytes overall, but then again, if it's free, I spend it everywhere, right? So with that being said, of course, you can also follow us on TikTok at PUBG Mobile Esports MY. Wait, I definitely have to check on this because there's quite a few.
Yeah, there are 3 of them here. One of them being PUBG Mobile MY official for the Malaysian region, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg for Singapore, and PUBG Mobile official PH for the Philippines.
You get brownie points for that.
Yeah, came in clutch here.
Exactly. So, of course, we're preparing ourselves for our very first angle matchup here. Maybe, you know, Sanak has always been a little bit more what you call RNG, right? So now it's no holds barred by all these teams. Before we get there, though, look at the towering numbers from 4 rivals. Woo! That's the amount of damage.
Just looking at numbers itself, all the other teams, not so impressive. Look at HYVE standing out. This is something to talk about.
Yes, HYVE International definitely hold no punches back. Like, the first strike was on GEEK, and I'm pretty sure that everyone was shooken to the bones. So now, with the most damage being done, though it may not be HYVE International on the front page news, it's going to be Jumper here to finally make the mark on the top damage chart. And it's been a long while because the rest of the members have been the one to pop off most often than not.
Yeah, but we will be looking forward to our next match of the day here. It's match number 2 in week 3, day number 3. Erangel is up next with the group involved Team A, B, D, E, which means Group C will be taking a break. That is, that goes to say, Yoodo Alliance, RSG, Tabah NSEA, and Crypt VIP will be missing this first one out. And these are the teams that you have to keep an eyeball on. Maybe not so Tabah NSEA because they're taking a break, but GEEK, Genexus, and 7-9 pretty lethal in the map of Erangel so far.
That's right. And also with a couple more teams joining us once again, we'll be seeing MUGEN and the rest of Genexus, Don't Break Dreams, and also Access Rate want to be playing in this matchup. So that should be Genexus just pulling whatever points possible against GEEK, who didn't have a good start to the day. So this is a really good opportunity for them to push upwards, and there's also going to bound to be a match where GEEK does not play. So with Genexus here playing for the upcoming 4 rounds, it's going to be pretty interesting on what they can actually offer by the end of this week.
I think the question no longer becomes what can they offer at the end of this week, more like they have to offer something by the end of this week. But talking about offering you sacrifice as well, this is some freebies which you can earn. It is voice pack from the latest and greatest of collaborations with KL Gangster. If you're Malaysian, that it should hold to you as iconic as the name becomes. Okay, get your voice pack from Malik and Shark. Get it for free instead by showing up to the watch party that's happening over the weekend, one in Ipoh Parade this weekend, and on the, I believe, next weekend, happening over at Surya Sabah.
And of course, we were talking about Rabu Badu much earlier today. And of course, next week, you can join it once again every Wednesday when you log in and you play with your friends and get chicken dinners. You'll be rewarded with the Lilac Attack suit. Just like how Mr. Unknown has been flexing out in your screen right now.
Yeah, nothing more artistic than a splat of neon paint, I guess. But if you want something a bit more refined and classy, the Mecha Sanctum set is up for grabs. Surely you have to earn for it, but all good things that last do. And so get yourself the Royal Pass M13, play your hearts out, get the full set, and walk away with pride as you would be one of those standoffish players lurking within the lobby.
That's right, and of course, you can basically send everybody out there when you have laser sights coming out of your Mecha Sanctum set. Well, don't quote me on that one, but you can definitely join the PMPL and PMCT on-ground watch party currently happening in Ipoh Parade over the weekend. So make sure you basically set up a date with your loved ones or your significant other just to head over to Ipoh Parade. And on the next weekend, we'll be on Surya Sabah, and I definitely am excited for that, and so do you.
Yeah, that's a weird way to say it. Go on romantic dates, watch PUBG Mobile. But, well,
some people actually get their partners from the game.
If you're going to do that, then you might as well call her mommy as well. Get them the set here. It's limited and on sale. Everyone's favorites. Wrap them up with tissue paper, or as Contra like to call it, papyrus paper.
That's the first ever paper being made on planet Earth, by the way. And of course, enough about mummies and pharaohs and stuff. It's time for a prediction, and voila!
The battle continues. The battle continues. The rivalry, GEEK fam, Genexus, although not looking so hot by Genexus this week, but the week has only just begun. We're only by the center point, right? We have 6 days of play. And we have 5 days of play, and we're down in Friday, which means we're the center point of things. Should be the tipping point of Genexus. So they have to try and make today a good day for them to and continue that streak for the next 2 days to call it an averagely great day, a great week for them.
You remember last weekend they got so many chicken dinners over the span of the weekdays as well. So I feel like now the weekend buff is here. So hopefully Genexus gets back in shape. So far, of course, Angle has been offering a lot of different victors by the end of the match. Most often than not, it was GEEK fam Genexus. But if there's going to be another secondary name between these two teams, then which team would that be?
I would say Tabah NSEA.
Tabah NSEA.
Okay.
They got one yesterday inside the island. But
I mean, sure, you could argue. No, they didn't get the chicken dinner, but it felt like it.
You read my
mind.
mind.
It felt like it. It was... who got the chicken dinner that one? Oh,
they did get the chicken dinner.
They did. No, it was Bosskurr.
Don't question me.
You doubted yourself. I instill doubt. Press F.
Okay. So, sure, Bosskurr is my secondary pick for this one, but then again, you guys can take your pick here as we're about to begin our second match here, as you guys have seen the map for itself. So, with this countdown, 3, 2, 1, let's head over to Arangel here in the PMPL MYSGPH.
Fall is the season that we're currently in, and fall off the plane they shall be soon enough here.
Fall of the Titans?
Fall of the Titans? What's that? I don't get that.
HomeBois have been looking good last season, not this season.
Oh. Ooh. More like ooh, but take a look at him like that. Kamashki crossing onto the Gatka. This is, fairly even, but I think it might not be the best flight path for teams who likes to play over and over up Noye. And yeah, Team Hawk, they're playing this game. They're not going to get the chance, but we all know that when it comes to Team Hawk, they're rigid with their game plan. Despite how far they fall from point, they will find their way and start at point no matter how late they are in the game.
Yeah, and I believe that establishing a drop zone is very important because you don't want to run into another team inside of whichever area. And either if you're on the losing end or winning end, you're going to make enemies. And that enemy, if it happens to be Team Hawk, it'll haunt you for days or even weeks. So that's it. We are seeing Axis dropping into Kamashki Stalber this time around. I don't think that HYVE International is playing in this matchup, so they are. So they are taking the south side approach as they drop into Lipovka, with one member taking a vehicle of Yasna Pollyanna. We haven't seen the first circle as it appears. GEEK fam circle. You always call it.
Yeah, I always call this the GEEK fam circle.
But because you voted for them, so why decide?
No, because it feels like so many times now the
getaway.
The game is just prepping things up for GEEK fam, but for some weird reason they fall in short. Like it feels like, hey, this is your circle. You got free reign. Loot as long as you want to. Yeah, you're not pressured to move. Just defend your ground. And talking about which, though, it's M9. How did he hear that one? Ears of Superman. Kryptonian, it seems. Jumping on the grass. That sends in the alert. And right now, they're training it. Team Hawk has got vehicles of their own, but Sam9 not looking to pursue.
They're going to chase still. You see this vehicle smoking up. Team Hawk, they don't want to bow out twice at last spot. So... yeah, messing with the wrong tires out there. Well, there's another tiger in green, MAB Esports, which you also do not want to mess with them.
Yeah, you've seen how they wiped the likes of Team Hawk in a previous match. In Sanhok, they were close though.
So they keep running into tigers, yeah?
Yeah, it seems like a reoccurring trend. When we used to have EVOS that could have made it an actual three-peat here. But they don't. They're not here no more. They are currently Crit VIP.
That's right. As they have a brand new logo and a banner for them to flex I absolutely love the logo design, by the way. Like, it writes VIP, and it also looks like a wing. That's a little bit of reference to the starting days of VIP Squad, because their logo is basically an eagle. So they've turned from eagle into a tiger and back to an eagle again. So they basically are shapeshifters, which we've seen them coming out with very different play styles through each respective weeks, and things have been working out for the better as it goes.
Yeah, I told the team manager for Create VIP one thing. Bad move with the logo.
What do you mean?
You want to grow your brand, not the VIP brand. Let's be honest here. You're investing dollars into it. You want your brand to stand out. And
yeah, I mean, it still has the crit color.
No, you don't get that vibes though.
But it's
like
still pretty cool.
If they were to go separate ways today, you still wouldn't know who.
You're not the one hiring the graphic designer, so you don't get to have.
But you agree. You agree with the marketing theory here. But we will move on.
It's still marketable to me.
Well, no, you're marketable for VIP. People will know that.
People still love the team, so it still works.
No, that's my point.
We'll continue on
You're supposed to build the organization. That's my point.
It's okay. Our thoughts come for free, so does you. Myself, Tom. And you can scan that QR code again later if you missed it. So, yeah. Honestly, their logo still looks great, and of course,
we're not gonna ponder on this,
right?
We're not going to.
I want to talk about other team logos out there because some of them have not changed, some of them did, and meanwhile, I feel like some teams definitely need a little bit more of a revamp. Axis Esports Club, you know, like looks very much like, I don't know, a chess club kind of logo to me.
Well, but people recognize it as Axis.
Or it also looks like Domino's, the pizza.
But people recognize it. That's fine. I'm not here to critique art. I'm here to critique the strategy of things. Nevertheless, though,
we're no haters, by the way.
Yeah, this is just us being needy, greedy, and picky with the details, the minute details here.
Yeah, if you guys really don't like what we say, just slide into the DMs. I don't like what you said, Contra and Keith. Anyways, Bosskurr, this team with so much prestige in the name, established by some of the founders of, you know, the streaming team in Malaysia. Solos, Daddyhood, Jahat. They were basically under this Bosskurr banner for a long time.
That's actually a good point to bring up, though, because the evolution of Bosskurr, right?
Yeah, let's talk about that.
They were built on performance, and then they became entertainment. And for the most part, people were saying that they're just a team with a lot of star power, but nothing really, not much of a performance-driven team, right? They're just KOLs. But right now, they're finally back at full form, and I think this works much better with them. Star power and performance, but right now, Axis seems to overperform the likes of MUGEN. The train will be set into pause. Virgil gets in from this backhand, though. It's 2v2. Axis now finds themselves on even grounds against the Singaporean.
Odinate, though. Oh, a little bit of a chip going on there. Kacang Susu will need a little bit of assistance provided now. They're driving close by. Virgil knows that this fight is still within grasp. Nasty now providing assistance. So Nate lob towards his end as that DP might not be put to good work, but with a little bit more of that haste coming out from Axis, they will be able to find another member of the side of MUGEN. Trades right back, goes into the drop shot, almost clipping true. But with that valiant effort, it still did not result to all too much. Two members still down from the side of Axis. 1 versus 2 has to be clutch here by Virgil. He's done it before. Can he do it again?
1 versus 2 and more like 1 versus 3. They took too long, and Axis got it with the revive, actually. And surely, with the numbers advantage, it's just absolutely outplayed. I didn't know why MUGEN was taking such a long time to coordinate the attack when his friend was already within the area. Surely that's time to push. Just risk it for the biscuit, it means. But Bosskurr now crossing onto Genexus. If they wipe Genexus, it's going to be a bad day.
Yeah, and you can see that Genexus basically don't want to lock horns with Bosskurr, as they are still trying to find their momentum. Now has to play it a little bit more passively. Many of these teams are over on the north end. As they try to cut into Georgiapol sector, it's going to take a while. but they have plenty of time. 8 minutes right now in the game, and we are seeing the rest of HomeBois coming by DBD, another brethren of the squad. Gonna be a little bit less friendly this time around because they need those points desperately.
Desperate indeed. DBD, they're spraying down onto HomeBois, who is just gonna jiggle their way out of there. Just perfect driving stunts, I guess. It seems to be one that's in tune with the go-kart. And so DBD, they will maintain the status quo, but HomeBois finding their way well into another compound in which they can maybe camp in and last a longer time.
And hopefully that will happen. Meanwhile, for MAB Esports, no challenges whatsoever from the West Coast. And Tam driving past eye shots, none of them being able to open fire as they're busy on their wheels. HomeBois at least being alerted of that. And they're already into the prime sector. There's a possibility that it won't be closing to the south, which is why Genexus is still bordering around over in northern end. SMG is going to be inside of the city too. So, book it, they will. HYVE is going to join in a little tad late, but the one latest to the scene is going to be Team Hawk, opting for the safest way possible to get by.
Well, yeah, obviously, Team Hawk very, persistent when it comes to playing their own pathway, starting from Nova Repnoia. They have one game plan, and they're banking on that one to absolutely work. But you know what they say, you don't want to have too many factors or variables. You stick to the same one and hope, pray to God that maybe you get good results.
And you don't want too many different distractions coming in from your native plan. So scan that QR code now. We got GEEK Fam trying to take down the rest of HomeBois, cutting right through. And then it's going to be Mika trying to line the shots there. Whips a couple one. So HomeBois, they managed to have majority of their members cutting into the northern sector, while Fredo gets a pick off against Snipes. Yuhai now has to fend off for his own.
Yeah, it's Snipes. Yuhai against the world, actually. Here trying to hold back the rest of the members of Team Secret. But if Team Secret doesn't end this one fast, he does. The members are here though. Micah OP gets shot down from the far side. It's Kid getting the flanks all covered. And now GEEK Fam, I think they're going to think twice before trying to push in. Not knowing about the angles. Yuhai tries to go in 1v1, but will fall flat. Okay, it's Izane.
He knocked himself over with his own grenade.
Yeah, just unfortunate. Caught him by surprise. And I guess it's a victory celebration here. And gets punished.
No time to celebrate. DBD still around the corner. And Izane just having too much fun, I would say.
Absolutely deserved that one.
Karma. Absolute karma. Yuhai, I think like he definitely had an episode of Overcooked right there. But yet again, like for GEEK Fam, at least there is an angel sent from far on the south side, not from above. But Yuhai possibly will be that Holy Ghost that will be protecting them.
The Holy Ghost, Yuhai? Nah, fam, he's gone. He's in the lobby. It's more like he's forsaken the last member of GEEK Fam. He called it quits.
Micah as well.
Yeah.
So firepower removed from GEEK Fam overall, leaving only one more standing. Like,
damn
I didn't
rude,
notice
right?
that there's only one player left because we saw the two guys charging upwards. And now DBD moving into the city of Liverpool instead of the containers, hoping to basically give a little bit of meet and greet against Izane. He was knocked out, but it was revived, thankfully, by his teammates. It's going to be a little bit more of a standstill, we do assume, because this city is pretty much wide. Not the largest city, though, but enough compounds for everyone to hide out for the time being. And this 12-minute mark, we are going to be moving over to the north side of Liverpool as well. So Genexus, HomeBois, and SMG is going to be around the corner. Southboys already on top of the hill, so Genexus can easily book out of that one. Bosskurr over on the south side, while HYVE International got themselves a safe space. But if Semline moves any closer, I think it's time for them to open fire.
No way. This circle right there, the gamble paid off for the likes of Genexus, and now everyone trying to make it into Georgia Pole might just have to opt with the direction in which they take a far circle and come in from the eastern side, because down in west, that looks like an entirely bloodbath going through a single funnel that is the bridge. And that doesn't look like a recipe for success there.
Not at all. Like, I think like even for GEEK fam, Damrude will have difficulties passing through that bridge, so that's good news for Genexus to close in terms of points. Team Secret though, vying for the top spot. If Team Secret gets 3 more chicken dinners in within this week, easily can match up to Bosskurr. And Fredo pinning them out. So they get an ease of entry, but then again, there's more teams who's lying in wait. And to my surprise, HomeBois, they're still swimming. They're still having members on the bridge. Not really securing a compound for their own.
Yeah, but I don't think, I mean, if Mile blinks and miss, then sure. It's going to go the side of HomeBois, but they've already scouted, it seems. So Tam has got info to play around with. So it's not as bleak as I thought it was going to be. They're not going and approaching the shorelines completely blinded. They will have the info that this place is clear, and they will, well, swim further towards the area in which their teammates currently reside. But sooner or later, Bosskurr is a problem that they have to face up with.
True enough. And speaking of which, they're all in close proximities, whereas this whole area has been looted by Genexus already, wherever Bosskurr as well as Team Secret has been landed upon. So it's going to be a little bit tough for them to continue on any sort of fights here so early into Phase 3. As I say, it's early. 15 teams here are still alive. MUGEN will be the first one out. GEEK fam about to join in. If they don't get themselves into the circle, DBD now cuts over to the bridge, so it's gonna be a little bit more chaotic in a few moments' time.
That it will. Oh, actually, they might just be neighboring, rubbing shoulders with a member. Farang Guerilla right there. Shooting from the far sides already, but warning taps, that's all it is. And right now, that might just work into DBD's favor because that position has been revealed. They've bypassed the lines, and they can be the gatekeepers, already moving towards taking over that hill.
That's right. Milestone gives a little bit of a chase just to see if he can spot the rest of them out, so they can eventually lock themselves in the long-range scenario where DBD is still on the lookout on the spine of the hill. This is still a little bit dangerous here because Genexus is also pretty close by, but they're on that lower end. So DBD, if they were to peek right now, they might actually get a few glimpses of those members out there and start a war.
I feel they should address the team that's coming on right behind them, because right now Genexus have probably zero clue. Actually, they're nearby. I'm pretty sure the sound has been sent forward in echoes. But still, DBD should address the team that directly knows their position, and that is going to be Farang Guerilla. Stone has already made his way onto the spine as well. Same can be said with the rest of the members who are on car and on fleets and is about to sandwich the like of DBD.
DBD at least having a little bit more of an area to work with. I can't say the same for those that are inside of the town because eventually everybody has to leave, and I think that's when most of them will go on the battle. Team Hot Zuli saw a member of Team Secret Outskirts make it too, and he's going to go for the pick against Kid. It's a perfect opportunity, but he's basically not even giving any shots. So now that's a little bit of a miss coming in. Meanwhile, 4 Rivals launch an attack against Dingoz over on the top side of the hill. Pampuro coming with the angles, but there's also Axis redONE chiming in, steals one away, taking down Ate, and Zoli finally lands those shots against Kid with Fredo driving off. Now, Aizen, can he at least provide assistance?
Well, he's going to try about Zully right now. Team Hawk going in strong. Maybe he can look to wipe out the likes of Team Secret. Hey, they will secure it with Kid first. Man, leave the Kid alone, they say. But he is no scrubs, and they're not going to take chances. Meanwhile, pushing through the door, Aizen positioned in place. Could take 1 or 2 down at the very least, but no, he whiffs the shot, gets punished in the process. Team Secret, more members down, and that allowed one member of Team Secret to swing and miss, and Team Hawk just taken over this entirety of the compound. Team Secret dropping one member after another, leaving only one left to play, and that's Fredo.
Yeah, how much can Fredo do from here on? They will only take one more bullet to knock the member of Team Hawk down. He does connect that nade towards Dan Cutie. That was not even expecting that, but then again, Team Hawk could easily go in for the revival there. They still have 2 more members. Actually, Dan Cutie gets picked up on their team from afar. So Dell now continues to trade. Farang Guerilla now having a little bit of a trouble fighting against DBD. Crashes right through. Molly's will take a help, but they still get Echo in return. Molly's still holding on though. And it's going to be hard for Jimmy to clutch this one out. But he does have a little bit more firepower in his arsenal with the UMP taking them out.
They're going in for the revive. As I mentioned, DBD should address the immediate threat, the ones who saw them and pinpointed their position. And right now, they are trying to address that threat, and it's working out big time. If only the help would have come in much sooner, though. DBD charging forward. It is a 2-for-2 for now, but it will secure that kill, and DBD neutralizing Farang Guerillas.
But that was quite the push coming in from Farang. They were just taking too much time for that reset. Meanwhile, DBD have already recovered very quickly. So DBD still having all 4 of their members left alive, which I thought at least 2 lives can easily be claimed by Farang.
Well, that nearly went sour, though. You have to admit, Farang Guerilla crashing in there. Only 1 member from DBD was watching their 6. Oh, that would have felt bad. But it turned out the way it was supposed to. Had their deployed members, and they will make it out of that one. So DBD will now have to find their way into circle with Genexus now trying to cut them through.
But it's not going to be safe for Genexus because 4 Rivals is over on the northeastern side. They could still get the crosshair the moment that they move into the circle. Meanwhile, HYVE International, they lose 2 members on the northern end, fighting against MAB Esports. It's going to be a tough one to crack here, but at least for Blanks, because they're planting themselves into the circle. MAB just making a beeline here in the middle of nowhere, fighting against the rest of Sam9 on the open fields. And this is definitely feeling like it's going to be GOT version 2.
Yeah, but Axis, hey noob, well, lives up to the name, actually drops down like with a rookie mistake here.
That's rough.
Dropping out from his vehicle, and same goes with HYVE. 4th row gets blown up by the cars he was hiding behind in, but Sam9 Putra now getting knocked out. 1 member, MAB immediately, that is go time to make the push in. Moki's still alive, so they still have additional manpower if they so need to. In the smokes now, and unfortunately we won't be watching the match, but SM9 now perspective onto them. MAB Calamity claims another one. They're pushing in big time, and SM9 pressured. Already have members though, gatekeeping from the inside of the circle.
But then they're all inside of the smoke. Doesn't seem like they can actually offer all too much of assistance. Here comes Harm, driving right into the middle of the smoke, hoping that they could basically save the day, but they have to close off this fight real quickly. Now, there's going to be a little bit of pickup coming in from Harm. Yet again, the rest of Axis doing exactly the same on the center of the circle. So we're going to see a lot of fights over on the south side of the map, which is on the north side of Jertapol. A little bit of an interesting way to actually pick up battles just by the edges of the map, because they know directly in the middle, it's not going to be safe for anybody out there. Mile going for a couple of shots there, and it's going to be 4 Rivals that will bow out early. They did get 4 elimination points, end up at 10th.
Oh, but DBD actually crumbling 1 members of Genexus instead. Though the Giants might just even fall. M9 still in play. Managed to get a pick up onto all members, so they did not lose a single one in that fight. 6 kills already. Looking to get for more, and with the manpower they have, they can make the impossible happen. DBD eliminates a member of Team Hawk. That would be Damas taken out.
Still on the hill, DBD does have a little bit of advantage against all the other teams. Biu now gets naded by DBD at the moment I speak of it. 6 points in, and we're looking at Genexus here only with 1 frag thus far. As compared to the rest of the team that has been farming out, Bosskurr, 0 points. Also getting pinned down while the rest of SMG tries to exit this building. Bosskurr taking their sweet time because they know that they're still within it just by the very corner of that rim of the circle.
The difference about Bosskurr is that if they're given the space to roam, they could actually be a top contender towards the last few circles here. So they still preserve all 4 of their members and immediately taking members from HomeBois out at 6. 666 gets a nade one to the face, but SMG now has to go up against Sam9. DBD in sights from Putra. Going in from the far side, but Genexus getting wiped down right now. The top spray from Akko. You hear the screams up in this valley and more nades getting tossed down. Takes us, yeah, boy.
Oh boy, DBD is going to be king of the hills. It doesn't seem like anyone's going to challenge them from here on. Blank still hiding right below, and I believe that Yen has already spotted him out. This is going to be primed perfectly towards the side of Blanks. Can he move away, though?
No.
Shots being fired, and he doesn't seem like he needs the date at all. And HYVE International, though they didn't finish off with eliminations, 7th place finish, still going to be counting out in terms of rank.
10 kills for DBD, man. This team, they just absolutely come out strong right now. Look at the formation they're having. Deploying one member, that's Jimmy OP, to handle the likes of Genexus, while 3 more watches their front. All he has to do is make sure Genexus doesn't come in with a flank that could cripple the entirety of their team and their position. But it's not an easy task to do. Genexus, they're nimble on their feet, avoiding the bullets as we speak. And right now, Sam9 might just creep their way up to the top. Team Hawk Zali punishes Zigzag.
Now, Team Hawk finally finding their footing right here, getting 5 elimination points. Xiaoboy trades back, finds Jimmy OP. The ones on the hill are starting to crumble. Now, it's only going to be Xiaoboy left for the side of Genexus. Meanwhile, Sam9 also taking this opportunity to try to move upwards here, while Asper finds the rest of the members of SMG, but they have to find a way to run out of this because they're just by the edge of it. While Echo, next one to fall, Sam9, they're pouncing on with this attack.
Down to the last 5 teams. Sam9 only losing 1 member, still looking pretty healthy here. Can go in for the pre-cup. It is Bosskurr who will be shredded because SMG gatekeeps them right by the entrance there. They are fated to burn in the blue, but the rest of them, SMG is trying to push up to uptown here, and Zali spraying down below, making it really difficult for the likes of the team who's still moving on gunfire. Can they move under nades though?
What? They didn't even see this one coming. It was primed perfectly. There's no time for them to even dodge it. Team Hawk, we thought that they had the upper hand, but with that different angle taken there by SMG, they now make it to the top 3 yet again. A good run for SMG for 2 rounds in a row. Sam9 now challenges them back. Circle for Sam9. DBD still holding on to the spine of the hill, as Shinzi is coming with their own wraparound as well. If they do clear DBD, it should be making things easier for them to take out Sam9 for the chicken dinner.
Oh, but DBD, now they assume the highest of ground, and with SMG coming in as a prick from the side, a full one to handle with SMG, finds themselves sandwiched between 2 teams, immediately gets taken out harm. They spot out the other members, and Sam9 immediately just crumbles like flies. Their chances were so strong, and now it looks Nile. And DBD, looking to actually close the game out. SMG, they will come in, but the position has already been compromised right now. 1 member, Akko, holding up the top, and Sam9, he spots onto 2, tries to cripple the force, that is DBD, and will get punished in the process, but right now, it's a 2v2.
He tries to snap and secure a point for the rest of Sam9, but it's still 9 elimination points. That is a huge number to close around at third spot. At least a total of 19 points secured. Now SMG tunneling over on the south side. I think there's only going to be one way out, and DBD will just basically have to battle their way through. Just hugging by the corner. Jenny saves the day. And now it's going to be a 2 versus 2 until they go in for the reset. Mile hanging on. Drag still crawling his way in. This nade is huge, forcing them to be flushed out of that tower.
Uh-oh.
And
SMG.
Here goes.
Yeah, they're just rushing uphill. They have all the info in the world. Get shredded down. Yen! Stop that! And he will not seize his fire. DBD, they claim their chicken dinner. My God, the one time that I didn't put my hopes and dreams on them to come in here to prove me wrong. Once again, DBD with the chicken dinner.
17 points to end that round. And what on earth? 17 points only for eliminations itself. So this is a 30 over point finish from the rest of Don't Break Dreams here. Coming up strong on the Friday night run here inside of our second match. And man, I can't wait to look at the recap once again, because this team is just doing it differently. Because who would have thought that they would survive so long up that hill, which doesn't provide that much cover anyways? Like, no team has been able to challenge them.
Well, yeah, I mean, you have to give it a factor that Farang Guerilla was trying to push uphill. Same with Genexus. They had like prime position in that circle, but it wasn't an easy thing. They could have easily lost to Farang Guerilla's push. They held on through, and just like their emblem itself, the defensive, offensive tactics coming out from DBD, it paid off handsomely this time around, and my god.
Oh, I see what happened now. He threw it directly at Isaac and it lobbed right back. So that grenade puts back on the Yuhai.
Yeah, Yuhai definitely.
What that grenade? Who does that?
I have no idea, but I'm thinking that physics don't actually bring up onto the real world. If I'm not mistaken, it goes off on impact as well, right? So you don't ever try this one at home, kids. Don't ever do it. You just throw yourself a water bottle.
Get yourself a grenade.
That's true. That's true. But this is what I mean. DBD had just like prime position where they're at, and it just so happened that the entire spine of the hill moves into the circle as well. So it was an easy transition for them. I wouldn't say easy because they were up against a lot. And they had to take all these fights, shooting downward from the heavens, but just maintaining the hills they were from. They find their way still inside the circle, and I think that one paid off big time.
It does, and Sem9 came really close for this one. They came in from double angles, from the left as well as the right, and SMG, I think that slow approach definitely has resulted to a whole lot at the very least, being the last movers from the city of Georgia Pole into the north. And here goes all the stats that you need, and take a look at the DBD use of utilities. 31 smokes in the match. I think this is something that we've never seen before. And 22 frags, you're telling me at least each guy carrying about an average of 5 to 6 grenades.
I mean, like what you said, they had not much of a natural cover to play around with, which means a lot of smokes had to be deployed for that sort of stunt to be possible and successful. But credits is going also to the side of Team SMG, because Sem9 was pushing hard up against DBD in the high ground. If it wasn't from SMG shooting in from the flank, Sem9 would have gotten away with it. We've seen that they had the numbers advantage, but because they were sandwiched, DBD came in time to go for the pickup, reset, and actually wipe the members of Sem9. So here they are, 32 points. I think that broke, GEEK Fam's record, 31, right?
I think GEEK Fam has secured higher as well. I'm not too sure, but we definitely need some of you guys there to keep us in check with these stats. So MVP definitely has to be in. I mean, 8 elimination points. Ridiculous stuff. Like, he could even secure 12 if nobody has armor, but this is basically max MVP points that anybody has been able to acquire. 4.4 MVP points.
Not to mention how crucial the last 2 kills was secured by him as well, with his perfect positioning, spraying down SMG. They walked into that one. I mean, they had no choice. They were pressured. They were down in the low ground, but still, props is given to where it's due, and top 5 looking very, very possible. Only Team Secret in their way, and they are 93 points, just 1 point ahead of DBD. And so if DBD comes up with the same consistency, they no doubt would be a top 5 team.
And what I love about PUBG Mobile Pro League is that when you look at every single week, teams will start to improve, and it's getting tougher for even the top dogs of the competition to sustain a consistent run. We saw GEEK Fam getting crushed early, Genexus make it into the late game, but didn't manage to pick up much points because teams now basically are fighting for their own. They're not going to give respect to the teams that are going to be close by. So I think that they just have to be a little bit more careful when it comes down to these last few games out there, because especially for the Genexus, like that was the best chance to cut over the PMGC points away from GEEK Fam, but didn't manage to seize the opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, okay, let's take a look first at how this chicken dinner was obtained by the likes of DBD. They have a 1-1-1-1 split. I guess that makes sense. You understand now why they had so much utilities to play around with, because they all went their individual ways and looted as a solo in each small little compounds. Eventually, they didn't have to go through much of an adversity towards this point of the circle. Only when they tried and drive by through one of the roads cutting in and assume the hill position right behind of Genexus, that's when the first fight actually begin, or at least first real fights. This was it. They took on into everyone shifted towards the center circle. GEEK, Genexus included. DBD took out the hills that were there, and Farang, because they shot towards the likes of DBD, they kind of understand the position of Farang, and so they needed to handle the immediate threat, which they did. This could have been sour because they rotated fairly later than ideally they'd love to.
Exactly, especially with the first few hit being Team Secret as well, because the other teams eventually clear off Team Secret. This whole area was being left out. So if Team Secret was a little bit more careful, this chicken dinner could also be theirs because they were aiming up for those heals. Maybe a little bit tapped too early of a judgment to make that call, but here on that hill is where all the battles happen. Wrapping it all around, Xiaoboy only had a few more smokes to last out, and therefore eventually will be picked off by the rest of DBD. 7-9 came in closest while SMG have a little bit of safe haven on the other edge.
But that was this crucial point, right? You saw Sam9, 3-man already rushing in, but SMG from the back end.
They should have striked, but because Drax was knocked out, like maybe they were trying to get their numbers up.
So before SMG made their way here, they were down towards the further back, and they shot Sam9 from running up onto the hill. Otherwise, that could have also ended DBD.
Yeah, and on top of that, Yen was holding that perfect angle, so they see the rest of SMG running upwards. Those were basically smart plays overall coming out of the spot of DBD. So if they can play like this again for the next Erangel, I think double chicken dinner is very much possible.
I mean, that's how consistent as it gets. We're giving you the same map, hopefully same circle, same flight path, and see if you can do it again. But in the nature of Battle Royale, it's almost never to hope on a similar circumstances to paint out the journey that they did.
Just
so
like
this one,
it's
like
never gonna strike twice, or even if you're gonna be aiming for, I don't know, a brand new car, like you will use that money and then the new Coney set comes in, so you want to spend more. Yep, could have saved up. But
well,
anyways,
let's stop dreaming about the car and let's think about what we're gonna have for dinner instead. Small steps, small things at a time. So we're gonna take a quick break here for the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. This is Contra. I'm Keith. I'll see you for the next game in a bit. Bye bye.
Dalam proses jadi star player. Adakah hari ini jadi star player? Musim bunga 2022 takut kepada
Sebab musim bunga pun telah berakhir. Kami telah bersedia untuk meneruskan perjuangan.
Tiada siapa yang boleh menghalang kami, kepulangan Sang Raja, untuk menuntut balik kegemilangan.
Former teammates.
Kini menjadi saingan. Who will be better?
Untuk pencapaian yang lebih tinggi. Kelahiran era yang baru untuk gagah menerus ke hadapan.
Pride of the nation. Defended by us.
Battlefield baru telah pun bermula. Kali ini 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall 20 Julai 2022 redONE.
First kali Aizin, selamat ke TS dan mungkin kalau dah start liga kau takkan selamat dah Aizin sebab kau akan kena bunuh dengan aku je lah kalau kau main. Ham dekat SEM9 tu, jangan selesa sangat kat SEM9 dengan Ham Kalau kau tusu nanti, kau better datang gaming house kita orang sampah-sampah je.
Okay, kepada Bosskurr, terima kasih sebab kau ajak aku masuk sini tiba-tiba untuk aku bantai kau.
Kepada Aziz, kita orang dah ambil jumper, so kita orang dah bagi korang rig. So, korang buat yang terbaik untuk season ni, okay?
Kepada Forever's, walaupun saya di loan kat Exist, jangan harap saya bagi chance kepada Forever's. Kepada pemburu, jaga-jaga sikit meja kau tu.
Man, kenapa nak cakap ni? Kau dah tua dah, Man. Tak payahlah main lagi. Kenapa nak main lagi, Man? Dah tua dah. Jaga anak je. Jadilah yang berguna, Man. Jadi ayah yang berguna, Man. Tolonglah, please lah. Sorry.
So untuk Drex, hati-hati. Aku akan lebih daripada korang. Korang ingat kau power sangat ke? Dah lah tak power.
Okay, kepada tim Semnai, lelaki Iman Farang tu aku harap kau buat yang terbaik lah season ni. Harap kau tak terciduk lagi untuk season ni. Kau buat yang terbaik lah. Sebab dah tukar player kan, takkan duduk top 16 lagi.
Team Forever, aka Team 4IGL.
So kepada Dingoz Esports, korang tahu kan kat akad tu kita punya, korang still lagi nak bagi free point ke? Kan? Kepada IGL Kido pula, nama saya kan Kid, kenapa nak Kido lagi? Saya memang anti Kido ni.
Season lepas saya jadi coach, saya tengok korang main semua macam sampah. Sekarang korang jaga, the King of Uzi is back.
So Insomnus, I received your message. You want to come here, but too bad, because you are here, we are here.
So maybe Bill is up there right now, but don't let your guard down, Bill. I'm coming for you.
Okay, kepada Pasha dan D-Jumper, walaupun kita pernah susah sama-sama dekat SEA Games itu, tapi ingat ni kali PMPL, kita orang takkan bagi chance lah.
Kepada Creed VIP, thank you sebab dapat nombor 16. Tak sepertinya tukar nama, korang boleh bantai kita orang dengan firepower baru korang. Orang tua Kuza, jaga-jaga. Kita orang cari kau.
Kepada tim VIP Cirit tu, korang yang rasa diri korang hebat nak blok-blok kita orang nanti kita orang akan ajar korang dekat tournament nanti. Jangan sampai korang tercirit-cirit nanti, tak boleh main.
Okey, untuk pemburu duduk rumah dan diam. Jangan sampai aku jentik konsol kau. Okey?
So saya nak tunjuk kepada tim Semnai, kapten dia Man Farang. So Man Farang get ready, saya akan bantai dia dekat musim yang akan datang. So jaga-jaga, hati-hati. I will kill you.
4 tahun bersama-sama. Sebenarnya aku bosan tengok game kau. So sebab tu aku kick kau. Tak boleh toksi banyak-banyak, nanti kena kecam balik.
Bot K, 4 kali champion.
Gua tak perlu same snipe lah. Lu orang semua sayur. Kalau Dingoz Esports season pertama main pun takkan sampai C lah, bro.
Itu mungkin season depan. Tapi season ni korang tengok je lah. Jangan nanti kat atas tu korang diam-diam pula.
Mana dia tahu dia tak main? Dia contribution bukan sekadar kill sahaja. Kotak. Bot K, 4 kali champion.
Tahu gila, lembik gila. Tak nak aku.
Nak aku.
Hai, saya Adik.
Saya Ham.
Weh, asal dah boot game ada kat sini?
Benda ni.
Tak, yang pertama tu asal gerak.
Janganlah. Oh, so okey, kau dulu. Panas.
Bodoh. Apa tu? Lembik bodoh.
Ya. Kuat. Okey, kuat dulu.
Ya, kau.
Benda baik.
Atas tu.
Dah tahu lah.
Tak ada.
Oi, apa benda?
Ih, apa tu? Lebih lah.
Okey. Okey.
Geli sikit ni.
Nak try yang ni lah.
Digigit dok ni tadi.
Yang ni lah.
Ni gilat dok.
Ni baru kari tadi.
Aku warna kot.
Warna naga. Hamster.
Sabun.
I think kura-kura.
Nanas. Kaki ayam tangan ayam
Oh, nanas.
Kaki ayam. Sini boleh. Nanas bongok.
Okey, dah habis dah sesi permainan kita untuk hari ini.
So, jangan lupa saksikan kami di
2022 PMPL
MYSGPH Fall.
Binabal ang iyong nakikita na nga namin. PMPL MY na by RSG-REC. Tuloy mo pa.
Group, meron pang 5. Pero Mika OP, alam na alam kung nasan si Iftar. Ba't ka nagpapanggap na bato? Ikaw pa yan na. Huwag lang mananakdown, Yuhay. Take care. Kanina pa kayo bumabaril. Siguro konti na lang, pero si Mika OP ay bumaba na nga, mga kaibigan. Kasi nga gumagalaw na ang blue zone. One courtesy of Snipe. And right now, boom!
Now, paano kayo makakapagkap ng isang ating mga GEEK mantikap at harap-harapan na nga ito, ulo to ulo, head to head. Sino kaya ang magwawagi sa ating GEEK pamatak sa SMG? But yun na nga, HomeBois, paripan to...
Hi everyone, this is Blackpink.
We're so excited to be back in PUBG Mobile with tons of great surprises for all of you.
By the way, first ever Blackpink in-game concert will be held exclusively in PUBG Mobile starting on 22nd July. Don't forget to support us through the in-game events to unlock the exclusive Blackpink rewards and more.
Follow PUBG Mobile social for more information. 네, 너무 기쁘네요.
Come and meet us in the game. See you soon!
See you there, please.
awakens. Real me, dare to leap.
PUBG Mobile 2.1 White Paper Full Overview. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.1 is now available. After several months of hard work, we've added more fun and interesting content to the existing gameplay. At the same time, Ancient Secret Arise, which everyone has been looking forward to, has returned. Are you ready? In this video, we will be introducing the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you like them. Themed gameplay, Ancient Secret Arise. In this new version, Ancient Secret Arise has returned with improvements. It'll be launching in Erangel, Miramar, and Livik. Players can choose any of these maps in ranked mode to experience its varied content and unique performances. On Spawn Island, players will be greeted with a spectacular sense of swirling golden sand, as well as a mysterious and breathtaking sand apparition. After the match starts, the Sandstorm Zone will appear at a random place on the map. In the Sandstorm Zone, players will be able to pick up lots of supplies and the mysterious Scarab Charm. Any player who has a Scarab Charm will be able to return to the battleground after getting defeated for a set period of time. However, please note that a Recall Tower attempt will be used after activating a Scarab Charm to return to the battleground, and each player can only pick up one Scarab Charm in each match. Players can also pass through the Quicksand Path to enter the Emperor Temple. Compared to the previous Nimbus Islands of various modes, the Emperor Temple has more supplies and a much larger area. At the same time, the Sand Giant will move around the battlefield with the Ancient Secret on its back, which creates more possibilities on the battleground. Remember to watch the route on the minimap carefully so that you can jump back into the play zone if the Sand Giant leaves the play zone. The Pharaoh has prepared many trials in the depths of the Emperor Temple. Pass these trials and you will receive extra spoils. Remember, before activating the Pharaoh, it is possible for players to move freely between the Ancient Secret and the map. However, once the Pharaoh has been activated, players will no longer be able to hop onto the Ancient Secret. Other than the Emperor Temple, there are several Scarab Ruins and Jackal Ruins spread throughout the battleground. Players can go to these ruins and solve their puzzles to get crate rewards. One thing to be aware of, there are also Mummy Warriors and Guardian Beasts lurking in these ruins, so be careful at all times. Other than regular weapons and equipment, players also have a chance to get a new item called Primordial Water, which can recover all your health and energy. Lots of Scorpion crates have been added to this themed mode. Defeat the Golden Scorpions guarding the crates, and you will be able to get the valuable supplies hidden within. The new Desert Merchant is also a good place to get supplies. Save up shop tokens to buy combat supplies from the merchant, and there's even the chance of getting random discounts on items. Basic experience improvements. Besides the new mode, we've also made firearm improvements. We've slightly reduced the damage drop-off of the Uzi and Vector, slightly increased the hip-fire spread of the UMP-45, and slightly nerfed the effects of the laser sight attachment. We also raised the base damage of the Thompson SMG. At the same time, we've slightly increased its bullet speed. As for the PP-19 Bison, we've slightly increased its rate of fire to improve weapon efficiency. In the case of assault rifles, we raised the limb damage of the AKM and slightly improved its aim assist. We've also reduced the recoil of the Scar L and slightly increased the base damage and damage drop-off at longer distance of other weapons. This version also introduced the AMR, a powerful sniper rifle that can deal damage to enemies through vehicles and deal massive damage to vehicles. It takes exclusive 50 caliber rounds that are capable of striking players in vehicles. Season updates. Cycle 3 will officially start after the major version update. The C3S7 set, C3S7 parachute, and other legendary outfits will be added to the Season Rewards pack. In the new season, we've also added a season bonus point card and rating protection card that can only be used during the season to help everyone climb the ranks even faster. Individual training grounds, sound location training. In the new version, we've added a sound location training system to the training grounds. Players can use this to train their ability to locate enemies by listening to gunshot sounds and footstep sounds, which will help players become more aware of their surroundings during a match. Other updates. Other than the updates mentioned above, the PUBG Mobile x Blackpink collaboration has prepared a virtual concert for everyone. Let's all have lots of fun in the game this summer. That's all for this video. We hope that version 2.1 will give everyone a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time.
Hey, you've changed. Yesterday you ate nasi lemak sotong. Today you are eating nasi lemak ayam. Who you are today is not the same person 10 years ago or even yesterday. And that's okay. Yoodo is all about change. Stop conforming and go your own direction. Because sometimes you change to set the trend. Embrace the new and do it your way. Like right now, I'm addicted to. Then sometimes change is forced upon you. We say just vibe with it. And if you want to change your plans, you can do it safely. We're fully digital, so you don't even have to queue outside the telco store. Sometimes you change because it just feels right. Forget what other people say because we save contracts. Change your hobby. Congratulations. Change your plans. Change your job. Change your plans. Huh. Change your wedding plans. Change can come anytime, anywhere. Yoodo is ready to change when you want to do it your way.
So change is good, right? Only when you're ready for it. Man eating nasi lemak. And when you are, change can start by downloading the Yoodo app.
Save more when you customize your data, voice, and SMS with the Yoodo app. Change comes when you do it your way today.
And that was our dinner break, and we're ready for more here in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. So we got Keith, we got Contra here joining alongside you as the ones to tell all the stories of the teams that are playing for the entirety of the league. Remember, this is a final hurdle for some of these guys out there, and we're starting to see the true colors of the teams pop out.
Yeah, true colors, like it's something, it's a bad thing for so.
Which is great.
It's a great thing. It's a great thing. And luckily, one of those teams happened to be Team Bosskurr, who's absolutely on fire. In fact, don't take my word for it. Take a look at the stats because numbers don't lie. And up across the board, actually, DBD.
You got the wrong
I did. I'm talking about overall, this week has been Bosskurr, but in the previous match, it was DBD.
Indeed
I forgot we were still totally on that one.
Yeah, and also, if you take a look at Sem9, they could have potentially gotten a lot more out of that circumstances. But then again, they only walk away with about 9 takedowns, and that's about good enough. Here is your most damage dealt by 3 of the top players of the past round.
Yeah, DBD Yen, don't let the 4-digit damage fool you. It is as it is. We're not playing in a different currency, and that's why it's looking inflated. No, he actually dealt 1.2 thousand damage. And let's see if DBD could pull that stunt again here in another Erangel match. But this time around, Team ACDE will be the one playing, and well, DBD, a second shot at Erangel. No Group B, which means don't have GEEK fam to play on with.
That's right, and they're going to be missing out on this one. Today doesn't seem like GEEK fam's on a hot form as well. Lost out in Sanhok, also lose 3 members fighting against Team Secret much early on. And now, they're also missing another match, meaning to say they could only play out 2 more matches. So with that being said, we're going to be getting ourselves ready for the game itself. And one of the teams that I've mentioned that has been showing their true colors is actually HYVE International. Remember Sanhok? That's like, what, 9 takedowns?
10 eliminations, actually. They hit the mark.
Whoa!
And then like a top 5 finish. I forgot which finish that they did within the top 5, but it was definitely top 5 indeed. So that gave them a lot of points. And hopefully that would be enough for them to crawl their way and pull their way up and maybe qualify into the top 16, because we want some of the neighboring regions to play on along with. And talking about good things that should crawl into your phone right now is the KL
Crawl
Gangster.
into the phone?
Yeah, I mean, although it's just an audio cue or what do you call this? Voice notes? What
Voice pack.
Voice pack. That was it. Get yourself a voice pack from KL Gangster.
You wish Aaron Aziz give you a voice note.
Yeah.
So if you don't have that, then you can basically have your friends, or you be the one to send out those voices and say, hey, let's celebrate Rabu Padre, because every Wednesday when you log in and get some chicken dinners, that lilac attack suit is yours. Thank you, Mr. Known. Thank you for always posing out there for us. And, you know, the hustle never stops, and you should hustle on, because if you get the Royal Pass M13, you can get this Mecca Sanctum set, so long as you play enough games to get it in your hands.
Yeah, whenever it comes to these battle passes or royal passes or game passes, you know you're gonna have to earn for it, but that's why it's going in at such a reasonable price, because you still have to put in the effort. But this one, unfortunately, it's gonna come
reasonable price.
Is
reasonable
really?
price in the game. In
I'm
real
pretty
life,
sure it's gonna be the most expensive thing in the game.
yeah, it's either you have to own multiple businesses, or
No, not that.
Okay.
I'm just saying, comparatively, whatever the game has on for sale, this one is probably up there. Pretty expensive. I heard previously in a different car run, not Koenigsegg, but this time around in Koenigsegg, people spend about thousands just to get the car.
Yeah. And it's really something that you definitely want in your inventory. Same goes to the brand new X Suite coming soon, as it's going to be in conjunction with the Ancient Secret Journey that you guys can also play along. So make sure you get your first dips on this one. Meanwhile, we have a couple of teams who have already got first dibs on that chicken dinner, and we just want to see who else will be on board on this one. So I'm to unveil my prediction. For first time ever, I'm voting for MUGEN because I want to see them win.
Very
Bold?
peculiar pick.
Peculiar pick.
Very bold. Yes, that's a better word for it. I gotta be more optimistic. People call me too much of a realist. I'm a Debbie Downer, but
Debbie Downer.
Yeah, but MUGEN. I mean, no offense, right? Like MUGEN is
you
MUGEN's
started with
strong.
the train, and I'm on the hype train now.
Well, they are strong. They can take on fights, but it seems like their power spike hits for the early game, and they take maybe two teams out, and then they fall on whiff. So to assume that they'll play the late game towards the chicken dinner seems a bit like a long stretch.
Yeah, it takes a lot of work for the team, but regardless, you see them on those previous days where they were taking early fights. If they could continue to do that and also understand where and when to rotate, I think they could basically go the extra mile. So with that said, you know, you go for the safe option of Bosskurr. I don't blame you. It's just an all in the day.
They're on fire right now. Okay? They're on fire.
That's what you say about every other team.
That's true.
They're on fire. Sam 9,
I
on
didn't
fire.
say that. I said
The
this
Genexus
week,
are on fire.
it's all Bosskurr this week, right? I mean, sure, GEEK did come in pretty strong as well. But I'm saying this week feels like a Bosskurr week, and this game might just be their game.
Might just be.
But that's like every other team as well.
Yeah, I mean, now with the 16 teams on board and without GEEK Fam around, it's definitely going to be looking to be very interesting, as we're going to get a glimpse of what we have to offer, or what the players have to offer here in Erangel Match 3.
Last Erangel of the day. Let's go! Time's no more wasted here. I'm going to cherish every single moment, because it is Contra and myself the last time in the country league here. We won't be doing country leagues anymore for the day, for this
hopefully we get to go for C. If somebody's hearing us, please get us a spot there. We want to see the best teams in action. But of course, I come back for that to happen. This have to happen naturally. So does chicken dinner. So
happen naturally, as if you can't give in a phoner and try and pull some favors. That's not enough.
Hey, that's called nepotism.
Oh well.
Well, put that aside, because we got this flight here from Georgia, Poland to Ystav, Polyana. So with that, a lot of these teams are opting to be moving in towards the south side. Without GEEK Fam playing, the entirety of Georgia Poland is being left empty.
Yeah.
And same goes to Dingoz. They're not going to be... Oh wait, Dingoz They are around that hill of Gatka, so it's not honestly not too bad for them.
They're not playing as well with Group B. Dingoz,
right.
GEEK Fam, MAB, and Team SMG. That's why the entirety of
For a moment, I thought like it was Kido because Kid was moving from there. So like, okay, Team Secret, you trolled me right there.
But yeah, the entire Hospital Georgia Pole is empty. That's both SMG and GEEK Fam's drop spot, which means they know both of them are not playing. It's a free grounds for the likes of some of these teams to go and capitalize on that if they do want to. But our eyes will feast upon DBD instead. Yan particularly, especially with that 1,236-39 damage.
Yeah, like there's just so much that he has done in the past round that he basically stacked up that 8 points, bringing his total of 40 elims to 48. And he's about to break that 100K. He's over 9,000 already. Literally.
I'm giving it a pause because I know that that's a reference right there. So if you get
What's his power level?
It's over 9,000. And it just so happened that his name's Yen too. Hey, big
Super
up Japan.
Saiyan?
What?
Super Saiyan?
Oh no, I was just thinking about the origin. You know, Japan, dollars and yen.
Yeah. And he could also be Vietnamese. Why are you judging?
Wait, what? They use yen too? I didn't catch that one.
Sorry,
Guys,
I'm
get
being
Contra out of here, man.
But he doesn't happen to play in PMPL VN.
They
What a
will
wasted
soon come.
opportunity, right?
Yeah, I mean, that chance might just come here as C Championship is just around the corner when that do happen.
And speaking of which, right, back in the days, we did have one player that has arrived into a Malaysian shore, and that player is Choco
Boy.
Choco Bar.
Choco Boy. No, Choco Bai.
Not Choco.
I know, he played for Todak once.
Choco Junior.
Oh, Choco.
Choco Junior.
Choco Bar.
So he played for Todak, exactly the case, and he definitely did pop up. But then again, when you go for a switch of regions, as much as you guys are great shots out there, like communication is the entire system of how this game runs, right? Like if you scatter yourself amongst your teammate or don't end up taking the right fights because of a little bit of miscomm, it could change a lot of things. So we see a little bit more of a switch up here. This time, Farang would have another player playing in. But early on, we see a little bit of a substitute going on. So Kim steps in, and Ranger subs out.
Well, talking about stepping in and out, it's either one of these teams, Genexus and Bosskurr, and both of them are desperately trying to get in the points to overtake the likes of GEEK fans. For Genexus, it's more about the PMGC points. For Bosskurr, it's that #1 spot this week. So far, have already bypassed GEEK fam. But still, they can't be comfortable, especially with some games left in the day and 2 more over the weekends, 2 more competitive days. But we have time before that. Go scan the QR code, which unfortunately I missed. I guess not much time for the QR code.
What else do you miss?
My dog at home.
That will be attended in within 2 hours or 3. Don't worry.
2 hours or 3?
Yeah, 2 hours or 3.
Why? Wait, I don't get it. What's the... What?
I mean, oh, your dog not back
He's like
in
back
Sabah?
home in Sabah.
Oh, okay.
It's going to take a couple of months
I
before
thought,
that
like,
happens.
you were saying like the place that you're currently residing.
Nah.
In the city of KL or on the outskirts. Anyways.
It's a no pet zone, yeah.
I kind of wish I can keep pets with me. I mean, like, I ideally want like a big, fat, giant cat that is so fluffy that when he tries to jump the bait, or she, right, he fumbles and couldn't get up.
So you're talking about munchkins.
Are you judging munchkins just because
they have short
legs?
arms. Like even
they can jump.
A chonky cat with regular build can still get onto the bed. I can't say the same for munchkins.
Munchkins, I don't know, man.
No.
I just
you can't defend them. Evolution has decided that they're not going to survive in the wild.
Okay, fair enough. But then again, like, I've seen munchkins jump around. Speaking of jumping around, Jumper from 4 Rivals got himself that MVP title today. Still remaining in play. And it's interesting, like, how they've always gone for changes in the team. And 4 Rivals now back on track on the final week. Week 1 was an absolute snoozer from them overall. Week 2, much better. Week 3,
top 5, I'd say.
Yeah.
Or at least close enough.
And it's really important because this is always like a marathon for teams that are playing inside of the league. Because it doesn't matter if you get the first weekend, but you gas out into the next 2, you're not going to make it into the grand finals. And I'm talking about HomeBois. Only 15-pointer. That's only a fraction of what Bosskurr achieved in just a matter of 2 days.
You described it very optimistically. I would have said it's not even comparable. At that point, 15, come on. You just got introduced into the double digits at that point.
Right. Welcome to the double-digit club. And what does it really take for them to get out? I would say 6 chicken dinners. 6 is very highly unlikely, meaning to say you have to win all the games today, and the day after, and on Sunday.
Oh, yeah, you're asking for an impossible feat right now. But they do have 6 in the team, so that could probably pull something their way. I'm just saying, it's not just 6, it's 666. So certain sacrifice right there.
So why aren't they earning the same exact points as his name, like 6666?
Well, if you want to make some sacrifice here, we've got Yoodo. This time, catch it before you miss it. Scan the QR code, switch to Yoodo. Play PUBG Mobile for free.
Thank you for the plug.
Yeah.
And now, let's see what can basically charge up MUGEN in this current affairs that they're in against Yoodo Alliance. They've already known that they are loitering around. They are hiding inside of the bunkers. Then again, not much of a cover for MUGEN now that they are on the hillsides of the ruins. Luke tries to tag Virgil. Oh, he lands those shots though. Pretty good stuff coming in, and for some reason, it's shot over on the shoulder and it doesn't really clip onto the helmets instead. So, still full armor for Luke.
Well, too soon to bow out just yet, but already we see a couple of these teams burning into the blue zone. I believe the circle did close similarly towards to the map previously, and that is also an air angle, so it's going to be a similar circle.
I feel like it's more on Gatka's side again, because there's so many teams moving towards this direction. But we'll have to wait. I haven't seen that circle, have we?
I have. I believe I have.
But we don't remember it.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, Gatka.
Yeah, Gatka's side. I guess somewhat similar, just a little bit down south. And maybe now could be... Oh, wait, GEEK fams ain't here. Oh, well. Tough times, it seems. Tough times indeed. But Genexus, this is opportunity for them. All the big guns are out except Bosskurr. Bosskurr is still well within it as a threat. But Genexus now has got the heels of Gatka. Do they intend to stay on top, though? Because if they do, they might have to fight it against the likes of some other of these teams. Crit VIP losing one member. That's Bebang towards MUGEN. The train, the steam engine themselves, steamrolled against that one member. And I guess Crit VIP crippled will they be? With only one member down. Actually 2 more left to play.
Yeah, and great repositioning for MUGEN to secure this one corner, as they might have actually even gotten 3 in total, with some of the members of Crit VIP taking the ditches for now, while Echo lurks around the corner of Bosskurr. I don't think that they're going to make this a pit stop.
Oh, but if he gets this, though, he is going to put Bosskurr's best chance to create a huge gap into a damper. So DBD, we know that they can shoot, and just as I say it, Echo that screams across the valley here as he takes down Zigzag, and now the rest of Bosskurr are on high alert.
Yeah, on high alert indeed. Meanwhile, Insomnius kind of flipped his vehicle as well, being knocked down in the middle of open. No members of Crit VIP to save him for now. DBD inching closer and closer. Yan now drives forward. DBD have already secured that chicken dinner early on. Crit VIP now spots Biu all alone, but he'll be accompanied by the rest of Genexus over on the southern side. Now a big nade drops into the wall instead. Biu lucky enough not to get tagged, but now he will be. Zamzi tries to trade right back. Insomnius basically is a lost cause. 2 versus before.
Oh!
And Genexus makes that one look relatively easy.
Crit VIP, they're cold feet. Oh, they only had 2 members. That's why they don't dare. But actually, XMZ gets taken out in that one, that push. And so only 2 members left of Crit VIP. And I guess when it comes to a stalemate, it's he who makes the first move, gets the advantage here. Genexus looking like they were in bad position, and now they've turned the tides towards their favor. The members are in, the backup is there, and now it's Crit VIP into the sewers they go. Rejected from society.
Well, that's one way to put it. But it's curious to me that Razor, almost every single round, he holds onto a DBS. Even in Erangel, I feel like this weapon is effective only in close range combat, and when you're playing inside Gatka, it doesn't really give you that edge at all. And in fact, Professor Insomnus, other than the healing games that he has contributed inside of Sanhok, I haven't seen much frags from him this season.
Oh, I guess he's graduated, and so he's playing a different game. He's not on our level.
He's a lecturer now?
Yeah, he's on a PhD streak, and you don't play the same game we do. Oh.
Still in the same team, though. Anyways, carry on.
Genexus takes middle in this circle. Again, stars are aligning after that confident boost against Crit VIP. Now we look at RSG up against Farang Guerilla. The nade has taken 1 member, but I'm pretty sure RSG will now have to go in with the reset, seeing as though they're in pretty much open grounds, and RSG have got the high heels here, not by that much, but should be enough. And look, going in with the flank side. Oh my god, Farang Guerilla, if they do not know, this is going to stab them in the back quite literally, and it will. Molix! Regrets have been made here, not taking care of his 6, and now more members just flying down! He gets shot down one after another, and Funky left. But with the crash in, that would be RSG cleaning up the Guerrilla squad. Disorganized chaos is the Guerrilla tactic, and it did not work out.
And here comes more rivals as well, launching an attack, coming with a swift shot through the vehicle. Here comes Appy. He does have the vehicle smoked up, but they will not care, as they will eventually hop out of the vehicle, immediately facing off against Brian, who's so sharp throughout this match. Getting 2 members out there, Brian finally goes out to the ground, but Rex covers fire, gets Boki in return. Jumper still here to clear out while the rest of RSG comes into the party. There's still Pamburu on the outskirts. Oh boy.
It's a 1v1.
It's down to 1v1, and Pamburu just got to hitch a ride somewhere else. And Genexus here to spoil and rain on the parade.
3
3 points. So many of them.
Dude,
that's up to 3.
He's just plucking grapes right now.
There's more he could actually use.
What a wasted opportunity. Surely Genexus did not know. But man, that would be like free grapes. You're just plucking things one by one, and now RSG could come in with a reset, at least save the likes of Brian.
I'll call that taxing, right?
Uh-huh.
Because he takes like 20% out of RSG's cut. Like, it's like, okay, this is a fair deal. You take the rest. I'm not going to risk myself for that. I'll wait for my chicken dinner, that's for sure. But RSG, look at how many frags they got. They might have lost 2 members. Walking away with 5 points is more than enough, I would say, for this round, so long as they make sure that they retain a top 5 position. It's still very early, though.
They're not going to make it top 5, though, if the... I mean...
It depends.
Oh, you meant the at the end, the overall of this match. I thought you meant like overall in the board.
In this match itself.
Okay, then that's possible. Because that 5
I'm not
points
looking
is
that far.
That 5 points is definitely not going to shoot them up into the top 5 of the overall.
And that's pretty much true. And Kim finally settling with every other crates that was in the ground. Yoodo Alliance wants to be the next vulture, but circle does shift. The Genexus will have to go back to that same area of play. Yoodo Alliance on the trail, convoying towards RSG.
Ooh.
Pamburu still alone, though. Oh, this is not going to look good for them, but HYVE International getting a little bit of fight going on over south side. Meanwhile, Sem9 taking the quarry grounds with even Team Hawk crashing towards HYVE International. There's about to be a lot of fights that will happen in this phase itself.
Yeah, but HYVE, they occupied this place first, and they're outside circle, which means Team Hawk easily gatekeeps that one out. But if HYVE plays it smart, Team Hawk might go up against Sem9, might. And speaking about which though, MUGEN crashing onto HomeBois territory, smack dab in center. It seems that they're about to steamroll this entire compound towards their name, and they're gonna do so and try. It is 4v3. Yeah, I believe one member of MUGEN. No, actually 4v4. I thought I remember one guy from MUGEN getting taken out, but I guess I was mistaken. And now we're going to see a stalemate, but someone else, a third party, Team Secret, nearby as well.
MUGEN on the lower end, and HomeBois, as much as they're on high alert, Team Secret doesn't really have to force any sort of move. The circle is already upon them. Meanwhile, DBD trying to fight everybody off here. 3 teams hugging real tight to each other. Not literally hugging though, but here comes some taps. Oh my goodness, Putra gets a buy one, free one. Oh, he's got to quickly going for the save. A couple more taps will do, but Putra forced to reload. He's going to go for a random spray, and yes, he will clip onto Dell. That's a headshot in the smoke, by the way.
Yeah, but no, nothing impressive here because he was blindly shooting in the dark. Right now, he's just scanning
through. If you're blindly shooting and get a headshot, I call that luck.
I call that accidental.
Accidental?
What was the word here? A glorious, happy mistake.
I don't think it's ever a mistake.
And happy
because
accident.
He's trying, man.
He's a happy accident
really
right there.
But here comes the grenade coming in from depth. He will secure another one in the back against Axis. Kachang Susu will definitely not survive that one, as they still have a few members crawling into a safe area of play. Edo10 still loitering around.
Oh my god, MUGEN. They couldn't end this sooner than later, and now MUGEN has to defend compound against 2 teams, that is HomeBois and Bosskurr, who's already pushed in, and they have to go in with the revive onto 1. But right now, pincered down towards the corner is the Singapore squad. MUGEN just trying to find a way out of this one.
They are still healthy and alive, though. They managed to secure that pickup. Meanwhile, Bosskurr and everybody else really wants this compound. Oh boy. MUGEN really have to hold up the most solid of defense that we'll ever see from the squad itself. Breaks not really going to push in, and Virgil finds that first pick on the outskirts there. As
DBD though. DBD is coming in. They might be the one to crash onto Bosskurr. They hear all the gunfire, and now Bosskurr already lost a member. Their defenses are not impenetrable at this point, and Genexus on the other side of the map getting some kills.
And Sem9 will have Mamparang there getting clipped, but look at him running around with 1 little HP. But Rift will be spotted out. There goes the rest of VIP's Squid VIP as well as Axis redONE at the same time.
Yep. And now DBD, as I talked about it, here to stop Bosskurr in their tracks, getting shot down from the far side. DBD finds their way in open grounds into the circle, and they might just capitalize on that hill.
And they will be. Sem9 has basically got 50% of the area so long as they march upwards. Now Putra literally holding 1/4 of the map, but Team Hawk, they're about to crash right in as well. So Dams got to be prepared for it. Arm's still walking his way there. I'm pretty sure that they heard the roaring of the engines, but north side getting so many cluster of teams up above, and here goes. Luyu pushes forward, gets the nade, and that will basically flush out the rest of Yoodo Alliance. Genexus, what did I tell you? They're here to land that streak once again.
I actually have my eyes set on DBD. This could be a back-to-back chicken here. They have the easiest of entry. No one's going to come from there behind.
But Team Secret, though.
Yeah, no, look, they're the ones gatekeeping Team Secret. They have eyes. They have that side of the map solid into their name, Action Stones. No one else is going to contest their position. If the circle that's close towards their way, then it is just, you know, the stars are just aligning for them. Meanwhile, Genexus find it hard to get by, even all the saturation of teams and already dropping members here. No. They're in sticky situations. DBD coming in again, just having the prime position within this circle.
And Genexus, they're basically running out there in the open. BUB won't be able to survive. It's only down to Bosskurr to fend off the rest of Team Secret, moving into the open fields, but yet again into the crosshair of DBD. Like you said, farming things out. Doesn't matter how much that Team Secret can get, they get depleted as well. Still 4 members still left alive, but this is going to be a hot-fought battle for them. 2 members being knocked out. Fredo quickly going in for a revive, but iShot's hanging on the tread. And 4 Rivals, I'm not even sure how did they get out of this match.
They got sprayed down a bunch of times, I think. I don't know Sotie either, and you understand why they didn't get the spotlight because they only had 1 kill, so we might have missed that one out, but DBD, comfortable as it may, now shooting down against Team Secret. Team Secret, if they fire back, everyone around them is going to know their location, and they're going to shoot down against Team Secret as well. So DBD just having most of the advantage, and Echo immediately trying to capitalize on the top hills to spray down again. How they won the chicken dinner in the previous Erangel.
My goodness me. RSG now having 6 limbs, only 2 players left, and this compound is still filled with people all over the corner. But this is slowly moving into its southern area of play where you have mentioned DBD. Sure, they have the high ground now, but they can't overlook everybody else. And the problem is they still need to walk towards the territory where they also will be seeked out.
No, the problem is Sam9 is also going to take that high ground, and I think they're already in circle. And Sam9 has 10 kills, by the way, with 4 members.
10 kills. And basically, this could easily have them chasing on to 4 Rivals as well. The point differentials aren't too high. And Brian now being spotted out by Yen. Taps after taps. Brian forced to make a retreat. The blue zone's already closing in. So RSG, with those 2 players, I'm not too sure how would they survive. Harm finds HYVE International. HYVE ends up on 7th place. We see them really doing a lot of work here, racking up all the ranking points, but no elimination points for HYVE thus far. While DBD, they continue to press on. MUGEN now in the top 6 scenario. 2 members pinned out. I don't think that it's going to be looking all too good.
I think it goes down to who defends this high ground towards their name, right? Sam9's up there, DBD's up there. They're spraying one way. It's only a matter of time until the guns point against each other. The rest of the teams who's trying to crawl up to the high ground, it's a hard feat to do. Look at that, MUGEN tried to do so, gets shot down in the process, ends up with members dropping like flies. But DBD, they got the first pick onto Sam9, and this is it. He who holds the high ground is king. And that is a very crucial pickoff. They have to follow up here.
It's between them as well as Sam9, and you can see the rest of DBD. They try to reposition, they spot one out. Depth now getting shredded to pieces. And Sam9, they just crash out of this, leaving only MAB Farang behind. DBD, relentless. Double chicken dinner will be in effect. Only a few more players left, but Tabah NSEA, they still have 4 members to play out. They're on the lower ground, pushing towards the direction of some of the teams that have bowed out. Having a little bit more extra spoils of war. Meanwhile, MUGEN now making it to the top 4. Turn my hopes and dreams, and oh my word, getting pinned out by Magic instead. Could not even hide inside a buggy. And that's 5 corners in for Tabah NSEA.
The only way DBD can lose this chicken dinner is if we get a hard shift circle or they mess this one up.
It could possibly be the case because if you take a look at the circle, it goes directly into the middle. So they will have to climb down.
They have the advantage.
Yes, they do.
Everyone else has to climb in, but they still have the high ground to peek over and shoot. Look at that. Frankie, he's pinned down in the house. Can't even make an exit.
Not even a chance for the rest of the team. Back-to-back chicken dinner. Now, very likely for DBD. And see, they're just hiding inside the shack, even with those players that could basically challenge. Makes it a little bit easier there. But then again, MUGEN now finishes on top for 2 elimination points. As this will be one of the best performances that they have inside of Erangel. Not being fired. Tabah NSEA hanging on. RSG making their way into a top 3 finish with Kim taken out.
Now it's certain that DBD might just walk away with chicken here, although NC still got 3 members. To what avail? They just strike down, and with the smite of Zeus himself, they're taking out members. This is reminiscent of the GEEK fam and how they got one of the chicken dinners in Erangel. Spraying downhill. What avail? What contest are they going up against?
There's just no chance at all, and this will be lightning striking twice. Only Rush left to tell the tale, hiding behind that tree. Still trying to pincer them off. Yen now spots him now. There's only so little angles that they can work with. Ziggs now coming in with the final shot, but Yen, he gets taken down instead. Rush has so little HP. That Molotov will clip. DVD double chicken dinner.
Oh my god, DVD just absolutely storming the front here. Forget about the shields. They're on the offense and they are making things work here, DVD. Don't break dreams seems to be breaking everyone's dreams, hopes and dreams in this lobby. What could have been a comeback match for Genexus also put to a halt. Team Secret put to a halt. DVD, congratulations, chicken dinner.
Yeah, and you are talking about the shield. Take a look at that sword as well that they are basically willing. They'll use that to chop up 2 plates of dinner. Thank you very much. And DVD, I believe eventually we'll get to speak to some of these guys out there because they are just blazing through the competition here. Well, that's all that we get inside this matchup, but of course we'll go into the highlights relatively shortly to see how they manage to get all these pickoffs and the prime position for themselves.
Absolutely insane. I mean, they just know how to rotate in the map, and they somewhat, I guess you could say that Circle did favor them for a little bit. Well, let's take a look at some of the other teams. This fight was pretty hectic. RSG versus Farang Guerilla, and then 4 rivals coming in to try and pick up the spoil, but even so, found themselves a hard time. Eventually, nearly lost too much in that process. That's where 4 rivals only had 1 kill, and they had to jet out of there. Overcommitted onto a third party, and they paid the price.
Yeah, and HomeBois definitely find some really good fight against MUGEN, but MUGEN managed to at least last to tell the tale. Even so, this heavy compound of teams trying to flock right into have gotten them into trouble instead, whereas MUGEN safely protects himself until the coast is clear. And DVD, this was the moment that they take over the angle and they just basically fought everybody else, and the closest was 7-9, but that ended up within less than 5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, man, it goes down to the 2 of these teams because the advantage just skewed so hard towards them with taking over that hill. And it goes down to the 1v1 fight over the 4v4 King on a Hill battle. And DVD convincingly took that one. It was almost guaranteed that chicken right there and then.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the teams here that make it into the top 4 as well as 5, where some of the troubles being utilized here mostly comes in from Tabah NSEA with the smokes. When it comes down to frag grenades though, look at what DVD has. Every time they throw a few, they take down the enemies and they will restock, and just basically having a blast of a time.
Blast of the time, they were, well, carpet bombing the entire teams. They were struggling. NC couldn't get out of that rocket. That's all the cover they had to play around with. And a nade comes forward. How rude.
It reminds me of a movie where some guy was trying to fish in the lake. He dropped in the grenade inside of the lake just so that he get all these fish. It's like, that's one way to make it easy.
I mean, that's called fish bombing. It's definitely illegal. Don't try that one at home.
Oh boy. Anyways, of course, NC on second place with 20 points, 7-9 with 19. RSG walks away with 16, so there's a lot of huge points being secured. Meanwhile, MUGEN walks away with 10, HYVE International with 2. So even from the lower end of the pack, there's a lot of competition going on.
And Bosskurr, nowhere in sight. Out of might. DBD stopped them. Flank side here. And Jimmy OP, speaking of DBD, will take the MVP here at 909 damage. 23% team contribution. Fairly evenly stacked across the entire team member. Everyone was pulling weight, but he did inch out on top with 247 meters, giving him 3.6 MVP points.
That's right. Let's take a look at the weekly ranks right now. 158 on top is Bosskurr, GEEK Fam unmoved as well. But look at DBD. That 2 chicken dinners are putting them onto the podium on the top 3 finish. Now tied with 7-9. Surprisingly, 4 rivals, only 1 point behind. So there's going to be a lot of changes happening over on the second place all the way up to 5th. Meanwhile, NC also wants a piece of the pie, and Team Secret now being pushed down. Axis also lowered, while RSG on the rise at 74. Team Hawk at top 10. Red VIP now 11th. Genexus ties the point, 69.
Now this is what an even distribution looks like, right? I remember week number 2, it was GEEK Fam with 200 over points, and then Genexus comes in second with 100 plus points, and everyone was double digit. This time round, look at that, triple digits all the way to the top 6, and only day number 3. It's, like you said, there's going to be a lot of interchangeable happening from second all the way down to 5th. It's anyone's game, and mind you, DBD has less chicken dinners than GEEK Fam and already inching much closer than they were.
Yeah, and overall, I think another surprise to us is that on this week itself, Dingoz haven't been able to find their footing as well. Whereas the past 2 weeks, they've been looking really strong.
Fairly okay.
So they were also in the hopes to chase in the PMPC points on top of the league points itself. So I don't know what to make out of it because they're probably going to be in the middle of the pack due to those type of performances that we are seeing right now.
Yeah, Dingoz, they're a bit inconsistent. Like, we talked to the coach, and he said, yeah, that wasn't a plan. They know that they're a little bit off tangent, off target. Same goes with some of the other teams like RSG, but they do have hopes to get back into it, and thankfully for them, right now, the bigger objective is just to qualify top 16 by the end of the week. And so, at least they have that got on the plate, on rewind, on repeat behind their head, so that's motivational enough because you're not out of the game despite an average performance. But you have to come in strong comes the country finals.
That's right, and it's only a couple of days here for them to set a benchmark for themselves and achieve it. So with that, I don't know. I don't want to be the guy that counts games, but there's only about 2 extra days because this day is almost done for. There's only 2 more maps of Miramar that we have. And of course, before we go break it all the way down, let's also look at the recaps in a moment's time.
Yeah, that will do. And to see how DBD becoming God's favorite, I would say. Coming in from the northwestern side, man. The moment I saw them having a clear entry, I knew this was bad because they were right next to a high ground. No one else is going to come from the back end. Everyone else in shooting range right in front of them. Not the location, but like the effective range of shots.
Yeah, I get you, man.
Just for them, in case they go like shooting range. No, they weren't in shooting range. What are you talking about? You get the metaphor. So it was, yeah, DBD back to back, joining the ranks of like GEEK Fam. Or was it Bosskurr? It was Bosskurr back to back. Yeah.
Well, I guess at different day we have different victors, and it's definitely great to see that there's still high fighting spirit for most of these teams out there. So who else will be going on the streak once we go to Miramar?
Miramar is a total different ball game. Truth be told, after watching so many games in week number 2 and right now after 2 days of play, you kind of could guess who's more consistent in Erangel, in Sanhok, and in Miramar itself. And so far it's been correct, especially with Bosskurr on Sanhok. But first, I will keep my thoughts later on. We have a phone on the line. Don't want to be rude. Let's head over to an interview.
So let's welcome Jason from Sen9. It's great to see you so soon. We were just talking to you yesterday. So, of course, you guys have been keeping up on track when it comes down to the leaderboards. We were just taking a look at that, and Sen9 is in a really good position to challenge for #1. So, are you liking what you've seen from the team now that we've already played 3 games overall for today?
Yep, it is superb. I mean, even though we didn't start off that great on Sanhok, but for the past 2 Erangel games, I could say we grinded up pretty well. We got like double-digit kill points throughout the round, and right now we just had finished 13 kill points game, even though we didn't get the chicken dinner. But hey, it's off to a good start, and we hope to like finish everything off with a bang on the last map on Miramar.
Yeah, and another question is that you guys were also facing DBD twice inside of Erangel, and I will say that it was so close because I think for the run in the previous round, you guys were basically fending off against them, and if you guys win that, you guys will be the king of the hill, and that could potentially be a chicken dinner. So were you also checking in on the rest of the players, if you guys are in the same house. How are you feeling about that? You know, like what's the emotional situation for the team?
Emotional situation, definitely we have back and forth conversations and discussions after each game. You know, we discuss what went wrong and stuff. Even though, like, yes, we like around these 2 runs we did like fought off DBD and such, but overall, I think even though we didn't manage to succeed in defending off the spot, but hey, we're still happy with our kill points and placement points, and overall, I think we could be able to catch up to the rest of the teams on top of the scoreboard.
Now you're talking about discussing on a mistake here. I don't want to be that guy who still drags on to it, but I have to know, right? Did Sem9 know that DBD was also sharing that hill, or did DBD catch them by surprise?
A little bit of both. A little bit of both, actually, because like we knew, but then at the same time, like they're not making any movements and such. We're still holding off on that hill, and suddenly they come over, and it's like, so that deal. So we tried.
Oh. All right, and of course, for now, we definitely want to thank you for your time here, sharing this moment with us. There's still more games for Sem9, so we won't hold you back. Thank you very much, Jason.
Great, thank you.
Well, so that explains it.
Yeah, like it seems like it's a deja vu moment again, right? Like the first game, Sem9 also finished around the top 3 region, and then in this matchup itself, the top 4. Oh boy, like the way that DBD was fighting Sem9, we thought Sem9 actually had a chance, but still, both rounds, Sem9 came up with some really huge frags, so they're definitely in the running to challenge the other teams out there. But DBD, let's take a look at their rotation, because they're scattered all across Gata for this rotation.
Yeah, they did similar things in the previous round as well. They scatter, and that's how they usually end up with so much utilities in a single individual, and that's why in the previous round you also saw the number of frags that come out, and even in this, the stats, I believe it was just raining grenades for the likes of DBD. Then they just followed like similar pathways, man, and find themselves so patiently. Look at that entry into the circle from the northern west side. This is when I already knew something is already set in stone. The only one who could potentially challenge them on the high ground is Sem9, who was on that hill, which we now have clarity that they somewhat knew but didn't take action on. So this is kind of a life lesson as well. If you know a problem, you kind of have to address it and not just run away from it.
But what about this problem? 7 teams around the same vicinity, which either one could basically bite the dust at any given moment. And it was MUGEN that has been able to turtle in and pull up a solid defense. Sure, Tabah NSEA did manage to hold true, but it didn't seem like they could even trade back against all the other teams. HomeBois looked like, hey, they had the prime position until the circle closes out, and that leaves some teams basically stranded. Now, this was the situation that we talked about, right? Like the high ground being everything in this match.
Yeah, and DBD, they took over that, so they became king of the hills. But also, I would say that MUGEN, the only MUGEN is still alive, is because so many teams tried to push on them. Bosskurr tried to push on them, NC tried to push on them, HomeBois, even Team Secret at one point. But with the free range that DBD had towards that area of play, they were just spraying down, picking up points, and eventually, well, you leave a cancer and it shall multiply, and it grew all the way up towards the top of the hills and took over Sem9.
I'm not too sure if that's the best analogy that you could possibly use with cancer, but
humor, okay, fine.
Okay. Doesn't make it any better. Still. Anyways, we got something fast and furious for you guys here. And with realme, you can make that leap of faith with the GT Neo 3 of Neo Speed Awakens, as they come with that dual chipset that allows you a lot of high powering speed that you could breeze through each and every map here in PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, so if you want to be unchallenged in terms of speed and performance, then you might want to give this one a shot. All thanks to the MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G. All in my brain now. All in my brain. But if you get a phone without a network, then you're just a fool. So don't be a fool and actually scan onto the QR code and get yourself a network on top of your phone so you can actually give some utility and purpose onto an already great phone.
That's right. Like it happens to my tablet as well. Like I have this great tablet, but like once I walk out of my house, I'm like, hey, I have no internet, I have no access. Like same could be said about phones. So if you're getting the GT Neo 3, also get yourself a Yoodo Simpack, and on top of that, you can also join us as well as our official live stream partners, TikTok. As we are currently on TikTok, you can also be a part of the Be The One challenge, hashtag Be The One, and follow our official PUBG Mobile TikTok, and that is PUBG Mobile MY Official, PUBG Mobile Esports SG, and PUBG Mobile Official PH.
Yeah, a lot of things that's about to happen there. Use the hashtag Be The One for all your favorite moments. What are your favorite moments for the day so far?
Favorite moment of the day? Well, I think like it's the battle between GEEK Fam as well as Team Secret, and then like Isaac was spraying on that on the box, and then the instant karma hits.
Oh
yeah, that was my favorite. But of course, there's more moments to come, so we're gonna take a little bit of break, and when we come back, we'll bring you Miramar.
Lembik gila. Tak nak aku.
Nak aku. Hai, saya Adik. Saya Ham.
Wih.
Asal dah boot game ada kat sini? Debu. Benda ni.
Tak, yang pertama tu asal gerak.
Janganlah. Oh, so. Okey, kau dulu. Wih, panas. Wih.
Bodoh. Apa tu? Lembik bodoh.
Ya. Kuat. Okey, kuat dulu. Ya, kau. Benda weh. Atas tu. Dah tahu lah.
Tak ada.
Oi, apa benda ni? Apa tu?
Lembik gila.
Okey. Okey. Geli sikit ni. Nak try yang ni lah.
Digigit dok ni tadi.
Yang ni lah.
Ni gilat dok.
Ni baru kari tadi.
Pergi warna kot?
Warna naga. Hamster.
Sabun.
I think kura-kura. Nanas. Kaki ayam ah, tangan ayam ah.
Oh, nanas. Kaki ayam.
Sini boleh. Nanas bongok.
Okey, dah habis dah sesi permainan kita untuk hari ini. So, jangan lupa saksikan kami di
2022 PMPL
MYSGPH Fall.
Hi everyone, this is Blackpink.
We're so excited to be back in PUBG Mobile with tons of great surprises for all of you.
By the way, first ever Blackpink in-game concert will be held exclusively in PUBG Mobile starting on 22nd July. Don't forget to support us through the in-game events to unlock the exclusive Blackpink rewards and more.
Follow PUBG Mobile social for more information. 네, 너무 기쁘네요.
Come and meet us in the game. See you soon.
See you there, please.
Neo Speed awakens. Ryumi, dare to leap.
And now we'll be approaching Miramar here on a 2022 PMPL MYSGPH fall. It's Contra here alongside with Keith. Final 2 games for us to cast for this weekend. And of course, later on over the week, we definitely will have Sir Cloud as well as Choo Choo joining us here. And both of us finally get a break.
Yeah, we get booted out of the studio. Yeah, say it as it is, man. Just rip out the bandit. You don't have to tolerate all our puns anymore, so that's good news for you.
Yeah.
But I can't say that they don't come in with puns themselves.
Yeah, like, in actual fact, like, I own this stage of our spaceship that we're currently at. So let's look at the team of the colors, it's all purple. And you guys call me Barney for that, right?
Yeah.
But anyways, here comes the limbs and damage for the past round. DBD as well as 7-9. Look at those big numbers.
Oh, DBD, 14 kills, Sem9 13. Gotta be happy with that one. I think there's no contention despite the number of placing that Sem9 dropped out. Still a very formidable performance. Only lost out by negligence, I would say. But here they are up across the map representing the teams. DBD with Jimmy OP, Sem9 Putra, and Tabah NSEA Rush. The top, was it top 3? No. There was a top 3, right? NC was on second place. And then Sem9, actually no, was it MUGEN lasted longer? I'm not sure. Well, it's past now. Let's look forward to the present and future.
That's right, and we're going to be having Group A, B, C, D that we'll be playing. So without Group E, there won't be 4 Rivals, Sem9, Farang Guerilla, as well as HYVE International. So Sem9, they definitely got some streak of numbers going on for them, even without the chicken dinner, looking pretty good. So who's going to be the next king of Miramar? Is it still going to be Dingoz? Because they have been challenged multiple times. So, number 1 on the spot now, taking a break. So, GEEK fam, 4 Rivals, perhaps Genexus could also trail in.
I mean, it is Miramar.
Wow. 100 points of rank, 100 eliminations. And that fulfills my OCD.
You heard it, GEEK fam. Just throw the map in, throw in the towels. You don't want to change anything from that, you know?
Make it 200-200.
We got the whole world has to resolve around his OCD now. So that's one thing to look forward to. But, I mean, it's Miramar. I think 4 Rivals more often than not will come out, will have an edge in this map. Sem9, they're quite on and off. But GEEK fam, I would expect GEEK fam to actually have more solid performance over in Miramar than Sem9, to be honest.
Yeah, overall, I think like they definitely have shown up a lot more times. Sem9, I think that they definitely offer high firepower overall. So that itself is something that is a force to be reckoned with. But now, before we start the game, we want to introduce you once again to the Ultimate Bramble Overlord set. It's Chapter 3, Protecting the World Gate, and up to now, you know, everything's kind of cool, but have we emphasized on the gun, where it kind of looks like a toy gun?
Doesn't all his weapon look like a toy? Come on, you can't call that whip serious though. It looks like a toy. It might not be a toy you're used to, but it's a toy.
And it's a toy that I will be using. I'm not too sure about you. And PMPL and PMCT on ground watch party going on this weekend. So you want to be at Ipoh Parade. And even if you're not there, a trip to Ipoh is going to be pretty fun. And next week, we're going to be in Surya Sabah. So you guys back in Borneo, you guys definitely want to party with the rest of the PUBG Mobile
I thought
crew.
we were promoting tourism right now. Why not just the people in Borneo? Come on, if you're from the West, go fly over. It's an experience, you know? Sandy beaches, nighttime at 6 p.m. I guess people here are not used to that one, but...
Nighttime at 6 p.m.?
Yeah, it's dark at 6 p.m.
It's London.
Well, right now, let's go over to Egypt then, because Mummy Set is available on sale. It is limited, and it is everyone's favorite. Despite how simplistic this outlook is, it happens to be a favorite, and that's why they're bringing this one back. So, ditch away with the Scarab, ditch away with Anubis looking from the background. This is what we want, waifu material.
Waifu material? You can't even see your waifu.
Wait, what?
I'm not even sure if that's waifu material.
What are you talking about? They are sure.
I'm judging you, man.
What?
That's what it is.
But the part of the fun is not knowing what's on the underneath.
Okay, sorry. Anyways, prediction time.
Oh my god.
Part of the fun is not knowing what the chicken dinner would be, is the case. So Crit VIP, sure, they have a few run-ins and a couple of hard games out there. But now in Miramar, you see from yesterday's run, they've been relatively consistent. I think it's about time that they celebrate one more. So you're saying that you want a triple chicken dinner for DVD?
I knew they were somewhat going to strike gold today. But I didn't think they were going to strike gold twice in a day. And so maybe a third time and make it a lucky one.
Okay, fair enough. Anyways, like that also signifies that we are about to get ourselves into the next game. So sit back, relax, and well, put on some music if you want to, because it's about to get loud.
Oh, I thought your mind's just drifting back to my statement about not knowing what's on the underneath. You know, this is we
so what is in the underneath?
I don't know, but that's part of the fun. You don't know. You don't know. It's called a mystery box. It's a Pandora box.
There's no mystery in that. Okay, mummies are a mystery. Like how they imagine back in how many 100 AD, BC, whichever you want to call it, right? They have already found ways to preserve bodies. They found ways to basically build something extraordinary with a lot of geometry involved. So, yeah.
Well, I wasn't thinking that far ahead. I was just thinking that kind of looked like a mannequin. And you kind of have to agree with certain appeal. There's some appeal in a mannequin.
Why mannequin?
Because they're supposedly formed in what a perfect and ideal physique look like.
Honestly, I don't like mannequins because they're
creepy.
So
emotionless.
Some of it doesn't have a head. Some of them are just rigid. Some of them have creepy eyes. Like, am I just describing teeth?
All I'm hearing from you right now are things that are good things.
Good things. Okay.
Okay, let's not.
I'm not even sure about
We're going so much into the depths here. Like, what's next?
What's
sacrifice?
Next? It's not about depth, but the length of the stretch where they have to basically travel in this huge map of Miramar. And with that said, the flight is here. So let's see on map 4 who gets the chicken dinner and be the one.
Be the one to take home that winner chicken dinner, especially in a, well, weather like Miramar. I would say the chickens up there is somewhat salty naturally. You know, there's a means of cooking chicken underground. Yeah, like under the sand itself. And people in, I guess, the Arabian side actually practice this.
Not only in the Arabian side, I believe in Malaysia we have that as well. Like,
well, we brought the concept over, but it's
even in the Chinese region they have that too.
It's a tandoor, right? It's called a tandoor.
That's not underground though.
No, they do. They create things to do it on top of the ground, but it was traditionally in underground.
Yeah, there's also other types of meat that you could basically do that with. Like I just watched a couple. My favorite thing to do when I have free time on my hands is just watch documentaries. Could be traveling, could be food, could be anything, biology, wildlife, astronomy. So back to the thing. So somewhere in Oaxaca, Mexico, it's also a dish that is kind of rare. Not everybody gets. Nah, no, cactus of all things.
No, that's a staple there, dude.
I don't think I ever want to eat a cactus. So, anyways, they cook that on the ground.
Oh yeah, that happens a lot, especially in the Arabian side. But we will go to the northern side instead here. Water treatment seems to take center ground, but Axis and Mugen, and we know Nasty with his shotgun is always lethal, and already great intro right in front of the face, but unfortunately didn't pick anything up. He is just whiffing every one of them, and Axis now can look to fight back. The pre-spray is there, pre-fire. Nasty just too afraid to try and push onto that. That fire rate would just take him off anytime, but now they're both are about to toss one onto each other. Maybe send in a little bit of a care package here. Axis, they've got an idea, but I don't think it's going to take the mark. He's bounces back, and it takes some damage from the blast radius.
You have one shot. You have one chance with that grenade, and he basically takes another huge chip.
Go for the
now, let's see, Thompson or S6 shotgun.
Come on, shotgun cannot miss, and Nasty is fairly low. He's got the info as well. Nasty, come on! Yeah, he gets it. Clips it by the edge here. The spread was perfect, and Nasty coming out big time.
That is something fun to watch, at least to start off all round. And meanwhile, another Mugen member will have to deal with Axis Red 1. More of these bullets flying in his way. I don't even think that Ares can get to trade right back. So he's running on the open plains. Both of the teams opting to take Power Grid Sim 7-9 in this round. Sim 9.
That's a good question.
Kind of started a war here. Jason, I'm not saying it's your fault.
But he is. He is.
Oh boy. Okay, he does have a weapon. There's a Scar all in hand. Now he has a Molotov. I'll toss it right over the corner.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure if that was the game plan here for Ares. Meanwhile, Nasty's just chilling.
That literally got greeted outside, so...
Maybe it was meant to toss it by the doors, because that could zone them out for a little bit. But yet again, decisions made. Oh, Sonic 7 is now playing. This is the first time that we see him play this season. So that also means that Snipes now taking a break.
Well, I guess some hard calls has to be made here. Let's be honest. GEEK Fam just is on a downtrend ever since today started. I wouldn't say yesterday. Yesterday they had some good games, but right now, last 2 games of the day and still nothing going on the top side for GEEK Fam. I think that's why they're making a drastic change, which I respect, because some teams wouldn't make such change. They're too comfortable. And if GEEK Fam can actually pull things off with Sonics, we might just have more Sonics in the in future rounds.
Yep. But then again, there's not going to be a headshot here to be rolling around. And therefore, Nasty bites the dust.
Bro.
And Sonic 7 Days have been playing since the past season, before Yuha even joined right in. But seemingly not getting airtime at all.
Axis just strike them with a fist of vengeance. They want to pay back for what one of the members of Mugen did. And now it's a 2v2 actually. Still very winnable if they can come in with the support fire. They will 1v1, and Hey Noob is low.
And there's only one member left from each side. Hey Noob trying to go in for the pickup. This could be a really good shutdown if they really want to.
No meds too.
He's only down to bandages. He could basically wrap himself up, but now with the revive coming right in, buys a little bit more time as both seeks refuge. Meanwhile, Team Hawk, they're climbing up the hills. Mugen, they're about to be ambushed. No. It could have been their win, and Team Hawk just have to spoil the party.
Axis will take that. You know, to them it's personal. But now maybe Axis would fall on with as well, since last we checked, they don't really have mad kits. And they can look to push onto that one. I believe Campus saw that jump. He must have saw that movement, and now the MQT pushed onto compound. Trying to overextend, actually. Has to be careful, though.
Yeah.
Can still fight from the flank side.
They really have to, because look at Dell, he couldn't even heal up, even now he is being revived. Now he made him all alone, and there's nothing much that he can do but to refrag. Oh boy,
close.
We still lose one though.
Yeah, Daniele want to confirm that kill at the very least, but oh, spots out. That toss might have cost him dearly. Riff, low, Dell as well, living by an inch of HP, and he will go down. As the same can be said to the rest of the members of Axis, and I say that only one left remaining. Maybe they can look to confirm that kill. It seems like they're gonna make him work for it. Oh, work for it hard, he will, but Riff just pulling all the strings here.
What's with Team Hawk?
Yeah, Team Hawk's just a little bit too afraid to try and go for the overcommitment.
It's only one player left. I mean, maybe they did not know.
He could clutch things out.
Yeah. Overall, what's he trying to do there, Zully? Trying to revive, but Riff will still get taken out because such a risky move. Like, there's no point going for a revive, so he should just push forward. That could have been his kill. But regardless, Team Hawk secures 5. Less than 2 minutes of play.
Yeah. A little misplay. You're right. They should have just went for the push. They had numbers. They could trade off another body for that kill. But well, it's spoiled milk. No going back until when it's already cheese here. And DBD, Jimmy OP, across the board right now, 33 assists.
What's your favorite type of cheese?
Blue. Always blue.
Hey, I love blue cheese.
I know people think it's smelly, which it is.
It's
but
actually
that's part
perfect
of the fun.
on burgers.
Yeah.
And it's an acquired taste for sure.
Funky.
And I would say it's exquisite than funky.
No, I think funk is a good way to describe it.
Okay.
I agree that it is funky, but I like it.
We have Frankie. Where's Funky?
Funky is in Farang.
Yeah.
Who probably won't see the light of day today right now because they are in Group E, and so they won't be playing.
No blue cheeses, I guess. And at least it isn't blue waffles.
Whoa, 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 whoa. We're going to territories we do not want to thread here.
No. Blueberry waffles, what are you thinking about?
Yeah, I was thinking about actual blue waffles, you know? The ones from the Netherlands. Go look it up. Blue waffles on Google.
Don't look it up.
Google image, yes.
Don't look it up. I mean, all kinds of waffles out there. Some are just not worth eating.
Are you sure about that?
I'm quite certain.
If you know, you know. If you don't, then, kid, you're far too young to be endowed with our humor.
Are we getting away with things?
No, we're you know, it's an old man's humor, you know. Back when we were in high school, that was the meme that was going around. But
high school ain't old man, guys. High school is just teenage.
Yeah, but we were in high school. I'm saying that meme was going around while we were in high school. And that's like at least nearly 10 years ago.
Yeah. Now you just make me miss my prime days. Back in days where I have a lot of energy to play.
You know, you can
always
maintain your prime.
By how?
Exercise, bro.
That, yes, but what about my gaming prime?
Well, we didn't have mobile games back then. not to this scale, so...
We had snakes.
Yeah, you kids on the block right now consider yourself super lucky that PUBG Mobile
Snakes were competitive. To just pass around the phone and see who gets the highest score. But meanwhile, Zayn out in the open field. Same goes to the rest of Team Secret. And with this circle early on, we see moving into the water treatment ground, it definitely gives an edge to teams like Crit. And now it's going to be Genexus there getting a few tags onto Secret members out there. Luyu also coming in with a flying angle of their own. Fredo gets a shot. Yeah, boy. Eventually will be pushed right through. I don't think that Genexus has the opportunity to also go for the angle to try to threat Fredo, trying to protect his own teammate, but the rest of Team Secret now in a really huge predicament as they still have members being shot by RSG.
Yeah, Team Secret, despite losing 2 members, they're doing damage onto Genexus, and that would most likely cripple the likes of Genexus themselves, since they are a high-fragging team. With less manpower means they will have to revert into a safer option and be passive. Team Secret now under gunfire. Rex has got a hit onto Fredo, and so that confirms his location. Surely he has already known. He's probably saw that one as well. And with the drive in, that is for sure a giveaway. But now RSG,
over in this water treatment area. It seems like they've got a wide spread of control over this compound. And Team Secret, how are they looking to get out of there?
Well, it's just gonna take them a little while. They can basically hide out in that area because both teams, or should I say all these teams, are over onto the circle already. GEEK Fam, though, makes their way safely across. They're going to be accompanied by Crit VIP on the other side of the hill. Cactuses around the field. Are you planning to cook them or what?
You can actually eat cactus. In fact, it's a staple in Mexico where they substitute.
I thought avocados.
No. They substitute, sure, avocado too, yes. But they substitute taco shells with cactus pellets. The cactus, whatever they call that. What do you call it?
No, I'm intrigued to try it.
Yeah. Apparently it's gooey, like aloe vera.
Okay, now not so not so
But it's
enticing
good.
anymore.
They said it's good. It's insane.
I don't believe in everyone that say things are good and then
That's true.
you try it and it's like, eh. But one thing I would try that is a little bit ambitious to some others out there, balut.
Yeah, I tried it, loved it.
You loved it?
Yeah.
Oh.
You haven't tried it?
No, I've never been to the Philippines, but I wish we can go to the Philippines.
You heard that? Oh, wait, they're not. They have their own Filipino stream here. So no brownie points for you, it seems.
No brownie points?
Yeah.
It's okay. I'll make my own brownie.
I don't want to know how because you can't bake. That's
How do
a
you know I
fact.
can't bake?
I know that for a fact, and so the only
I
thing that's
have
brown
baked
coming up from you,
before.
I will not touch.
I've baked before. In fact, I make good churros.
Churro.
That doesn't require baking.
Yeah, you just fry the dough, man.
Yeah, but still, it's a dough that's being cooked.
Look at NC again, finding their way in circle. We know that them and their rotations in Miramar just seems to hit the mark, especially with the kind of circle that favors the west-hand side of the map. They always find their way in, and so they are here again. They could look to maybe come in with an upset here. They are top 5 team right now. That, if they do get a chicken dinner on top of some respectable kills, it could be them moving up onto the 3rd or even the 2nd spot.
Yeah, it's just going to take a while. They just have to buy time. So, let's see who else could basically defeat Bosskurr this week. GEEK Fam seems to be having a downer of the day, but one chicken dinner should be able to give them that opportunity yet again. So, Team Secret only on 5th position, lose 2 members out. The same could be said about Genexus early on.
Oh, we got to take it with a grain of salt, though, because remember, 7-9's not playing this match, and I believe they were top 3 at least.
That's true. And Damru now about to put those points back on the table. Gets one knocked out. M249 a little bit hard to on the recoil. Brings back the M4 instead. Oh, Capper getting shot there by Liu from the high grounds, and this is going to be a perfect opportunity for RSG.
Oh, he saw them.
As they've been vultures, they've been stealing kills away from Genexus. Well, I'm pretty sure that Genexus eventually wants to settle the score, but they only have 2 members left. Meanwhile, RSG has 4. Not going to be an easy task. Well, we're seeing long-range shots coming from Fredo. He's doing so much work in this match.
And working hard he is here. He's got these scopes down onto the rest of DBD, but they're not in position so compromised just yet. However, RSG, they might be far too open here because Yoodo Alliance got a rough idea on where these boys in blues have been playing and taking shots from, taking digs, and that confirms it. With a hit towards the hand, it was just a bullet wound, but he will know that his suspicions was true.
Yeah, what kind of suspicions?
The RSG was there. In the area.
Yep. And of course, him channeling his chi over on the top of the hill.
Kimchi?
Yeah.
Clever. Help me,
Glad
guys.
you caught on. Glad you caught on. Anyway, circle updates, and it's going to be GEEK Fam's Crit VIP, HomeBois, Dingoz, and MAB get a circle.
If NC comes in, take out GEEK Fam, that leverage them onto high ground, and they may try and take on Crit VIP. That could give them a winning position there.
It could, but then again, it's quite a tough area to push upwards from. So NC, they rather go into the North Point and further lock themselves in between both of these teams, GEEK Fam as well as MAB. What I'm interested to see is that how teams get into the circle, because Zilly now getting tagged out. Ryan still man marking in. That vehicle's about to explode. A few more taps and he does get Zilly. Great work out of RSG, Brian. And I gotta say that he probably is the sharpest shooter of the team for this season.
Team Hawk, they tried, man. They were sprinting as fast as they could, pedal towards the floor. But it is one of those cars who's reached its top speed. It's not meant for speed here in Miramar. More so to make way for insane handling with these sort of terrains. Getting shot. Kim, again, just absolutely dominating this high ground. But I'm not sure if they're well within circle or they have to make a move and adjustments quick.
They should be able to make their way there in the jiffy, but here goes members of Bosskurr on the ground. Yoodo Alliance gone to attack. Seeks out our boy. Helton can come in with the flank as well. Grenade being cooked up. I believe he spots out Helton. Helton now will have to dodge this one out. Ooh. He'll receive a little bit of damage over on the other corner. Frankie now getting himself into action as the rest of Yoodo Alliance pushes right in. 2-2 split formation coming out of Bosskurr to try to fend them off, and they bash the spot out Leo with a grenade. Rebel Boy rushing forward, but it's going to be Adik Luke to try to catch him with another banger.
Oh,
see how it works.
If that nade connects onto all three of them, that could have been very, very good, but I don't think it did. But it's going to buy some time here. Yoodo Alliance going for the pickup onto Olayo. All three members on the ground, so they have to go in for the pickup. They're just, the nade just, again, put him into a state of near-death experience. And now the nade starts on forward. Can he, one man from Yoodo Alliance, fend off the entirety of Bosskurr? Of course he can't. The math just don't add up.
Yeah, not only that, there's nothing on the points as well. So there's nothing to be added. So, carrying on, it's going to be Razor coming up with a frag. 11 teams in the span of 18 minutes still survives. RSG now will have the rest of Crit VIP looking upon them, but Kim tries to cover fire with his DMR. We've seen how much work can Kim do when he is given a DMR. The Rex just sniffing them from below, and it's not going to be working out too well. Crit VIP already on a streak, though they actually get themselves into hot soup because Bosskurr is not too far behind. And speaking of which, Kim quickly goes in for the tabs, takes down Razor.
Yeah, now Flax OP spots out members of Genexus trying to drive by, and that is it for Genexus. Couldn't reach the checkpoint in time. We'll have to bow out. Gang-on-gang violence, it seems, and now RSG versus Crit VIP. They're going in with the reset. If only Rax knew that they were so close within the vicinity. They get the pickup, though, but immediately the spray is there. Kim pulling one out for the team here. Insomnia's on his knees, and Razor tries to play things out, but he can't. That should be the rest of Crit VIP gone. Oh no, Bebang, he's making a push.
Oh no, he's the one that falters as well. Now that does make up the rest of Crit VIP. Top 10 finish, 3 elimination points, having a little bit of ranking points to add up at the very least. And RSG managing to survive, and not only that, now currently the leaders of the pack with 7 frags in total.
Oh, this is scary. GEEK Fam still have all member, and they're in good position to defend this. Straight away spraying down SMG. Under gunfire, it is Mile, who now finds himself injured and will have to seek for cover and shelter at the time being, and that's going to cripple the likes of SMG because the rest of GEEK Fam are already pushing in, and they did get the revive though. So maybe the free frag is there. The entry, perfect. It's 2 already. SMG lose members, 2 of them. In just a blink of an eye, and GEEK Fam, they're not done just yet. Catch him mid-animation of prepping that grenade.
Yeah, and that will be the end of Team SMG as well. Perfect timing coming out of GEEK Fam. They take over, but the coast is not clear. DBD is about to infiltrate as well. YiHi on the high ground at the very least will be able to ensure that they get a little bit more of a glimpse of everyone on the outskirts instead. While RSG, they take over the compound, forcing the rest of Team Bosskurr to retreat. Circle now, moving further and further up north. But Bosskurr, they're not going to be hindered overall. More nades being tossed towards the side of RSG as they are trying to open a little bit more room for themselves. The hits are popped up, not looking all too good, while RSG They get held back. The Blue Zone's also coming in. They have to make a move quick, and Bosskurr should be able to get into the zone for now.
Team Bosskurr, again, still all members up alive. Neck to neck right now with GEEK fam. GEEK has 4 kills. Bosskurr trying to negate that lead by having 3 of their own, so only a surplus of 1 going to the side of GEEK. But they're all still here, and the upset might just happen. DBD well within this area to play around with. MAB knocking out one member of Dingoz, and GEEK fam in position to maybe neutralize the threat that is DBD.
GEEK fam, 4 takedowns in this matchup. Still have all 4 members alive. DBD, hugging by the edge, and after gets a glimpse of Time Pro, knocks them down. The rest of GEEK fam flushes outskirts, quickly gets into the crosshairs, and will knock down Ziggs. Now they're going to run right in. How much can Echo do to hold them all back? They will be deterred, while Jimmy OP, the last of his kind for DBD, holding on the back. Grenades are clipping, and Jimmy has got nowhere to hide.
Yeah, he's just gonna pray to last longer here because GEEK fam, they have gotten the entire territory guarded. There's no way DBD is gonna make their way in. However, they still have 2 members. To be honest, still very doable. One of those members are smack dab into the run.
Yeah.
GEEK fam doesn't know. Yeah, he could easily get a pick off if GEEK fam just walks past by him.
Yeah, on top of that, look at the rest of Bosskurr as well, moving into another location. GEEK fam, they're on the outskirts. They need to run in. They only got 13 seconds from here. They will eventually go on to find Yen hopping downwards. He's still trying to survive. He won't settle for top 7, but GEEK fam basically forcing their hands here, holding them back. Yen still trying, while Jimmy will be on the lower side of the ridges. So GEEK fam now 7 points in, looking for the 8th. Jimmy's got that buggy as he slowly repositions himself. But he's so far away, he needs to get into the circle, but NC's already guarding the north.
NC now has perfect positioning in this play, setting themselves up towards the late game 6th circle in. Bosskurr now finding 1 member down on the knees. They will have to go in with the pickup. Right now, GEEK fam running away with things. 4 kills ahead of Team Bosskurr. That means 4 points essentially on towards their side. Now, GEEK fam needs at least about 30 points to close in the gap, and Bosskurr, more of them dying out. It is Tam coming from the back end here. As far now, pressured as the only member who could spray back, has to deal against RSG and HomeBois.
And suddenly, HomeBois are basically finding themselves in the best run possible. While Bosskurr is just slowly getting gated out, Time Pro goes in for a refrag. Will find his organization player out there, Kim, being knocked out, while Mecca comes in with a Groza shot, shredding them right through. And see, they're not looking like they're going to be holding just fine against the rest of GEEK fam as they try to go in for the push. Still trying with the revives. They will secure the point. Micah adds 1 up, but Jimmy OP right down below, just trying to decoy with the smokes. Shots being fired as Magic as well, as Micah goes in for the double trouble. The rest of NC slowly bowing out, and there's nothing that can stop Micah claiming those points.
My God, Micah played that like an absolute god. He just swings and spray transfer, and he's hitting the mark. 1 man taking out 2 in a single push, time and time again. And now DBD seemingly like he's trying to deny himself to the zone, but he's getting some sort of decent trade. Surely you don't lose to this one. Come on, GEEK fam. There's no time to be sloppy when especially this one.
Whoa! The last stand, and he eliminated the rest of GEEK fam. Unbelievable work coming out of GBOP. Now the game is blown wide open. This could be the first chicken dinner ever for HomeBois here in week 3. They are now hunting out. It's only going to be Rex. And HomeBois think that there's still somebody up there, and they're not even going in for a little bit of pickup. But Trix, they managed to bring him back up online. 4 versus 1. Could they do the unthinkable, just like how Jimmy OP did? And it's RSG relying on Rex.
No, game's over. But man, GEEK fam, that was sloppy. Why were they so fixated with that kill?
Jimmy don't have to.
Yeah, Jimmy was already down in the low ground. The blue was gonna eat him anyways. They risked all the chicken dinner 15 points for a potential 1 point
stack. They could still battle the rest of HomeBois out for this win. And because of that one misjudgment of a call, It all shattered, but now we focus on HomeBois because this is going to be the best run possible for today.
It's going to be underwhelming, trust me. Look at that. Shows himself, Rax now up against 4, and there we go. HomeBois taking off that chicken
Why
dinner.
you gotta spoil the fun?
Like I said, the game is over. Rax, all as great as he is, he can't pull off miracles, and it's 4 members of HomeBois taking home their winner chicken dinner, a much needed one, especially when they're loitering down at the bottom in the bracket.
Quite unbelievable. HomeBois finally celebrates that chicken dinner right here in match 4. And that play by Jimmy OP. Oh, it was just the stuff of legends, man. Like, the whole GEEK fam shut down by this one kid. And this is definitely going to the highlights. HomeBois celebrates the win. But that guy took all the glory.
I am absolutely speechless right now. Like, as great as GEEK fam were, you saw them pushing in. Micah OP twice in a single team fight. Swings, takes 2 members, go for the heal, swing in again, taking the other 2 members. And then they had to get greedy with Jimmy OP, and man, got sloppy in the process too. I don't know what's happening right there, but they just lost themselves the 15 pointers. They got 3rd place though.
3rd place, better than nothing.
But no, it feels harsh because they could have gotten a 1st place.
Yeah, sure enough. And this fight is iffy as well in the early game where Axis was taking on Team Hot. And sure, Team Hot did manage to win, but it took them a long while. Genexus as well as Team Secret battles each other. Both sides losing 2 members apiece, and that's also because RSG decided to also chime into the party. Ryan started off on a good note, and eventually RSG racked up a lot of points of elimination before they even get into the final circle. That was impressive stuff overall coming in from RSG. While you see Crit VIP, as much as they were holding on to the high ground, it seems like RSG's push was just unstoppable.
Yeah, but it was GEEK fam who stole the show and immediately passed the baton onto DBD. Look at how clean they pushed that compounds against SMG. And then HomeBois, they were pincer down. It was that. They eliminated most of the members of DBD. Luckily for Jimmy OP, he found his way towards no man's land and will live for the time being. But then eventually, GEEK fam versus NC, this was insane, remarkable at least. Micah swinging in. This man, insane pickup from GEEK fam. Like, who would have done that? You're not even relying on your teammates. It's just you pulling all the triggers.
Indeed. And overall, I would say GEEK fam at least secures that top 3 finish. And yet again, even with a little bit of that hiccup, Sonic 7 Days make a really good debut here on week 3. So HomeBois now walks away with that max point with 22 acquired. So I believe this should be able to save them from the low grounds that they were hiding in the standings. RG with 21 points, 15 points for GEEK fam, and DBD 12.
Hold on. 3rd place, you brought back a rank points of 4. Something's off here.
Yeah, something's a little bit weird there.
This shouldn't have happened.
Wait, they're not on 3rd place. It was Dingoz that was on 3rd. And then DBD on 4th.
Oh, that's
but
true.
It still doesn't...
That's true. DBD lasted before GEEK fam. Now you see how it's not worth it? Think about it.
Oh.
GEEK fam needed 30 to close in the gap with Bosskurr.
That's painful.
Because of that one member, the non-de facto. Now they take the 8 points.
Well, oh well. Distracted by Jimmy OP. And still, they managed to have a little bit of a consolation prize, which is to win the MVP title. Micah with 4 elimination points and a lot of damage being done. But the most important damage, he didn't do. Emotional damage.
They are emotional damage. That damage is inflicted onto GEEK fam. They have to bounce back one from that one. Well, take a look at the point here. 140 could have been much higher, but 140 it is, and still only about, well, still 27 points away from Bosskurr. You have to also factor in the fact that Bosskurr did get some kill points their way. And so, if they did get the 30 points or the 28 or the 25, maybe there'd be a more comfortable situation. But this is how you have to make do right now. DBD moves up to, actually just stays there, maintains status quo at 3rd place. Sam9 now at 4th. at 121. Again, still very interchangeable. And the next match, next Miramar, Sem9, 4 rivals will have a go in this huge map.
And on top of that, let's talk about HomeBois with that chicken dinner. Now they place themselves 17th, and it's basically reversing whatever sort of advancement coming out of MUGEN as well as HYVE International. Farang now at the bottom of the standings instead of him. Now, this is definitely huge out of HomeBois. They just need another good game. They'll hit into the top 16 and above.
Top 16 is still very possible. However, they have to make the next few games count. Whether it's the next game after this and the following games over the weekend. And I think they still have to end up at #1 spot. So it's still a hard thing to do.
That's right, and let's head over to our recap segment here. HomeBois with a total of 7 eliminations, and of course a lot of damage being dealt. They came in from Impala, and take a look at their rotation overall. They move into Cruz de Val, take a little bit of HomeBois pit stop, and then move further up into the Cruz de Val area of play, so they can easily go in for a quick restock of weaponry or any sort of your kills. And you see, most of the other players were actually on top of that hill. Though those fights did actually take place for a good reason, because that was one of the final few areas of play. But HomeBois, nobody was there to basically challenge them, so they finally found a formula to get in safe into the late game and also have a little bit of restock coming in from that crate itself. So it's down to those fights that were happening over on the south as well as the western end that has been able to open up a little bit more room. And not only there was 1 crate, there was 2 crates that HomeBois could work with. So basically, HomeBois was a little bit more passive, and they only take what's necessary before they end up into this current position here, which, once again, unchallenged. Let everybody fight, and we'll take the final straw.
They did get some couple of pickups though. That's why they have 7 eliminations with under their name. But I guess you're right, just based on what the circle did, essentially there was a lot of luck at play. And mind you, they can't pull this sort of movement and rotation or game plan out in some other games, because they got away with it this time around with the fact that 4 rivals wasn't playing and Cruz de Val was their home ground.
True enough.
So there's so many factors, right, that led it to the way of
I think that's one of the biggest factors, because without the obstruction of 4 rivals, this ease of access is absolutely there.
Yeah. So, but next round they will have 4 rivals. Unfortunately for HomeBois, there won't be HomeBois. So they ended on a high note. Yeah.
Okay. Food for thought, food for thought. Okay. So now, as you say, HomeBois and the rest of Group A will be resting for the final match. That also leaves like a couple of these teams here still fighting for those points. Honestly, I'm still not over the fact of GEEK Fam's fight against DBD. Like, that itself,
there's a silver lining.
It stings.
Yeah, it
does. For the team. It does sting.
But there's a silver lining. What's that? Bosskurr is in Group A. They won't be playing the next one as well.
Oh, that's going to be...
the next one they won't be playing, I would say, as well. Yeah, good opportunity for them to make the difference, right? They missed out on that opportunity this time around. They can come in and make the difference. Will GEEK Fam actually closing the gap by the end of the day? It all goes down to the final Miramar map. But first, before we get into it, this is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. We're going to take a quick break before we hop onto more Desert Tune actions. And I'll see you in about 5. Bye-bye.
Binabalik ang iyong nakikita na nga namin. The 50 ICMC na out by RSG Rex. Tuloy mo pa.
Kamrud, meron pang 5. Pero Mika OP, alam na alam kung nasan si Iftar. Ba't ka nagpapanggap na bato? Ikaw pa yan na. Huwag lang mananakdown, HYVE. Take care. Kanina pa kayo bumabaril. Siguro konti na lang, pero si Mika OP ay bumaba na nga, mga kaibigan. Kasi nga gumagalaw na ang blue zone. 1 courtesy of Snipe. And right now, boom!
Now, paano kayo makakapagkap na isang ating mag-GEEK mantikap at harapan na nga ito, ulo to ulo, head to head. Sino kaya ang magwawagi sa ating GEEK pamata sa SMG? But yun na nga, HomeBois, paripan to...
W3D3. Neo speed awakens. Realme, dare to leap.
And welcome back. We're down to our final match here on a Friday night, and you're currently watching 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. So, to my left, of course, is our dear gentleman, Keith, and my name's Contra, as we are your casters. This is going to be our final match here, so let's bring the roof down with us before Sir Clout and Chuchu comes in to clear up the debris.
So it was quite literal when he said it. Quite literal of a final match. Last one in the day. Last one for us throughout the entire week. And maybe the weeks to come. Let's finger crossed that we get to see each other again.
You're trying to make me cry or something?
I know, we're feeling a bit emotional. But before we do, let's look at the most emotionally blocked thing that we can think of. Numbers on the screen.
Emotional damage for GEEK fans.
I
They do have the highest kills, though.
They
It
did.
could have been a chicken dinner for them.
No, think about the situation. If they left Jimmy there, they could have wiped out the entirety of HomeBois and maybe get RSG.
Yeah.
And that would be an extra 5 points on them. So that's 16 and a chicken dinner. That would be enough to overtake Bosskurr.
Yeah. But missed opportunities aside, they take what they can get at the very least. Micah with the highest damage, with 923. Kim on second place here with the total damage of 652, and he steals his support, by the way. Damrude now coming in on the third spot with 652. And we're also going to be taking a look at who has the highest frags inside of Miramar.
Miramar. Let's take a look at some of the teams that will be playing here. I got a little bit misguided by my guy on my right. But nevertheless, Group A will be sitting out on this one, which means Team Bosskurr no more accumulating. Chance to GEEK fam. No longer do we have Team HUK, HomeBois, and Team Secret as well. So the rest of these teams, it's do or die for the last match of the day and maybe kickstart their way into a better weekend than they have their run so far in week number 3. And specifically onto Genexus, they still haven't gotten that one match to maybe change the tides for them.
Yep, and with all these teams here left for the final hoorah here, who will need to really end up with this chicken dinner? I feel like it's going to be GEEK fam, because that was one that they could basically close out against Bosskurr. And now that Bosskurr is still not playing, and I guess that we're going to be seeing whether they can do it. But you guys saw the trailer before we started, and this is a really sick skin that you could get for yourself. And you could be the Dark Knight in the shining armor in red.
That is
with the Bramble Overlord set.
Definitely not the Dark Knight itself. There's nothing about that suit that screams a Dark Knight. Nothing is in black. They're all colorful, if anything.
But that theme of that is so dramatic. Didn't you see the trailers? Like, they were in the dark, but he was glowing in red.
It looked like Power Rangers, and well, go get yourself this Power Ranger Bramble Overlord set. Meanwhile, this is something a Dark Knight would have as a companion. You see that car towards the most right. It looks slick, sick, and fine here. It's a brand new one. Koenigsegg with PUBG Mobile, and I believe that they come with very unique names such as Jesco and Gamera. The brand new Koenigsegg 1 has arrived, and so if you want to get a little bit of flex points going, you kind of have to get the cosmetics for them vehicles, because they they're just second to none. It's Koenigsegg.
That's right. If you want some X Factor in your games, get yourself the new X Suit coming real soon, as this is going to be part of your Ancient Secret journey. So go ahead, get yourself this, because it's going to be time limit before it runs out in the store. So make sure once it's out, yeah, go ahead, flex it to your friends, get some chicken dinner, do some dance on top of it, because you know you want it.
You know what's funny about this image?
What?
It seems like, although it's Egypt, the only gods they know is Anubis. It's just Anubis all over.
Maybe they are basically the ones bringing death upon the rest.
Maybe that is it. Was he the one who... Is he the god of death? Not sure.
The pharaoh of death, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, does he lead the souls to it? I don't know. Well, it's Egyptian mythology. I guess we're gonna have to be historians to be accurate on that one. So just take our words with a grain of salt. Yeah, as long as you know, it's the gods. One of the gods.
Yep. And of course, now it's time for us to predict who's gonna get that chicken dinner. And I'm going for GEEK Fam. And I've already explained myself.
Yeah, I mean, out of all the teams, who needs the chicken dinner the most is GEEK Fam. Although they're not down at the bottom, but because that chicken dinner changes things for them, they could be at number 1. I'm just going with 4 rivals because, again, I explained myself many times, when it comes to Miramar, either one of these Miramar is going to be bagged by 4 rivals for sure. And that's why they're always in the top 4 teams to look out for.
Yep, and overall, you see them on the standings just holding up fine. And most of those points really came in from Miramar. Last round, they didn't manage to play, so expect them to do even better, though it's running late into the night. Hope they still have that stamina, though. Same goes to the rest of the other teams that are also playing in this matchup. Now, with that said, we're ready to load into Miramar.
We are ready, but I can't say the same for the players. They may be a bit, lethargic. Some of them has to play Miramar twice, and it's a map that is 8x8 long.
8x8.
Yeah, we'll give them a couple of times, meanwhile, just to theorize into things. I guess now that Group E is in the mix, we honestly, with Sam9 holds a pretty high record in consistency in Miramar so far. Now that they're back, I think GEEK Fam is going to have a harder time to get through.
Yeah, overall, I think that there's a lot of things that happens whenever the circle pulls over the northern side, which is why, like, you see teams not really looking all too comfortable at all playing in that area. But if there's going to be any other names that I would pull out, it has to be RSG, because they have been getting a lot of elimination points in that past round, and I definitely think that they could do even better from here on. So let's count it down from here, because we got half a minute left.
Half a minute is plenty of time. Go get yourself some refreshments. Don't get all parched out. I know it is Miramar. It gets pretty hot and, heated, especially in these battles. So keep yourself hydrated. Get yourself some snacks, because when the day goes towards an end, you will not hear us within your ears no longer. And be it as it may, as annoying as we can get, you're going to miss us. Trust me, you're going to miss us.
Or not.
Or not.
Or not. But of course, this will be the final game here for our Friday night run as we dive into Miramar. Contra and Keith on the last plane ride here. We'll take you through it all as we are having this one flying seemingly from the north end all the way into the south. So from this trajectory itself, actually it's far eastern side. And it's fairly even, I would say.
It's the same split that we have this one just recently.
Quite recently.
Isn't this the flight path in the previous game?
Does it also tell you that it's going to be the same circle, though?
Oh, that's true. That's going to be the difference. But, if all things similar, GEEK Fam gets a second chance at things.
Yeah, and they definitely need those chances here, as we've seen them having slight dips of their own expected performance. But to everybody else, that's the kind of point that they kind of wish they could get. So now with 2 teams moving upwards into El Azahar as well as Terra Branca, and maybe we'll go into the far northern end of Campo Militar if they should. But now with a glimpse of it, we just got to check where the first phase of the circle will be. There's a bunch of teams moving into Las Vilnas area, so there might just be a little bit more battles that will happen there. SMG stretching very far wide, And it's going to be inside of Montenevo. Good chance for Genexus to play this one out.
I mean, Tabah NSEA who goes to Valdemar. Remember, they like to play these sort of circles. Western side circle, and right now they are in no hurry to actually loot around the area, maybe even go wild and drop their way onto Los Egos. But we'll see how they play this thing now. Meanwhile, they have quite of a switcheroo here in Sam 9. But it is Adibs who gets in. Manpa steps out. I guess in a crucial map like this. I think Manpa almost always don't play the Miramar, right?
Seems like it. Like, overall, I think like they prefer having higher firepower on the Miramar runs and play a little bit more strategically when it comes down to angle and the rest. That's why you see Manparang switches in and out. But we saw, even for Farang themselves, they're bringing Stone to play Miramar as Bravo is not going to be in the game. And take a look at that. Micah, a few 100+ points away from chasing against Yuhai. And the closest other team to match up is going to be Genexus. As much as this week wasn't the best performance we see out of Genexus, the record still remains as Luyu. There's just so much damage.
But let's see, is that an overall?
Yes, overall damage.
Oh, okay.
Can't be a single match. That would be
I thought like in a week, like a weekly thing. Does it reset in a week?
I believe it's an overall. And we're going to have that highlight again from DVD. Clutch moment from Jimmy OP. And a huge blunder out of GEEK fam to try to chase against this one corner. And of course, he went out in style.
That is just so bad. People make mistakes.
You can say that it's bad for GEEK fam, but it's absolutely great from Jimmy LP though.
Yeah, well, I'm going with the notion of he was one guy, he didn't move his position, you could have possibly just shot him down, right?
Yeah, but he was the one shooting everybody else down.
Peeking hits. I thought they thought them that for the longest of time. But we'll not hold on to that traumatic history. We gotta move on. We acknowledge it's there, and that's the first step to recovery.
Trauma. Reminds me of somebody.
Oh.
Meanwhile, I will remind you to play PUBG Mobile for free when you switch to Yoodo. Scan that QR code right now. Yoodo, Papas Elcom, because you do it better.
Happy thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sad.
Yeah.
Some people are.
Why would we be sad? Because it's free data for PUBG Mobile. Of course we won't be sad. That's all happy thoughts for me. Yeah.
And then, as a matter of fact, you can also adjust, like, maybe call durations and stuff like that. See what could possibly fit you best. Meanwhile, you follow PUBG Mobile Esports MY to receive the latest updates. You're not going to have Contra say this many more times because it's our last match of the league. Okay, so MUGEN.
We just keep dropping in that, you know, that sad pit of depression.
It feels like you're feeling it instead. Like, you're okay, buddy?
I'm okay. I'm not
even talking much.
I might. I'm actually on sky high right now because I'm excited, man. I felt better today than I was in day number 1.
Yeah. And I wouldn't say the same about me because of my late. Yeah. It's still better overall. I like that when the switch.
That's the peak, right? That's a jiggle peak.
Yeah, look at the aim. Like the crosshair goes on the circle. Like, do you like hold the gun sideways like a
thug?
Like a tug. I was trying to find a word that is appropriate.
Oh yeah, well, KL Gangsters a word, and you could just use that as a reference here in case you guys want to.
KL Gangsters are like the Fast and Furious of Malaysia in a way, right?
I don't know. To be honest, I've never watched. Don't want to.
You do not support local movies. Shame on you.
I don't watch movies in general.
Still shame on you.
Oh,
There's so many great movies that was released this year. Some, unfortunately, wasn't released here in Malaysia.
Oof.
But then again, of course, some of you guys in Singapore as well as Philippines get to enjoy some of these shows. I won't be dropping names of the titles, but you get the drill. So far, one of the best movies that I've watched for the year was Everything, Everywhere, All at Once.
I heard insane reviews. Still haven't watched it.
Yeah.
Despite all the reviews I've heard from it.
Exactly, and I feel like Geek Fam is exactly that team that is everything, everywhere, all at once.
No, they're one thing and they all at once, right? It's either they go in all at once and take out the entire squad, or they all die at once.
That's
by
anything,
Jimmy OP.
right? Like, do anything, and it happens all at once.
Anyway, we will move on with that one. I thought we promised each other that. And so, talking about Fast and the Furious, this one tops that already.
That's no really furious.
No reason to go ahead and watch movies when PUBG Mobile is an entertainment.
Brian knocked it so hard, it wasn't a 360 spin. It was like a 720. 720 with an airtime of 3 seconds up in the air.
How's that for flipping cars?
Do they earn money out of it?
Probably style points, which then maybe becomes money in the future. Notable differences, they say.
What is that? What they call NFT nowadays? Like it's just style points that sits in your PC.
You want to be careful what you're talking about, man. They're gonna gun you down here. No. We did not reference anything of that nature. No.
I mean, suit yourself. Buy any digital products you want. It's only fair.
I'm trying to save you. See, don't you realize that? I'm trying to save your skin. Okay. You will press the issue.
Okay. OnlyFans understands, like, you know, what it could possibly end up with. And Sam is finally landing a couple of all these tags over on a corner wall. We're still not really seeing all too much of high elimination points coming from him. It feels like Insomnia's being a little bit more of a supportive role for the season as compared to being the main fragger.
Bless
Excuse me
you.
for that.
I'm not sure if you guys heard it, but
I think that he's cursing me back. It's like, the hell with you, Contra.
Well, that was definitely more direct than I thought. I thought you were going to find your way around it and saying the same thing, but hey, it's good to be direct sometimes, and I'm going to be direct with 4 rivals here.
Oh,
what the heck are they doing blue in the blue? Oh, wait.
Well, you should ask, what the heck is this circle moving all the way down to the south side? Now, it's going to be a battle upon those hills of Chumachera. While there's still a lot of teams that are moving around, still on the highway between Picado and to Chumachera, MAB, they're going to struggle for a bit.
And struggle they will, because they cop themselves to be first movers into the circle, and oh no, they're actually burning in the blue right now. But if they're going to struggle, it is because they are going to come in as a late party, and gatekeeps are more probable than none. And talking about which, already MUGEN stopping the likes of RSG from getting a good game. RX is now on his knees begging for mercy.
MUGEN. We'll see Brian passing by, and he's just going to sprint right off. Not going to be thinking about saving Rex at all. There's still going to be tags coming in from Kim. Just to hold the rest of MUGEN members back. Virgil! No point of him going out there in the open. And hopefully they will be able to save him for now. He will be tagged off, so that's 1 point secured by RSG. 2 members lost, and yet again, MUGEN yet to claim that point. They didn't have to go out. Like, RSG has already left off. Even if you leave him slowly bleeding, that point is still secured. A little bit of a overpush, I would say.
Yeah, immediately not worth it. I mean, I kind of have to be accountable to my words here. And I did say that MUGEN should play a bit more aggressive, but that's a bit too much. Come on.
Yeah,
They were across the
overzealousness
map.
definitely doesn't pay off. Meanwhile, the rest of Dingoz over on the hills and in the shack as well, Helton all alone. He's basically being sneaky about this. Well, he can sneak up upon them, but HYVE International will not have anyone sneaking up on them because man, maybe too far behind. As we have a little bit of replay, Brian comes in with a shred from the back.
Yeah, it takes down Nasty immediately. Secures that kill. So they're disciplined in that aspect. They don't play with their food all too much.
as it should. But right now, HYVE coming from the far side here, finding their way into the circle. They're going to take quite the distance, I believe. Yeah, they are a team who plays on La Cabrera. So you would imagine the distance points that, or the distance stats that they're going to rake out. Yeah. Right now, Dingoz has got company by the midst of it. Yoodo Alliance rub shoulders with this one, and they might just bite back.
Speaking of shoulders, this seemed like a really broad shoulder. Quite a distance in between the two teams. MAB Esports about to get into the safe zone, but then again, look at how many mats have they utilized if they're only at one more. And the coast is not clear just yet. I mean, by now, I wouldn't be surprised if MAB have members dropping outside the blue zone and they couldn't save themselves from it. Like, that's the problem about dropping inside of Campo Militar and you're taking a 360 spin across the map, but at least they have already reached Montenegro, but about to run into the rest of Sem 9.
And that's another thing they should worry about because they've already expunged all their Mat 8. And so they have to just get out of there. And they're finding another alternative into the circle, but I don't think it's any better, seeing as though that you do have some sort of saturation on the outside of the circle on the western end. But it's a gamble that they will have to take. Everything in life is not without risk, and they will have to risk it for the biscuit.
What flavor is the biscuit?
Chicken.
Chicken biscuit?
Yep, it's meant for pets. Dog biscuits. So it's a chicken flavor.
I wouldn't risk it then. I will never risk it for dog biscuits. And here goes Olio, though. He doesn't take risks, but Stone does. I guess that he is going to be going for another flip, and tags are coming in as well. Stone will eventually be claimed. But then again, more caps coming in for Brian. Ridiculous shot. You don't even see Brian on the map.
How did he even get that shot? Oh, that makes sense. Yeah,
but
he's on
that's
top
so
of the
far
church.
away. That's not even the direct. He's going on the heels, far right. That's far down there, and he's like, okay.
He's in the same vicinity. Yeah, he saw that one.
It's so far away. That's like
he's got a scope, and it's level
300
ground.
meters almost.
It's still level ground. So I was confused on how he got that tap because there was an elevation, and Yoodo Alliance Olayo was on top of the hill, so I figured that no one else could have gotten a sight at him from the downside. But apparently they're in level playing field. Same planes.
Oh man, Brian's just built different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That could be it. That could be it too.
On top of that, now more of these teams are going to be rotating across the wide areas of play. Only 3 players were out. And it's almost 15 minutes, man. Come on, give us something. Give us something.
The last game of the day, and they're really dragging the time here. I like it. It's like PUBG Mobile says, we're going to squeeze an additional hours from you, you know? Stay on longer.
Pay us for overtime.
Whoa.
Wait, that's floating up in the air. That's a huge jump coming in from that kiddo.
Yeah, and it's kiddo. Actually, I think they got Brian. RSG Brian, who was on the roof. The eyes in the sky is getting shot at the attempt.
We got eyes in the skies. Now it's going to be a bird's eye view of a camera view on top of Blanks. Trying to save himself as you have the rest of MAB just right smack down below. He might have actually looted that crate already, but he will basically spot this one out. Quickly go in to claim one live. Edo10 with a good work from afar. Meanwhile, more of all these sacrifices might be made by MAB. Shots being fired. Perfect catch onto Seed, but Maki's pushing upwards though. Got to be careful. Seed got nowhere else to run. More tags as he does whip a couple of shots. He runs into the shack. Blanks forcing MAB to retreat.
The real definition of shooting blanks was right there.
Oh.
Straight onto the target, but not actually hitting the shot. He might be...
The teammates are though. Edo10, double knock.
Yeah, empty shells, that is. But now they're coming in from the far side in the beeline. Actually, MAB driving towards the member of HYVE. Man, they're positioned so far apart that they're just surrounding the likes of MAB onto a certain corner. gatekeeping them at the most efficient way possible. And Nate tossed his way. Said he will go down.
He will concede in defeat, and MAB is now on 16th spot. HYVE International, though, it's perfect setup of an ambush right in between those hills. Garnered themselves that pure, full 4-pointers.
Yeah, compliments onto them, man. That sort of tactical play. I've only seen that so aggressively done in, like, the China region, like the PEC teams.
Right. And it doesn't happen that often. And they did execute this exact same move
for Rivals
early today against GEEK Fam. And also, MAB was also the receiving end of that. That's how they managed to go far in Sanhok. They just got to implement it a lot more.
Oh, well. The only other times, so they're up against 4 Rivals. The other team who did sort of an ambush tactics as well, spread out apart, but not really this time round. Seems that HYVE, 4th row, he's going to front the charge here, but they're coming in flank side with the drive-by, spots him out, he shoots and he misses, and he pays the price here, gets confirmed into the ground as well. Appy will fall, and Voki is a bit too far to come in for the covers. 5 eliminations, that is HYVE working like a soldier. And
yeah, if you have the Winter Soldier, HYVE is the Desert Soldier instead. Every Miramar match has been so exciting with them on board. Now Genexus fights on against DBD. Don't Break Dreams won the other round. Well, actually, much earlier today with that double chicken dinner. And Genexus now trying to push upwards, but the little sprays coming from the back.
Yeah.
Not allowing Luyu to push through.
It's NC, Rosh. Rosh has got an idea on that member of Genexus. And immediately DBD comes in, capitalize the situation. Echo confirms that kill, and now MUGEN, they'll be on eyesight right now. And we've seen the time again, MUGEN taking out the entirety of HYVE over in Erangel. This time around, Miramar seems to echo the same sentiment, but Eris, he'll hold his ground as the final member of MUGEN.
And we've already seen so many teams bow out. Genexus, Dingoz, MAB, Axis, as well as Sem9 not being able to play the rest of the match. Out of nowhere, this Phase 5 is basically forcing everybody off. And, whoa, quick pickup coming in from Kim. A little bit of a nail-biting moment for the guy hugging by the staircase. As RSG, they're hoping to take out the entirety of the squad. As Farang doesn't really have much to work with. Circle now moves further up into the hillside where SMG gets the advantage.
4 Rivals looking pretty good as well in their position. Only have to deal with HYVE International. And HYVE, they did take a bunch of damage, but now they're all up and ready, up in arms. RSG goes in straight with the push here, does not check his corners. Luke was lurking and gets him on the crosshair in the attempt of a push.
And that was a little bit iffy because he whiffed almost half a clip right there before he gets the member of Farang. Now only Stone left unturned over on the bottom side with Kim driving forward into the territories of Yoodo Alliance. A little bit of a risky move. Now Stone being spotted out, but not that they need to care about him all too much. But Kim's second thoughts now being shot at once again. Gonna just break the vehicle. He's got done with this Mirado. That's not working out for him.
North side is where all the action's coming at. SMG, although they got their way in the circle, I don't think they're the safest right now because coming in from so many directions is all the other teams. DBD, MUGEN, RSG now in compound and play. So they are going to go up against all odds here. 2 members from SMG occupied with the likes of RSG from the far end. But, immediately backstab is Stone, who lurked there for the longest of time and now might just get punished in the process because GEEK Fam is also in that area. Same goes to Yoodo Alliance.
Rebel Boy finds Stone. And SMG managing to defend against GEEK Fam, who's on the approach, not Molotov being thrown up inside. Mile will be burned out, but then again, there's still Jenny on the block. Same goes to Shinzi now, charging outwards there, hoping to seek those kills out. They're not going to allow them for that revival inside the smoke. They're being blinded up, but they will still give chase to GEEK Fam, and they will push through. Shinzi finds one member off. Sonic 7 Days already down on the ground.
Damn Rude.
While Damn Rude is the only healthy member Meanwhile, Micah tries to hold him back too.
They can still do this. GEEK fam, they have enough members still alive and they're healthy as well. Can look to push, but SMG's going in with the pickup, trying to turn it into a 3v3 tied here. Sonic is up. Actually, all the members of GEEK fam ready to be deployed, but they do have to get in some mad aid to maybe weather the storm a little bit more. But let's take a look at HYVE International going up against Yoodo Alliance. Suddenly, this team can take fights and 5 kills in the bag. Still 3 members. Respectable run so far by GEEK fam. That chapter against SMG continues here with Yuhai and a good nade for entry. Immediately, it's go time. They're just going to push up, swing in as Double takes another kill from SMG. And this is SMG crumbling what seemed to be a great stronghold towards the last few circles, now taken over by GEEK fam.
Seems like they have to fold their cards right there. While there's only 1 member left for them, HYVE International now makes it 5. Could have possibly picked up another one. Grenade flies right in. Blanks tries to secure another as Adik Luke tosses that Molotov. Hard for him to survive. He gets burned and knocked. But there's still Edo 10 from the back. The one that had been leading the charge, doing all the damage. Trying to flush out Adik Luke. But he's on the lower ground. Got himself more cover. Blanks still needing a little bit more assistance, but it will take some time before they get there. This is the only compound left inside the circle, and everybody else wants to secure an apartment block. But tell you what, there's no more agents selling any vacant spots.
Voki down, and that is the entirety of 4 rivals as well to fall, since they only had 2 members and they got shot down over in a kill feed to elimination. So I'm wrong with the prediction, but you might be right with yours. GEEK fam.
Still looking relatively strong. They were knocked down with only 2 members left, and the quick recovery has been able to set things up well going up against Team SMG, and they are currently dominating as we speak of it. Yoodo Alliance as well have 3 members up those hills, and perhaps these hills can help them secure another victory that has been long awaited by the team.
11 kills is Yoodo Alliance, 10 for Tabah NSEA. Man, this couple of days, the fragging power counter from the top 5 seems to be consistently across the board. No one is freeloading in these matches anymore. The standards have gone up drastically. Everyone's earning their keep, and it's translating all the way right now. Brood gets shot down, spots him first, and now RSG getting shot down by Halton. He has eyes, and he knows that the blue is closing in, and so they're pressured to do something real quick and real fast. Halton immediately storms up to the front here. Sonics has got eyes. They will wipe out the likes of RSG, but Yoodo Alliance gave up their strong ground, their high ground. Still on the top side though, it's Adik Luke, and they do have a bunch of members, so that would be GEEK fam, unfortunately, bowing out. 3rd place.
And they managed to secure 6 elimination points in the top 3 at the very least to chase up against the rest of Team Bosskurr. Now NSEA over on lower end. Yoodo Alliance now dropping the big grenade. Rush still managed to find a mark, almost snaps it over to Helton. But Helton was even quicker than he is. Now Flax will be taken out. Yoodo Alliance will secure the final chicken dinner of the night to close off a Friday run.
My God, Yoodo Alliance, now that's a name that I've missed to see up across the board here, but they are back, it seems. The community heroes rebranded with the green and is now dancing with the tier 1s here in the MYSGPH fall. My God, welcome back, boys.
Yoodo Alliance, they are here to basically put themselves up on the map once again, and they definitely stand a solid chance hitting into the Great End Finals and perhaps even to Southeast Asia League itself. So with that being said, first, we're going to be able to take a look at some of the highlights coming up shortly as we celebrate the victory of Yoodo Alliance.
You do it better, they said, and no one else is better than the community champions. Turning pro right now.
They've been pro ever since the last couple of seasons, I would say that. And of course, them just carrying forward with their best possible display is the best thing that we've watched through the rest of this night.
That is indeed. That is indeed. Let's take a look at how some of these highlights that went past our eyes. You see Yoodo Alliance, they've got eyes onto almost everyone. RSG tried to pin them, but they're sharp on their feet. It was SMG who neutralized Brian on the top side of that hill by the bell. And, well, that rings bell, it seems. But Yoodo Alliance spraying down from a lot of vantage points, so they didn't really actually go into close quarter combat confrontations besides this.
Yeah, there was a lot of long-range shots coming all across the corner. What's really impressive was that HYVE versus MAB matchup where basically they set up that perfect trap, and that was one hell of a shot coming in from 4 rivals as well. GEEK fam, I think that they were also stuck in a sticky situation here, and they managed to recover, but after that, Yoodo Alliance basically has drawn every single attention upon them, alongside with NC. So GEEK fam, as much as they got those sort of takedowns, they could not really play much longer. Just look at how well Adik Luke was basically going on those red attack.
And that was the issue, right? GEEK fam, although they won that fight against SMG in actually securing the compound, it was their cross towards the entrance of the to enter the circle, got them pinned down. Obviously, there's some luck in play here. It does favor the high grounds in which Yoodo Alliance took over. And so they were spraying down, once again, just like how DBD got their chicken dinner.
I think that it's more of other teams being too fixated on that compound itself. It's like, okay, this is the only cover that we can get. But you look at Tabah NSEA, they managed to still protect themselves and still fight out in the outskirts. Meanwhile, of course, this is huge points being secured by Yoodo Alliance overall, with 29 being backed in with 14 eliminations. So 22 will fall in the hands of NC at second place. 16 points being shared by both GEEK fam as well as RSG and SMG along with Team HYVE. Well, HYVE International, they both tie in with 8 points now on 5th and 6th.
Yeah, at least good thing for GEEK fam. Tomorrow when they do start, they're only 15 points away from Team Bosskurr, but do note that every one of these teams only have 4 games to play, so a map that isn't played by GEEK fam could be the map in which Team Bosskurr will increase their lead even further. Now, let's take a look at the boy wonder himself. It's Adik Luke from Yoodo Alliance. 5 eliminations, 849 damage, 40% of the team contribution. Surely, you can see that in the highlight itself. It's always the barrel of his gun that's been shooting and securing all these kills. With the furthest only being 177 meters, that brings it with a 3.1 MVP points.
Now let's take a look at the weekly rankings overall. Yoodo Alliance now moves all the way up to 9th place, chasing up against even Team Secret. RSG with a consistency showing for today has put them on 7th spot. Meanwhile, Tabah NSEA has now taken over on number 4. 4 rivals who is expected to show up got taken out much early on.
Yeah, unfortunately. But hey, no complaints in that one. I think they really tried their best there.
Oh my goodness. Look at the bottom of the standings as well. HYVE, 1 point above HomeBois. MUGEN, same points. It's going to switch around a lot.
Yeah, but it makes no difference to them because it goes down to the bonus points of the week, right? They have to beat that one. And so if HYVE were to get the full, if they get number 1 today, then they will walk away with 24 points. But right now, you have to identify the bottom 4. That is HYVE International, HomeBois, Farang, and MUGEN, and make sure you don't fall within that threshold. So I'd say about 10 points and above, you should be safe.
I gotta say that nobody is actually safe. Same goes to Crit VIP, MAB, Axis, like these guys all on single digit. I'm honestly not too sure what could possibly end up being the 4 teams that will be relegated from playing for the grand finals overall. I think one thing's for certain is that HomeBois is definitely not looking all too clear.
Yeah, and same with MUGEN and Farang Guerilla.
As for HYVE, at least like from last week onwards, they have definitely improved. For GEEK fam, needless to say, they are the best kids on the block.
Yep, hands down, undeniable. Because of the sheer consistency, not just judging about this week, but week 1, week 2, number 1 spot. Week 3 looking like they might catch up in the number 1 spot as well. Now only about 14 or was it 11 points away to even the odds. But to be safe, you want to go 15 just to have a little bit more points ahead from the current number 1 spot, that is Team Bosskurr. And so these faces, remember the name because they are about to change the game here in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. My God, GEEK fam, I've said this many times, but this is the strongest I've ever seen them come in.
That's right, and 3 of these members are about to hit 100-pointer of eliminations each. Like, Yuhai just needs 5 more takedowns, and he's going to be there. Same goes to Mika with a few more. So let's take a look at the recap once again. GEEK fam, yes, they may have actually done well, but this game belongs to Yoodo Alliance. And they started off from Los Lunes moving into Jumasera wasn't really the hardest part of the match. It's more of making sure that you can defend that ground is possibly the toughest thing to crack.
Yeah, but I think the biggest part about this is they somewhat found vantage points within the circle that played around with, and that point stayed within circle for the longest of time. So they were spraying downwards upon anyone they have their sights on. I remember seeing RSG in that crosshair. I remember seeing SMG in that crosshair. Farang as well. Even Dingoz right next to them. So they had to handle all that, and they could do so from a very safe distance, not really needing to go into a 4v4 confrontation, close quarter combat. And so when I think that one kind of gives them the edge, because we know how sharp Adik is as a player.
That's right, and we see some of these players come in from the outskirts as well, and maybe took the furthest of rotation, and that's how they end up meeting up against HYVE International, and they were absolutely defeated, blasted off the map, as if that Campo Militar rotation never happened, right? But Yoodo Alliance, you take a look at their position from that point onwards, it seemed as if like, okay, they may not have moved all too much, right? But it's that high ground that was giving them that edge, which eventually they move into where Helden stays. So, 4 rivals, I think they had a little bit of battle between NC, Crit VIP, as well as HYVE, and therefore they didn't manage to make the cut into the very end. And they were also having a few players taken off them much early on, so it was definitely rough. Insomnia's only one player left, couldn't really last to tell the tale, though they were in the middle.
Yeah, I think it was surprising as well, because 4 rivals, I remember them dealing with the HYVE International, but because Tabah NSEA was in the area, it got too difficult for the likes of 4 rivals to, you know, keep up with the pressure, right? Because initially when you look at the circle, you thought that, hey, 4 rivals got their way in, not many teams behind them, it's only HYVE International, they can deal with that one, move on, and maybe even get a chicken dinner. But then came NC, who immediately rotates and gatekeep the likes of 4 rivals, pincering them in their advance here. GEEK fam as well, finding it hard. They are overly committed onto RSG. As you can see, well, the blue zone is turning in. They are playing down the hill, out in the open, and Adik Luke from the top side just snipering his way through, although not wielding a sniper.
Yeah, and it came down to this 3 versus 2 where they have already covered majority of the map, basically zoning off any potential threats coming out of Tabah NSEA. Flax was the only one left on that low ground, and Adik Luke definitely had that cover, even though Boy was knocked down. 2 versus 1, and probably doable because they have that vantage point. They have the bird's eye view, and of course, Yoodo Alliance will claim the final chicken dinner of our Friday run. And that also means that we might actually get an interview with these guys, or one of the representatives of the team out of the 20 teams. Because the best performer today, I gotta say, it's DBD.
I would say so myself. I mean, 2 chicken dinners back to back. How could anyone forget? DBD definitely comes out on top, the main star or highlight for day number 3. But so we have an interview with one of the members or one of the teams who played here. What are their thoughts? I guess we'll find out in this interview soon enough. So I'll pass it along.
And of course, please welcome on board RSG, and I believe Brian's joining us here. And of course, how are you feeling for today?
Hi, I'm feeling we're feeling good because we had like few good games today.
Awesome.
So we're feeling good.
Yeah, and of course, you have been possibly one of the sharpest shooters for the team. We see you hitting long-range shots out there and doing so much. Now, I want to hear from you, like, how much time do you actually spend on not only streams, but personal practice? Because I'm pretty sure that people want to be as good as you are.
I play TDM a lot and Classic. So that's just my training for like one day around like 6 to 7 hours, which I just grind PUBG.
6 to 7 hours. That's pure dedication out there.
Yeah. So 6 to 7 hours of just grinding PUBG. I mean, it's expected, right? Because your game has now turned into a career.
So I have to ask this, Brian. If your game is your career, then what do you actually do for fun?
Watch movies.
Oh, well, that's actually a really good hobby. So, of course, these are all, of course, a little bit more insight into your daily life. But overall, I want to also ask for RSG in particular, because you guys are on a roll for week 3, and you guys could basically catch up to currently Team Bosskurr, who is also #1. But what's your aim personally, and what's the team's aim by the end of this week?
Our aim for this week is to get top 1 for this week, because it's possible. There's 2 more days, so it's possible for us to get top 1. So that's our aim.
And of course, with the grand finals that should be secured with the amount of points that you've gathered in bonus points for the past 2 weeks, like, who do you actually see as some of the toughest competitors personally when you've possibly fight against GEEK Fam and all? Who do you think is possibly hardest in the 1v1?
No one.
Nobody. Ooh. Oh, I love how you're approaching this.
Not a single player.
What's up, Kim?
what about your teammates, Kim? Do you think that maybe he's a tough opponent to go up against?
Not really.
I was expecting that answer.
Okay, of course. So far, of course, it's great to have you around here joining us for the interview. Any sort of things that you'd like to share to, everyone that's been supporting RSG, because do you guys have what it takes to basically claim another championship title, or even the C Finals championship itself? So what can they look forward to?
We'll definitely do our best for this week 3 and try to get champion again. So thanks for supporting us, even though we didn't perform quite last week, but the fans are still supporting us, so thanks.
All right, we thank you too, Brian, and of course it's a pleasure to have you here on the interview. So good luck for the weekend, and of course have a good rest for tonight.
Bye-bye. Very brutally honest guy. I like it. I like his personality. He was a bit shy, but he wasn't shy when he just mentioned that no one else could challenge him, even in a 1v1. Not even his teammates, Kim. Easy, he said.
Such a hard worker. You heard from the guy, like, putting scrims aside, and he's still spending 67 hours a day with personal training itself, with TDMs. Like, we've heard it from quite a lot of the players that the team deathmatch mode is really where you really take consideration of how well you could basically maneuver around, quickly get those kills, and I think like it's a really good practice.
I mean, the TDM is essentially putting you in a situation of going head-to-head against and putting your mechanical skills in a test, right? And that's why all this close-quarter combat, you have a specific player in mind when it comes to always having a high success rate in those sort of situations. Truth be told, I didn't think Brian was one of those kids, because so far he's gotten like far-range shots in, and we've never really seen RSG crashing onto compound and trying to take things head-on. But now that he mentioned it, I want to see RSG do that, since no one else can put up against his superiority as he proclaimed.
That's right. I believe that's all that we have here from us. It's Keith as well as Contra here. This is our final day of the show. Tomorrow you'll get Choo-Choo as well as Sir Cloud coming back to the PMPL MYSGPH. So Keith, I allow you to, with your last words, what you want to say.
I want to say thank you so much for bearing with the both of us. I know we have a hashtag cringe down in the comment. Actually, we don't. We should. And we're gonna miss you guys, but do treat Sir Cloud and Choo-Choo the same way. Not any better. Same way. I guess that wraps in the night. It is a 2022 PMPL MYSGPH fall. Again, Contra, Keith, we'll see you when we do. Bye-bye. Good
Love
night.
you guys. Take care.